What if Naruto faced Esdeath with flames of destruction, Part 2. So let's get started. Esdeath, must you always be so bloodthirsty? Naruto growled, staring at the blue-haired general. The woman was emitting so much bloodlust that sickened the insides of his stomach. He got itchy whenever things became like that. You already know the answer, Naruto, Esdeath responded. With barely contained excitement. This was going to happen before her. She was finally going to see the might of General Black. He denied her the opportunity so many times while he happily flaunted her power for all to see. But this day, there was no return, there was no escape for him. He had to go through her to escape, and there was Budo in the waiting. Sometimes you sicken me, woman, Naruto said. You wish to see the might of Black, you wish to taste the taste of purgatory, I will not deny you the chance. I've already told you, Esdeath, you will learn to fear my name after this battle. Now come at me, don't hold back, or Amaterasu will carve out that tattoo off your skin. Don't hold back either, Esdeath responded with a grin. It will be disappointing, if you don't live up to your fearsome reputation. The Ice Queen didn't hold anything back as she took off towards her blonde opponent who was standing tall in a sea of back flames with his beloved Amaterasu hanging loose on his right shoulder. Esdeath landed down with both her feet and drew her rapier, before swinging it in a downward slash that headed straight at Naruto's left shoulder. The Blond held out his blade horizontally and blocked the swing. Both metal clashed in fury, drawing sparks. Unable to push through Naruto, Esdeath raised her left foot and attempted to kick Naruto on the right side at his waist section. Seeing the woman's boot, Naruto pushed her rapier away from him and jumped back. While still above ground, he snapped his left fingers and a wave of flames rushed towards the blue-haired general. Esdeath wasn't about to be outdone. A wall of crystal ice formed just in front of her, blocking the wave of flames. Naruto flashed behind the sadist. Amaterasu was already being swinged in a swing that threatened to cut through Esdeath's waist section, splitting her lower body from the upper body. But the woman wasn't just a general for show, another wall of ice formed behind her. Unfortunately, Naruto's blade cut through the ice without any difficulty. But it gave the Ice Queen time to twist around. She then blocked the swing that cut through her ice with her rapier. Ice spears formed beside her. But before she could even direct them at Naruto, flames burst out from the ground, and stood tall as she was. The ice was melted within the seconds the flames touched them. Esdeath was forced to jump away from Naruto to create some distance between him and her. Once she landed on the ground, her fingers played with her rapier before speaking. The heat of your flames is increasing by the second, she said. Really? Naruto asked. Whether he was being rhetoric or not, Esdeath didn't get time to dwell on it as the blonde was upon her in seconds, when he appeared just above her. Esdeath reacted quickly by swinging her rapier towards him in a backward swing. The rapier cut through the blonde like he was intangible. After image, Naruto flashed behind Esdeath, feet above the ground, but before he could even swing his blade, 4 ice splinters bust forth from the ground, extending towards his chest. Naruto wasn't given an option to retreat, but he could only cut through the splinters instead of getting some distance to avoid any damage happening from his body. While Naruto was cutting through her ice, Esdeath twisted around, right foot raised, her foot landed on his face, sending him flying away. She didn't wait until he could hit the ground before she could lunge at him. Using her great speed, the woman flashed above the blonde, her back heel crushed down onto his gut, sending him crashing into the ground with so much force that he hit down like a bullet and created a human-sized crater where he'd hit. Esdeath landed down on the ground with both her feet. If this is all your might, you should just surrender now, she said. But that doesn't mean that I will accept it, Esdeath said, smiling maliciously. Where would be the fun of things if she accepted the white flag without hitting him to the inch of his life? This was something she had to do, to prove her worth, her existence, and see who was the strongest between. What is my might, Naruto asked, causing the woman to slightly twitch at the nickname. Can you comprehend it? Can you even stand it? Has anyone even seen it? He was still lying down on the crater as he asked. It was as if the woman hadn't done anything to him, as if her attack had just been a mere slap on the cheek. I doubt anyone has seen it, but if you don't start showing it soon enough, I will embarrass you in front of Budo. Esdeath grinned deliciously at the thought of having Naruto kneel under her boot while the chief general watches helplessly, not that he wanted to help the blonde anyway. There is no power in this world that can be compared to the power of General Black. My blade can cut through anything, and there isn't anyone I cannot defeat, Naruto said, standing up. Now, NTEDU to have the first hit since I won't be shipping any more hits to you. Esdeath snorted. Do you really T? She was cut off when Naruto suddenly appeared in front of her with some scary EYs and a smile that made her think she was looking into a twisted mirror. The next thing she saw has half of her rapier falling down the ground while the remaining half, connected to the handle, remained attached. I told you, see. There is nothing my blade can't cut and you will learn to fear me. His eyes turned pure black. Esdeath's instincts kicked in and she formed ice armor around her stomach. No more than a second later, Naruto's right punch hit her gut with so much power that it crushed the ice sheet formed as protection. Though the punch didn't reach her intestines still cringed under the force it created. She didn't even have time to wince, as Naruto gripped her by the face and picked her up forcefully. He then slammed her down the ground. It wasn't that she couldn't have resisted from being slammed down the ground, or when he punched her she was just shocked that he'd moved so fast that he cut through her rapier without her eyes catching the act. She didn't even feel anything until the other half fell down the ground. Naruto then hit her on the gut with his right foot. Show me what you can do, or else I will chop you down, he said, smiling like a madman, into small pieces. Honest will find you delicious, won't he? Esdeath laughed. This is fine, give me all you can, the blue-haired woman said before grabbing Naruto's foot. He began to freeze from the legs upwards. But Naruto didn't mind. Just when the ice was about to reach his waist, it completely melted without any visible flame melting them, much to the surprise of the Ice Queen. I've compressed my flames to just heat around my body. You can't see them anymore, but they will still burn you. The tip of his blade touched her throat. Will you dance for me, As you wish. Esdeath gave a nasty grin. Esdeath's eyes snapped open, and her right hand quickly found its way towards her rapier. Regardless of how much she tried to forget that battle, she couldn't. Every now and then when the wind was blowing towards the west, the memories always resurfaced. What made her sleep better was the fact that she had ended up killing that bastard, but it hadn't been easy killing him. She had pummeled him with everything she got, so did Budo, but he just kept standing up like their attacks weren't anything. If anyone said that man had been a demon, she wouldn't have found it hard to believe. Regardless, it was all thumbs up to her. She had killed a demon. He had cut her so many times, and had even left a mark on her back just so she could remember him with. How he'd carved the mark made her body shiver. Not in fear but in ecstasy. She hadn't felt so much pain on her body before his fangs dipped into her flesh. It made killing him much more thrilling and satisfactory. Pathetic, he thought she would fear him. But that was not the case. True, he had been one mountain that the Ice Queen couldn't move without the help of Budo, but there was nothing that Esdeath feared, not even death itself. She understood that if she lost, it would be because she was weak, and her opponent was strong. She would still smile after that. It was the nature of life after all. The only thing that Esdeath regretted was that she'd been so worn out after the battle that she didn't have the energy to torture him or do anything embarrassing. After he'd fallen down, the only thought that came was to pick up his spare blade and finish him off, and that is what she did. If she'd been stronger, she would have brought him to the capital for punishment in her cells, but her weakness got in the way. Well, that was 5 years ago. She'd gotten quite strong since then. Esdeath put away her rapier and looked up for a few moments. This dream was only plaguing her because that rotten piece of it was forcing her to return to the capital, and it has been quite a while since she went there. Ever since Naruto died, she'd only returned 3 times and the last time was 3 years ago. She was content with being out here while receiving orders via messengers. Besides, there was really nothing to do back there. At least out here, she could be with her men, enjoying herself in a bloody parade. The general removed her white sheets and went out of the bed. She couldn't sleep anymore. But it was all right. It was already early morning and she was going to head back to the capital early anyway. Since that man was insisting she return as quickly as she could, she had to believe that there was some rather matters he needed solved other than night raid. She couldn't even begin to wonder what could be so important that Honest would be this insistent on her return. Well, she was done with her current mission anyway. She had shown the Empire's might to any weak fool who would attempt to fight against them. This massacre will surely put fear into the weak, and get them to surrender peacefully. She would rather have the weak, who couldn't make her blood rush over to the head, surrender sin. Fighting wasn't as fun as it was when fighting a worthy opponent. However, even when some weak, they were pretty resistant, and had strong will. Esdeath took joy in dismantling such men. After slipping out of her night clothes, Esdeath went on to take a bath in her makeshift bathroom. It lasted for a few moments before she set out and put on her usual attire. Her rapier was put into place as she left her queen's tent to take a walk around camp. It was a little dark outside, and she could only see because of the torches that were placed around the camp. The silence was comfortable and peaceful. Naruto used to enjoy this kinds of times. That man didn't sleep much at all even. There were many times when she would wake up in the middle of the night and find him absent in her side. Normally, he would be sitting around a small fire, or just staring the black-filled sky. Esdeath didn't walk for more than 5 minutes before she came across a fire and former general, Liver, sitting beside it in comfortable silence. The man noticed her and quickly saluted, but Esdeath waved him off. "You're up early," she said casually. "Well, the others are still sleeping, someone has to be on the lookout," Liver said, staring into the flames in front of him. While it may be stupid for anyone to even attempt anything within the camp, some people were willing to commit suicide by coming here with hostile intentions. Esdeath's camp was like a lion's den. Once you see it, you run away, as fast as you can, without even looking back. Esdeath nodded. While she was with Naruto as partners during their glorious days, no one went on guard. Naruto did not even bother to surround their camp with a wall of black flames. Both were always assured that only a suicidal fool would try something while they were asleep. Still, no one could sneak behind that bastard. Whether dozed off or not, he always reacted on instinct whenever someone reached his proximity. "What seems so urgent that the Prime Minister would be this insistent on our return?" Liver questioned his general. He had worked with that man, but he was never this forceful on their return to the capital. Something bad must have happened that got him to panic. He wasn't forthcoming on the summons, but I hear there is a group of dedicated Taigu users causing problems, Esdeath responded calmly. "We'll see when we get there tomorrow morning." Changing the subject, Esdeath asked a question. "How are the men doing knowing that we're going to be leaving?" She understood that morale in an army was important since it affected performance greatly. Esdeath preferred men with high morale to boost their drive for fighting better for the Empire. "It is never the same without you, General," Liver said. The men practically worship their general for the power she possessed and all the corrupted things she allowed them to do. They acted more like savages than anything, if Liver were to be honest with himself. If that man was still alive, he would have burned them to the ground already. For Imperial Solidars, the concept of morals was one he carried highly and wouldn't permit Solidars of the Empire acting like pagans. To him, there was nothing more wrong than that. But Esdeath didn't have a problem with it. They could rape and take everything they wanted, it was a deserving because they were strong. "Remind me to send tea. He reward His Majesty will give me upon my return," Esdeath stated. "Hi," Liver said, "there couldn't be a finer general." Esdeath didn't care about the gold, she always gave all spoils of their victories to her men. If you served under her, why would you not love her? Nicked raid. The group had gathered once again as some of them had just returned from missions. They'd done separate missions through GhtOut the capital, but all rendezvous at one point to return back together. Once they returned, Najinda was present as she usually was. Since there was the return of General Naruto, the woman didn't leave as much as she used to go to HQ for other things. She preferred staying around to be able to look with her own eyes on what was happening in the capital since that man was there, planning things. Tatsumi had just completed his first mission successfully as a member of Night Raid. Najinda smiled at the boy, who possessed so much potential that could be nurtured into something great. He just to get someone who could show him the right path, the right way and train him without limits, then the boy would become someone great, someone she thought he would be if all that potential was released from its shackles. Nahonda's smile did nothing more than cause Tatsumi to blush given that he was getting the attention of everyone. Though mine still refused to acknowledge him, everyone was showing him with smiles because he came back alive. Death was part of the job, so there was relief every time one of them came back alive. "Congratulations for doing well on your mission, Tatsumi," Najinda said. "I have some news." She stopped there so that their attention could be turned towards her fully. She didn't want them to miss anything that she has to say as it was a matter of great importance. "What is it, boss?" Leonie asked, getting the feeling that whatever it was something really serious. The look on Najinda's face clearly said so. A few days ago, the Prime Minister's son was killed, chopped into pieces and sent to him, Najinda stated. Well, she never liked anything that has to do with honest. If his son was dead, it only meant that it was -1 enemy for the Revolutionary Army. And for her Night Raid. That is something good, Akame said. Having once worked for the Empire, she knew some things that went there, and she had heard that the Prime Minister's son was a nasty man, a detestable scum. But this will increase the pressure on us. The Prime Minister is likely to tighten things up now that things have gotten personal. Whoever had the heart to chop a man down and send him to his father must have had personal reasons. That was an attack on Honest himself, and that man wasn't going to sit around and do nothing. If his son was killed in a brutal way, what was stopping the attacker from going after him? Their enemy was going to increase his guards, make things harder for them, but they wouldn't shy away from attacking because of that. Clea, RLY, this was a message to the Prime Minister, Bullet said. There had been a reason for the parts of the Prime Minister's son were sent to him, vengeance likely. That man didn't have a lot of admirers. And there were many people who wanted him dead, just powerless to do anything against him. Does it have anything to do with that man? Najenda nodded, but said nothing as she tried sorting out her thoughts. At least he's good for something, Mine mumbled mildly. Ever since that man appeared, things have changed. With Najenda, their whole battlefield has changed, all because of him. What the Prime Minister's son do be killed like that? I know the guy loathes Honest with every inch of his being, but there has to be something that was done to him to go to that length, Leonie asked curiously. Najenda shook her head. She couldn't tell them. It was something that was personal to Naruto. He did something unforgivable. His actions brought the death of someone special to Naruto, and that man didn't forgive it. He nearly lost his sanity. Sayura's actions brought out the worst in Naruto, and he nearly burned down the royal palace. She could at least divulge that much. It is only a matter of time before he moves towards Honest, she added in thought. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Shell asked, head cocked to the side. Depends on how you look at it, Akame said, to which Najenda nodded. We're all fighting for the freedom of the Empire, but our ways going forward will be different. Ideas will clash, and a fight for who controls the Empire may break out, the boss said. I will try to talk to Naruto about it once I am able to reach him, she added. Is he out of reach? The man was supposed to be in the capital, doing whatever that he did in there. Unless he was hiding from Honest. Then there shouldn't be any reason Najenda couldn't get to him. I don't know where he is, Najenda said with a sigh. There is another reason I gathered you here, and this is much more of a problem than Naruto. Single quote. What? Esdeath, Najenda simply said. Honest is making her return to the capital because of what has happened, our actions in the capital, and the death of his son. I don't need to tell you about her as you already. The room fell quiet at the news. There was nothing more fearsome as their opponent than the Ice Queen. Everybody knew this, and defeating her wouldn't prove to be an easy thing to achieve. Najenda has seen what the woman is capable of doing. She had battled the woman and lost, barely escaping. She had scars and marks to prove that she had battled that woman. Akame clenched her fists, drawing her blade. I will eliminate her, even if it costs my life, the black-haired Asasian simply said. Najenda smiled. Out of everyone in their group, Akame was probably the only one who could have a real chance with that woman, but then there was still him. You'll have some competition in that goal, she said. Naruto will surely be looking forward to fighting her. But it is the fact that he is alive that assures me that she will meet her end. Leonie folded her hands across her chest. Well, they were rumored to be equals. But here was a debate on who was the stronger. Bullet liked to believe that the fact that Naruto was still alive proved that Naruto was indeed powerful. But it has been 5 years since their last battle. They said Esdeath defeated him. But they now knew there was more to it. Still, the two of them could still take out each other, and that wouldn't be a bad thing for them or the revolution. I will speak to Naruto and we will form a strategy on how to deal with her. For now, when she returns, do not engage her in battle, lest you wish to give your life away needlessly. Najenda stated sternly. I have mission requests. Flashback. Once more within the royal palace, the highest-ranking officials within the military had gathered in the presence of the Emperor, His Royal Majesty. Every now and then, when tensions within and around the country weren't so high, the Emperor called everyone for one night of drinking and socializing. The aim of the gathering was so everyone could be familiar with the other. They all served the same empire, they had to know each other and may perhaps help each other. As the Emperor said, mutual trust within the high-ranking officials in the military will result in mutual trust within different platoons, and that will birth a stronger army for the kingdom. No one denied the Emperor's logic. That didn't mean that they all acted like brothers and sisters of the same mother though. Even amongst siblings, fights to occur, some nasty and some easily forgettable. They couldn't always agree on everything, and the emperor had admitted that it would be foolish for him to think that they would agree in everything said. Each one of you has his own ideal and belief. According to that idea, you led your army and your army will follow that ideal. Don't expect others to follow your idea. Just try to understand others' beliefs, and perhaps you may all get along. Even that didn't stop insults from jumping from left to right. But overall, they all go together well enough. Their king was a good person, and anyone who had problems with him, had some personal vendetta against the old man. Those who only wish to see the empire protected, striving towards a better future that is fulfilling towards the people they wish to protect, had no problems with the king. As generals and colonels conversed in the usual friendly mode within the presence of the emperor. The king looked around the room, his eyes searching for the one person who was missing. It was always like this with him, he never started with the party but he always came later. Perhaps it was because the first thing he did when he returned, he went on to check on the poor people, giving them the trophies he collected in his victories against the enemies. The blonde owned nothing, he had no stones of gold, everything he had. He gave it away to those who needed it. The emperor smiled beautifully when Naruto walked through the door. He was the youngest amongst the high-ranking officials in the room. But he had more victories under his belt than generals who have been serving for longer than he has. His smile disappeared when the first person to speak to the young colonel was Budo. Those two were his most trusted. But they didn't get along. The first thing that Naruto hated Budo for was robbing him of any good childhood memories whatsoever, and turning him into what he had become, cold. We must talk. You have been ignoring the family for some time and we must talk of your other duties, the great general stated seriously. I have nothing to say to you, Budo, Naruto simply said. Perhaps you don't, but I do. You will come. Am I making myself clear, Naruto? If possible, he was willing to use force to get it done. Your family is your family, Budo, not mine. But just to honor what they did for me, I will go speak to them, Naruto said before walking away. Budo simply nodded, and watched as Naruto impassively walked past the other officials like they were statues. He was heading towards the emperor. Colonel Naruto, how pleasant to see you again, the emperor said to Naruto was kneeling before him. This was the only time anyone was going to see the blonde kneeling. He knelt before no one but the king. It is good to see you too, Heika, Naruto said in a soft tone, a complete contrast to the cold tone he was using with Budo. The enemy who was attempting to gain a footing into your country has been beat into submission. He shall be here with his delegates in the coming week to discuss how he wishes to repent. Naruto had been tasked on defending he borders of the country in the north from a small army from their neighbors. The army was attempting to break through a portion of the empire's land, claiming it had belonged to the country long ago. But was occupied by the kingdom when the first king created Tegus. Naturally, he wasn't listening to that, so he sent Naruto to deal with it. Good, I will make preparations then, the emperor said. He held out his right hand. Come on, help me out here. It wasn't that he couldn't help himself, but he just wanted Naruto to do it. Are you suffering from back pains, old man? Perhaps I shall get you a cane if you can no longer stand without assist, the blonde said as he helped the old man from his throne. While the emperor grumbled something, the two sneaked out of the room, heading straight towards the king's quarters. I'm really getting old, the king said. None of my sons really seem worthy of inheriting the crown, he added. A small boy ran towards the two, catching Naruto on his knees. Naruto picked up the boy with a smile. He is really growing fast. Last time I saw him, he was just small. That is only because you don't return as often as you used to, the emperor said with a smile. My Abe, Naruto said. Well, he had a responsibility to his men now that he had been put as a colonel. He didn't exactly like leaving them while he returned home. Responding to his emperor's earlier statement, the blonde spoke once more. I have noticed. It is sad really. Well, I'm your other son, perhaps you should make me king while we teach this young fellow what it means to be king. Emperor Naruto the first really liked the sound of that. Even though he knew Naruto was only joking, the emperor chuckled before he responded. I may just do that. Flashback end. Aizawa's home. Najanda puffed some smoke, breathed in and breathed before throwing away the cigar in her hand. Her remaining eye looked at the palace in front of her eye. It was rather huge. How many rooms could be in this place? How much did this woman even make to build something so big? She was just a minister, she shouldn't have such money to build such a huge palace for herself. If the woman was on Ho, Nest's payroll, then there would be no question, but she wasn't, and that left many questions. Everything about this woman was always mysterious. Najenda even doubted that even Honest knew what happened within this palace. The woman was beyond reach, she was slippery. No wonder she was still alive despite not being one of the Prime Minister's favorite person. She was always critical of Honest and has always been a fan of Naruto. Before she got used to the blonde, former general, this woman knew the blonde. And as far as she knew, they had known each other since Naruto was just a young boy, still rising in the ranks of military. Najenda sighed as she thought of how she was going to deal with this. Time was critical and she really shouldn't be sneaking about the capital lest she wishes to be found by some imperial police forces. But this had to be done if she wanted to get somewhere, with Naruto and his forces. They were all fighting for the same thing, there wasn't any reason they shouldn't cooperate. She could only hope that Naruto would be understanding and she could get something off that woman. It would be a waste if she were to leave this place without anything tangible. A knock on the door and the former general of the Imperial Army was forced to play the waiting game. A few minutes of uncomfortable silence passed by before the double doors swung open. That woman, Aizawa, was standing in the middle, a warm smile graced her lips when she saw who was at her door. Najenda had expected to see a servant opening the door, but it was the owner who opened. Ushing her thoughts at the back of her head, the night raid boss smiled as well. "Hello Minister," she said calmly. "Najenda, just like that. Please come in," Aizawa said before Najenda walked in, and the doors were shut. "Sorry about the mess, my company are moving out." She was referring to the boxes that were placed all over the passages they walked as they headed towards a good place to sit. "Company? Didn't he tell you?" Aizawa, receiving a blank stare from Najenda. "The men Naruto had brought with him back to the capital will be leaving the capital tonight. Now that Esdeath is away from the front lines, the army is going to rise from the dead." Najenda narrowed her eyes. She could only interpret this as saying that the army of Black was going to start causing havoc round the country, revealing that they have been alive along. The army of Black has risen from the Black Death. It won't be long before people start thinking that the commander of the army is also alive as well. Knowing the fearsome reputation Naruto's army commanded, that isn't even speaking about the blonde himself, the news of the survival will surely cause panic within the ranks of the military personnel. Why wait for Esdeath to return? The first thought had been to have 100 men ambush Esdeath's army, cause massive casualties, before escaping through a safe passage. They have died Esdeath to know how she reacts to certain situations and what she can do, so an escape would have been possible, the minister started. Another option was to raise the flag of the Black Army. Why liberating the villages made to suffer because of Honest while Esdeath is within the capital? It would be then that Naruto will appear before Esdeath. Naturally, the woman won't care about what is happening outside, but her attention will be focused on finding Naruto once more. With the ruckus going on around the capital, Budo won't leave the royal palace as it would be abandoning his duties. Single quote. So while Budo and Esdeath are kept busy here, the villages put under curfew by Honest will be saved with little resistance, Najenda commented. Not to mention that they will also thin out the numbers of the despicable demons that have been parading around the land like human soldiers. This reduced the Empire's might. With the Imperial Army trying to fend off attacks from Naruto's army, there won't be many soldiers in the capital but only those from the police to deal with, and that makes a good passage into removing the enemy. Aizawa smiled. "That is the idea," she said. "Their plan seems to have been well thought. And at this rate, everything should be dealt with soon enough," Najenda said in thought. "What about you? If they leave you, you won't have protection." "I know, but I'm prepared to die. I should take my leave soon enough though. I just hope it won't be too late." A sad smile graced her lips. "It will be sad if I die though. More depressing when I know that he won't even cry for me." "Naruto, what makes you say that? You two have a long history together." Once again, Aizawa smiled sadly. "Naruto is almost empty in the heart. He no longer has a real smile. He can't love me. Perhaps it can be a different story with you because there has always been love for you inside his tormented black heart," she said. Her voice sounded perfectly fine, not reflecting the sadness in her face. "Where is he, anyway?" "He went out. I had assumed that he was heading towards your hideout. You must have just missed him. She could have told me that earlier because she knows I have come for him." Najenda thought mildly. "Come on, though you're looking for Naruto, you must have something for me as well." "Regarding the rat that was caught sneaking inside my house," Aizawa said before adding. Or more precisely, what Naruto is going to do about it. Night raid. Shell stared curiously at the image in front of her. She had to clean up her glasses to answer. If she was seeing something real and her eyes weren't pulling one from the magic hat. Seated on Naginda's chair was the infamous General Naruto. He had a blank mask on his face, chin resting on his left palm with the hand placed on the chair's armpit. His eyes were staring at the empty space ahead of him, those blue eyes, looking a bit lifeless. Whether he was caught up in a daze or his mind was processing some hardcore information, Shell couldn't tell, but he didn't appear like a happy person. The others were out for their rounds in the capital, she had been the only one to remain behind. Though they would be doing their missions during night, it was better to look at the area and their targets during day to make all preparations so that when night came crawling with its creeping darkness and saints of death, they would strike. Leaving her behind, alone, wasn't the safest thing to do, as it was possible that they may return to a burned-down hideout. Who knew? She could set fire, and then some more fire while trying to fix herself some tea. It was rather easy for her clumsy hands to disfigure everything. The pink-haired cocked her head to the side, poked her chin for a few seconds before opening her mouth to speak. She isn't here at the moment, but should probably be back soon, she said. Naruto's eyes slowly turned towards her. His stare looked deep into hers for a few moments before he went back to the curious space ahead of him. So, appears. Sheil nodded before taking a seat beside the table. She brought out her book and started reading silently. Whether this was uncomfortable or not, she couldn't feel it. Perhaps it was because Naruto didn't have his eyes on her as he kept staring at the curious sport in front of him. Whether he was trying to will something to form into existence with his eyes, she couldn't say. "You're a lot different from the person I met back then," Sheil said, breaking the silence. Naruto's eyes flickered for a moment as his gaze fell upon the pink-haired woman. Sheil, as if he was just registering her presence in the space around him. A lot has happened: death, blood, pain, loneliness, hatred, and some more pain. The previous emperor was still alive when he came across her. It was during those times he liked taking strolls around the streets of the capital, poor or rich. As a trusted confidant of the king, he needed to take in a few of what was happening around the capital to consult the king. Sheil smiled sadly. "I was told," she said. Carefully choosing her words, she spoke again. "How are you dealing with that? It must be difficult when you don't have anyone to confide in." "You have turned out rather well. You're as sweet as I thought you were," Naruto said, outright ignoring Sheil's question. "How has been life for you at Night Raid? Finally found a purpose?" A warm smile graced Sheil's lips, not bothered by the fact that the man had ignored her question, yet was asking her something similar. She responded to him fairly well, and they spoke some more, all while Naruto didn't touch the subject about his well-being and state of mind. 2 hours later, Naginda had rushed back to the base as quickly as she could with the knowledge that Naruto had come to this place, looking for her, and there was also the fact that Sheil was all alone. The purple-haired former general had sighed in relief when she didn't see any smoke coming from their hideout. A smoke could be a disaster, as it could potentially attract those patrolling the areas looking for Night Raid members, as it had become obvious that they don't dwell within the capital. When she walked inside the base, she found Naruto sitting on her chair and Sheil sitting just away from him with her book. She read that the atmosphere was comfortable. There were no tensions in the air, just comfortable silence. Even better, Naruto didn't have the kind of look she was fearing he would be having. "I was expecting the base to have been turned into black ash by the time I returned," Naginda said, walking up to Naruto. The Revolutionary Army had taken some unfavorable steps about him and she had feared the worst. There was one thing Naruto did his enemies. "Not when Sheil is around," Naruto simply said, standing up. If he was going to speak to the woman, he would need to do it someplace, a bit private, where it would be just the two of them. Naginda rose a curious brow. "What is the story between you two?" She didn't know anything, and though she knew Sheil well like everyone else, the woman had never spoke of knowing her friend. While Naruto shrugged, Sheil appeared to think about it for a few moments, but she didn't say anything either. "Come on," Naruto said, pulling Naginda. "Let's go somewhere." He turned around to face Sheil once more. "Stay alive, Sheil." A few minutes later, "Is it okay? Akane used to allow me to do this, while Mia had the roles reversed," Naruto said, laying his PPER body on Naginda's lap. The purple-haired was leaning against a lively green tree. Greens were all over the place, perfect sport for a picnic. Naginda sighed, allowing him to do what he wanted. His face looked the other way while she placed her good hand over his body. Before we even go any further, tell me what you will do about the Revolutionary Army. Their actions against you, to be precise, she former general said bluntly. Should they try to stand in my way, they will become my enemies, and I will march over to their HQ and eradicate them. Naruto gave his blunt response. I can free the empire without them. In fact, I could have done it long ago when I had Honest in my mercy. Once more, Naginda sighed. If possible, I don't want any troubles with you, Naruto, not now, not ever. I will never fight you. Naginda, you're probably the only person in this world I care enough not to hurt. That doesn't extend to your children though. Naginda frowned. If you hurt them, you hurt me and I will be forced to fight you. I'm the one who had them join Night Raid, and I won't abandon them, I won't let them die needlessly. I see, Naruto said in thought. That is a matter for another day though. I'm not here for that. I recently killed Sayura and I thought it would make me happy, fill a hole in my heart, but the hole hasn't been filled. In fact, I don't think even. If I get the chance to kill that vermin again and again, I will be satisfied. Naginda's frown deepened. You're an idiot for thinking killing him would set you free, she said. The woman then added in a warm tone. Revenge isn't a beautiful thing, Naruto. You start by killing one person, that doesn't satisfy. You then kill the next, but still that doesn't satisfy you. You just end up killing, and killing some more. But your heart will remain empty. Do you know why? Why? Because you've yet to regain what you have lost and will never regain it. Naruto, the only way to mend your heart is through moving on from what happened, and continuing on to live. Eventually, the new experiences will fill the hole, but the memory will always be a part of you, Naginda said, now playing with his hair. I can't move past this, Naginda. I have tried but I can't. Aren't you trying to live with Aizawa? You're basically in a relationship with her. Well, that is what she had discovered after speaking with the woman anyway. She uses me to relieve her sexual tensions, and I can't say no. I'm thinking perhaps I will eventually feel something, but I can't. Perhaps I've accepted that my life can never be the same again. Maybe I have accepted the idea that I am broken beyond repair. Mia always wanted me to be happy, she always wanted me to smile. I try ignoring it, but I feel like she always returns just to stare at me when I put on a fake smile. Back when I was still alive, she made me promise something. What? That I would never return to the way I was when I was with Esdeath. But the more I live, the more I think of Honest and Esdeath, the more I fail to contain my sanity. I can infiltrate the royal palace at any moment and kill the demon, but I don't want to. I keep saying preparations need to be made. But I'm just afraid. I know if I kill Honest, there will be nothing for me. It was sad, his tone. It was the first time she was hearing him display real emotions since his return from the dead. Naginda took Naruto's hand, held it firmly. You have me, Naruto. I promise you that after everything is over, I will give you a purpose. Royal Palace. The long-awaited return of General Esdeath to the capital had really brought upon a devilish smile on Honest's face. The gods must have been smiling at him for this woman to return quickly when he had called upon her return. Perhaps they had seen that he had been greatly anguished by the death of his only son, the boy he thought would grow up to replace him as prime minister. If that was the case, then the why were surely going to be on his side as well, since he already had the angels of hell walking beside him. One was a blue-haired sadist of a general. Night Raid was giving him more troubles than he and there wasn't anyone who was capable of rooting them out, so that he could give them a public execution in front of thousands of people from the empire. Honest smiled deliciously at the thought of offering those fools blood to the ever-welcoming ground for the headaches they've caused him over the past. While he could still make a new son, and this time he was going to make a better one. Yura was a bit of a fool and didn't excel as he did. He wasn't the perfect son that he would have wanted, but it didn't matter anyway. Honest still wanted the fool who killed his beloved son to be brought before him. Often he has been called a rotten piece of meat. He was going to make the fool who cut his son a rotten piece of meat, and he would greatly enjoy the torment he would give the fool. He would even go as far as have everyone the fool cares about killed before his very eyes. He didn't think that it was Night Raid which had killed his son. No, it was someone with a personal vendetta against him. And he knew perfectly well that he had a lot of enemies in the capital. Buddha wasn't the one who would assist him in getting rid of his enemies for him. Oh well, he had Esdeath with him. And she would ensure that whoever murdered his son and Night Raid brought before him. Night Raid has made a big impact on the capital, Esdeath said as she walked beside the Prime Minister. She'd just returned from her expeditions outside the capital and had spoken to the Emperor upon her return. Yes, they have, Honest said. But I know that now you have returned, everything should be put into order, he added. Esdeath nodded. Since they appear to have a good reputation, fighting them will be much fun for her. She couldn't wait to turn the streets bloody in order to hunt them down. In order to get her targets, she was willing to do everything in her power, even if it meant sacrificing the civilians. I will get my man investigating into the murder of your son as soon as they have rested enough, Esdeath added. While she had no love for Sayura, she was curious to find out who had done something so daring. I hope the hunt will be fun. I haven't been able to get any leads on my own. But we have found a part of the forest that were burned, and the hut he used to use while he was on his return was destroyed. But that is that. There are no leads as to who did it, Honest said, no frown on his face. Yet he was disappointed that he hadn't been able to find anything useful regarding the matter. My men will start there, Esdeath said. At least there was somewhere she could start looking at. Other than Night Raid, there is also another unnamed group that is at large in the capital. They appear mysterious, but have been causing real problems against my people. Their movements are organized, and they act like well-trained soldiers. We've never been able to catch one of them though, but we know they are there, Honest said. I first heard this from Budo. That was something good in the eyes of General Esdeath. She exchanged a few more words with the devil before heading out of its sight, looking straight to the grave site. There was one grave stone that interested her in particular. Uzumaki Naruto, General Black. What a waste, Esdeath thought Mildy. If he had listened when she talked to him, if he had listened to her when they were buddies, he would have still been alive. But he refused to listen to her and allow foolish thoughts of rebellion enter his head, and this is where he had been brought. Normally, for a traitor, he shouldn't have even been buried in this holy site where Budo's family rested, but the Emperor saw it fit given the serve Naruto had given to the Empire. There could be no denying that he had served the Empire with everything he had. They had terrorized many enemy camps, many villages who had thought of rebelling, many nations who thought the Empire was becoming weak and they had strengthened. Together, they brought a black death to the enemies of the Empire, they served the Empire with all their strength. Esdeath couldn't help but smile at the thought of the pleasant memories she shared with that man, that partner of hers. For a general, he was truly the best. No one could really argue that he was worthy of being the one to replace Budo as the Imperial Guard, Liver said walking up to his general. But I never actually liked him for he was unlikable as a person. Esdeath hadn't seen a problem with him, though he never socialized with other generals, instead chose to spend his time in the battlefield, dealing with threats to the Empire. That was what Budo had taught him anyway. Most generals who didn't know him better didn't like him either. But for us who knew him, he was a good person. Liver wasn't going to argue with that. With Najanda and Esdeath, things were rather well, and when the old emperor had still been alive, he could go from Bameji cold to warm in a second. It could be. He argued that he was only nice to those people he liked. His prowess was great, but you have become even greater, Esdeath-sama. The fact that you still stand here means that he was weak though. Did this just imply that Naruto had been stronger than her? Well, it was true. Admittedly, had it not been for Budo, I wouldn't have won the battle. But we were stronger and he lost. Liver had never asked this, but how was the battle? Anyway, there were just rumors about the battle, but nothing ever from the mouths of both Budo and Esdeath. Unusually, the Ice Queen didn't brag about what she made Naruto go through during the battle like she does with all her victims. Esdeath looked up to the sky as she collected memories of that brutal battle she had with Naruto. Flashback. Esdeath was faux RCED to pick up her cut rapier once again when Naruto flashed in front of her with a left side swing that was aimed at her shoulder. The blue-haired general put the rapier just close to her side, blocking the swing from her opponent. Naruto switched hands, holding the blade on his right side, and swung his blade straight at her head. Esdeath avoided the blow that ducking under it. However, she was caught off guard when Naruto's right foot moved towards her like he had expected her to duck under the strike. The kick caught her. It had so much power that it picked her off the ground. Naruto didn't allow her to go anyway because he immediately caught her right foot and slammed her down the ground in brutal fashion. He didn't stop there as he held up his blade. 4 black flamed arrows formed a bow of him before speeding down the ground towards Esdeath. The Ice Queen responded rolling to the side as the arrows hit the ground one by one, before dispersing. The blonde was at her once she stopped rolling. He tried stomping his right foot on her chest, but Esdeath touched the ground and a sizable ice splinter bust out, heading straight at the blonde. Naruto's blade cut through the ice with relative ease, but in that moment, Esdeath had already recovered, and had jumped into the air. As she twisted around, she strengthened her right foot before trying to land a kick on his forehead. Naruto caught the kick with his free left hand. Something remarkable. Still, Esdeath didn't allow that to deter her attacks. She held out her right hand, forming an ice spike, which she quickly drove towards the blonde's face. Her opponent made her miss by pushing her foot to the side, while jumping above the ground. His right foot was swung towards her chest, but before it could reach her, a wall of crystal ice came to existence between them. The kick crashed into the ice but was unable to break through it. Naruto jumped away to make some distance. His eyes glanced at Budo. The man seemed content with just watching. Granted, Esdeath wasn't receiving anything damaging. Well, if he was looking for damage to be done to enter into the fray, he would give the old sucker what he wishes to see. He wanted to clash with Budo, for once seriously. Besides, he needed to release some pent-up anger and frustrations. He didn't get the first chance to attack as Esdeath jumped into the air, before snapping her fingers. A large ball of ice formed above her, started to crash down at him. Naruto stabbed the blade down the ground, went through hand seals, piercing Phoenix, he shouted as a large winged Kree Ture formed of pure black flames was created before it sped towards Esdeath's ice rock. As the two techniques crashed into an explosion of small pieces of ice, Esdeath crashed down the ground just in front of him. The blonde was quick to retrieve his blade from the ground before blocking a swing from Esdeath's cut rapier. The woman followed this up by raising her left foot high, aiming for a high kick. Naruto tried dodging the kick by jumping, but ice extended from Esdeath's foot, and caught him, sending him flying into the side. As soon as he landed down the ground, he was forced to place his hands in front of him in a crossed position to block a kick that was aimed at his chest. Once Esdeath's boot connected with his hands, it pushed him back slightly. The blue-haired general attacked again. This time, she had leaned over. Knees bent as she landed a punch on Naruto's gut. She followed this by twisting. While she jumped into the air, she landed a brutal kick straight at Naruto's face which sent him crashing towards a tree. Pressed against a tree, Naruto merely smiled when Esdeath started to run towards him. His left hand produced several shurikens which he threw straight at the charging general. Esdeath deflected all the shurikens, but couldn't do anything when Naruto swung his blade, releasing a powerful wave of black flames. The flames connected with her body, sending her flying backwards. She did several flips in midair as she regained her balance. But the moment she touched the ground, Naruto was standing still, left hand pressed against her chest. "Yo," he started. "Burn for me, will you?" As soon as those words left his mouth, a ridiculous amount of flames covered Esdeath's entire body. Had it been anyone, they would have surely turned to ash. However, Esdeath covered her body with ice to avoid most of the flames. As the flames died down, Esdeath couldn't sport Naruto anywhere, but her instincts kicked when she felt a change of the wind behind her. She just wasn't able to react in time when Naruto's blade cut through her long hair, and across her back, leaving a horizontal cut that was just deep enough to draw out blood. Without even turning around, Esdeath tried kicking Naruto like a donkey, but the blonde jumped up to avoid her wayward back kick. He grabbed her by her hair as gravity started to pull him down. He then forcefully pulled her down by her hair, slamming her down the ground with so much force that her body left a mark on the ground. Naruto crashed his right foot on Esdeath's chest, making the woman cough a mouthful of blood. Still the woman merely grinned. As she spoke, "I thought you said you'd compressed your flames into just heat," she said. "I did," Naruto said but didn't explain on it further. "You like torturing people, nay? I wonder if you will scream in agony if I stab your right eye with my blade, or just dissect the mark of your taigu off your body." When he spoke, his blade was dangerously playing just above her breasts. On the mark he spoke. Naruto didn't get the chance to try anything on Esdeath as he was suddenly sent airborne by a brutal punch from Budo. The punch had hit him so hard that Esdeath felt some snapping. And the speed in which he was sent flying was more like a bullet. The power of the punch was shown more when Naruto broke through several trees as the force carried him. When the force became weak, Naruto hit the last tree, but remained pressed against it. He swung his blade, once more releasing a wave of black flames as Budo was charging straight at him. The Imperial Guard dodged the attack by jumping into the air, but still continued charging towards him. Esdeath flashed in front of Naruto in a slyly crouched position. Her right punch connected with Naruto's gut in a brutal manner that had him spitting out something. Yo, Esdeath satarded with a twisted grin. Freeze for me, will you? She played with his words. It didn't take a second for Naruto's body to be wrapped up in ice. Just then, Budo appeared just above Esdeath. His big right foot connected with the frozen Naruto with so much force that the ice shattered in a second, while Naruto's body tore through the tree his back was pressed against, and then sent flying. While he was airborne, Esdeath appeared above him, slamming her right boot into his chest, sending him down the ground before he could hit more trees. I don't really require your help, Esdeath still maintained that as Budo walked up to her. This is taking too long and I want to finish quickly so that I can return to my post. There really isn't anyone capable protecting the royal palace and the emperor in my absence, Budo said, touching Naruto get up. Naruto's blade was covered in black flames, eyes pure black when he stared at both his opponents. A very twisted grin graced his bleeding mouth. The expression looked way more twisted than what Esdeath could manage. Naruto cocked his head to the side. So the real battle begins, he said monotonously. Walking like a zombie before he blurred out of sight. He appeared between Esdeath and Budo. Once more, he spoke, shall we dance? Flashback end. Esdeath twisted around, not wanting to relieve the memories of the rest of the battle. Liver merely turned as well, still waiting for an answer. General, he said as the woman was walking away from him. It was fun, Esdeath said. Liver then ran after his general, but didn't press on the matter any further. I just met the Prime Minister on my way. He said he forgot to tell you that he wants the Minister of Public Welfare dead. It appears she might also know what happened to his son. As Esdeath sat along on a bench, easing ice cream down her throat, Leonie watched with frustration at the guarded woman W. Ho felt ready to chop her head off her shoulders despite looking relatively in a good mood while enjoying her cream. Her Taigu could clearly detect some ridiculous amount of bloodlust that was not to make her sweat despite feeling pretty secure in the location she was. No matter how fast Esdeath was, she couldn't possibly catch up to her in this kind of location, without her whisking away into the busy streets of the capital. While Leonie felt secure, Esdeath knew that there was someone watching her. She just didn't bother to check as she felt it was perfect to put herself as bait and allow the would-be attacker to make a move on her. But given the amount of time to have passed already, she didn't think it was going to happen. Well, it didn't matter. If the would-be attacker got cold feet without even attempting to attack head-on, then she isn't a worthy opponent. Besides, she had more pressing matters to deal with. The rise of the Black Army. This wasn't good news to either her or the Empire. She had expected of them to finally make their move after their long disappearance. It has always been a stress that they couldn't be found after they vanished out of sight, without a trace. She'd simply stopped searching for them during the early years of their disappearance. But what was obvious was that they deserted the Empire. Their general had been killed by Empire Aft. All and given their love for him, it was only logical. The Prime Minister was surely going to be in a nasty mood after this reaches his ears. She had yet to speak to him about it after she learned of the development. But she was certain that he was in a foul mood. Especially when he hadn't taken their disappearance seriously, as he took comfort in the fact that he had killed his greatest hater and enemy, General Naruto. That man surely believed that without their leader, they couldn't pose much threat. But that was far from the truth. Honest was just ignorant of it. She knew the reality given that she had worked with him. Naruto, being strong as he was, he preferred quality over quantity. The second reason he refused to command a larger army was because he needed men he could train effectively to carry out heavy missions. For this reason, she had bothered to search for them. There was the glaring fact that he needed people who could follow his ideals without question. Like that foolish thought that the Empire was not its king but rather its people. His army wasn't made to serve the king, but the Empire's people. Since now they have returned, the hunt would be fun. They would NLY provide her with some entertain once she has dealt with Night Raid. Their return would be heavily talked about once it reaches the mass. Certainly, they had returned with a bang after all. This was a curious time for them to rise from the dead. It was as if they'd just waited for her to return to the capital just so they could move freely with her tied up in here with Night Raid. There was the fact that Honest's son was just recently chopped into pieces. It was possible that they had something to do with Sayura's death. She had already come to the conclusion that they were plotting something with that woman. Whatever it was going to give the Prime Minister a headache. Surely, They were going to try to continue with what Naruto had been blabbing about before his death. Naruto's men carried his ideals. Esdeath was aware of this. She didn't delude herself from the possibility that they had returned to finish what their leader had started. What wasn't possible was for Naruto to be alive. She had killed him with her own hands, she had buried him behind the royal palace. She couldn't believe that he was somehow alive, when her eyes, and Buto's had seen the life flicker away from his eyes. He couldn't be alive. The thought of him being alive was disturbingly laughable. That firm thought in mind, Esdeath's senses went haywire when she started to sense something very wrong. The mark on her back started to itch as the foreign feeling of dread started to consume her thoughts and senses. She refused to look at any side as she felt something walking over to her from the side. Uzumaki Naruto slowly walked over to General Esdeath with a wide smile covering his face. He didn't care if someone noted him. He didn't care about anything at this moment. All he was concerned about was the Ice Queen. Nothing less. His eyes weren't even focused on the road around him, but the lone woman sitting by herself, enjoying some ice cream. How long has he waited for this moment to finally greet her? How long? 5 whole years waiting for the day and time he could finally show himself before his former partner in crime. Without any argument, their partnership was the best. But that was long ago. Long before he was general, long before the woman decided to stab him with her broken rapier. This was now. Naruto rounded up on the general, he forced himself upon her, sitting on her lap while facing her. His right hand held her from behind her neck, while the left kept her right hand from reaching her rapier. Too shocked to do anything, Esdeath was even shocked when Naruto pulled her closer, slamming her lips into his for a rough, not gentle by any means, kiss. It only lasted for a few seconds, but Esdeath just stared at the man on her lap. Her body was frozen in shock. Her mind could still work, but her body was being unresponsive to any command it was given. Did this miracle really disturb her that much? Some little part of her was shivering. She couldn't tell if it was either from excitement or fear. What was certain was that she was having some mixed feelings inside of her cold heart. You taste delicious, and smell sweet as always, Naruto said. A smile that was out of place on his lips. Gazing onto her shocked look, the blonde tilted his head a little. Oh, you can't be this shocked to see me, are you? Naruto, you're alive. There was no doubt in her mind and senses that it was him. She could never forget his touch, nor the aura he gave off, despite it being different from last time around. Yes, surprise. Naruto raised his voice, and gave the woman a look that perfectly complemented his exclamation. That freaked out that general a bit. Her body was still paralyzed in shock, as her mind tried to fully comprehend the situation in any way logical and rational. Yet, she couldn't come up with a more believable answer. Still, Esdeath regained the composure she lost before she embarrassed herself. Her nerves settled down and the little hole she dug as she stared into the cold eyes of the blonde sitting on her lap. She couldn't believe that he was alive. She couldn't believe it, but he was right there with her. How had this happened? She'd buried him. He couldn't have clawed his way out of the gravesite, could he? No, that would be too mythical. So, how? Despite the many questions that slapped her mind back and forth, Death still managed to crack a malicious smile. I'm surprised, she said. But this just means I get to pay you back for last time. Back then I was only happy to see you dead. Well, his survival explains a lot about the death of Sayura and the rise of his army. There was no need to be digging for answers. Although the thought of it was rather disappointing, she didn't have to torture anyone to get answers on certain matters. Naruto's whole demeanor changed drastically after Esdeath's words registered into his mind. A more serious, cold look masked his face. The change was enough to wipe off the smile of Esdeath. Although she tried to resist, Naruto's physical prowess bested hers as the blonde pulled her closer once more. Really, Esdeath? He whispered into her left ear. Do you think you can do that without Buto to save your behind? As he talked, his hand traveled up to her bosom, 2 fingers, walked, up until they reached the mark of her taigu. The arm on your neck can see a RVE from the back and claw its way to your throat, and this one on your chest can burn off your taigu mark within a second. The tone was menacing, made Esdeath itchy as the scars in her back resonated with his voice. But she didn't cower like a little girl getting her first proposal. Battles were fun for her, especially when she was faced with a worthy foe. She had never thought that in all her life, she would face someone or anyone who could dominate her, make her feel helpless, play with her body by carving out marks around her body. Much more frustrating was the fact that he wasn't even trying to kill her. No, just trying to make her feel weak and worthless. Inferior to him, even. He was trying to make her beg. But she hadn't done that. Infuriating. Esdeath felt disgusted at her own weakness at that time. People called her a monster, but that day, she'd seen a real beast. It should have sent exciting chills down her spine, but it made her fearful, a bit. She had thrown everything to him. Hit him with every trick she knew and could think of, but he just getting up. It was fun at first. But with each blow, something inside of the dark forest within her heart awoke from its slumber. The Ice Queen's body tensed up as the sound of melting ice rang, steam coming off between the pair. The moment Naruto let go of Esdeath, making a distance from her, ice bust up around the general. She didn't look her usual self. Almost as if she was one push away from snapping. I'm really displeased that you'd kill Hisuke, Esdeath. Of all the people to kill, you killed my right-hand man. Why? Because you were running one of Honest's errands. The displeasure was clearly evident on his face. I swear to you, Esdeath, I will the three beasts. Then one day, I will allow you to die. Esdeath laughed disturbingly. I'd like to see you try, she said. I must say, Hisuke was a tough soldier. You trained him well. No matter what I did to him, he wouldn't talk. Ended up dying without a word. Naruto held himself from snapping. He was close to lunging at the woman. And surely, he would tear her apart if he did so. Esdeath, Naruto's eyes flashed for a moment. You disappoint me. Naruto turned away from the woman. Walking to the other way. Say hello to Budo and Makoto for me, will ya? And do tell that vermin I will be coming for him soon. He didn't go far as an ice wall bust forth from the ground, blocking his path. Do you think I'm just going to allow you to leave? Esdeath spoke, unusually, through clenched teeth. Naruto held out his right hand, touched the ice and it started to melt within seconds. Amaterasu, he whispered, and the blade appeared onto the palm of his right hand. The blonde turned to face Esdeath. Not a word left his mouth as he did a quick swing. So fast that it wasn't even visible to the naked eye. Esdeath wasn't worried because she had a wall of ice around her, but her security was cut down within a second by an invisible force. It weren't flames, but something like wind. The wave cut through her ice cleanly like a sword before slamming into her. It sent her crashing into the stand behind her. A second later after she recovered, he was gone. Nowhere to be seen. Not even a trace of him left behind, or his scent. At that moment, Esdeath didn't know whether to grin or curse. She hated it when the enemy appeared to have an upper hand over her. She hated the fact that after 5 years, thinking she had killed him, he just appeared out of nowhere, just to announce his survival before disappearing before her very eyes. Esdeath's grip on her rapier strengthened as she swirled, eyes firmly at the direction of the royal palace. A distance away. Do you have a death wish? Naruto asked, standing just behind Leone atop of a building. He blonde hair twisted around to face the former general, surprised since she hadn't sensed him appear. Like Esdeath, she hadn't seen him disappear. This moment he was there, and then next he was gone. What? Esdeath was playing with you. If she really wanted to, she could have chased after you, Naruto said, still holding his blade. If you really want to die, I can end you right now. Leone took a few steps backwards. With focused eyes. The blonde was holding his blade dangerously, and from what she has just seen with him and Esdeath, she didn't want to be in the path of that blade. You're bluffing, right? Naruto's blade became engulfed with black flames, causing Leone's body to tense, but the blade vanished along with the flames. I thought Najinda would have told you to stay away from Esdeath. You children will only add to the number of kills, if you do something like this. She did, Leone spoke through gritted teeth. I just want to confirm. I know that Esdeath is powerful. I just didn't think she would terrifying. Obviously, she would have been slaughtered if she engaged that woman in battle. Terrifying. Esdeath. Naruto chuckled. Yes, she is terrifying, but you have not seen terror. In any case, stay out of the way, or you'll be cut down. Having said that, Naruto went away, leaving Leone to her thoughts. Royal Palace. Esdeath stood with her 3 subordinates digging out Naruto's casket. Her expression was just blank, but teeth gritted. She had been fooled into thinking she had won. Her famous victory against General Black was now forgotten, replaced by the thought that she had failed. She failed to kill him. Furthermore, she had failed along with Budo. She wanted to see what she had buried down her. Her eyes hadn't been fooled back then. It was a body they'd buried down her. He couldn't have clawed his way out of the grave, could he? No, she refused to believe so. That would just give him a more fearsome image. She would be forced to see him as the man who defeated death. Has your madness reached a new low, Esdeath? Budo's booming voice demanded as the great general walked up to the group. At the sound of Budo's voice, Liver and the other two wanted to stop. But Esdeath waved them to continue. Don't stop, she said before responding to Budo. No, what are you doing then? Out of frustration, Esdeath snapped, what does it look like I'm doing? She quickly calmed herself. The thought of that man still living wasn't doing her any favors. She needed to finish this up and kill someone. Perhaps torture would do. Yup, she needed someone to try out new techniques. Budo narrowed his eyes. Stop this madness right now. This is showing disrespect to the dead. He may have died as a traitor, but you can never forget his achievements and hard work for the Empire. This is unacceptable, Esdeath. He is alive. Naruto is still alive. That statement alone was enough to cause Budo to quiet down any more thoughts of disrespect he was having. He fell completely silent, staring at Esdeath's form. Did I hear you correctly? He appeared before me not long ago. He probably is still in the capital, Esdeath said a bit more calmly with her bearings and composure regained. Esdeath couldn't mistake Naruto even if she were blind and without sense of touch. If the woman was saying that his former student has been alive all this time and had appeared before her, then Uzumaki Naruto was indeed alive. This conclusion brought upon a frown on Budo's face as his mind computed the danger they now faced. Of all the natural to strike this empire, this had to be one. Budo grew weary of this development. He didn't fear Naruto the least, but his survival was a problem. What did we bury, then? That is what I am trying to find, Esdeath said. By then, her subordinates had finished digging up the grave and her bringing out the casket. There is definitely nothing in here, Liver said, feeling the box being light. They threw it down before opening it. Inside, there was a small black flame. What the? The fire lit up slightly as it received fresh air for the first time in 5 years. How could it have been alive down there for all these when there is no air down there? Before anyone respond to the question, the fire vanished from the site. I don't think it was normal fire. Had it been, it would have burned the casket. And it didn't even produce any heat fire produces, Esdeath said. Budo merely turned his heels, and walked away. There was so much to think about, and so much to prepare for. Everything changed with the return of that man. Still, Budo was very interested in seeing how the man would be like in this timeline. Last time he had been struggling with the shackles of insanity. He only hoped the blonde was sane. Perhaps he would do things differently. For now, he had to see the Emperor and that wretched Prime Minister. Fill up this thing, Esdeath ordered and followed after Budo. Is this guy really that scary? One of Esdeath's underling asked, after the general had walked away. Liver looked up into the sky with an unreadable expression on his face. He knew the former general had been powerful. Just how powerful had been the question that remained. Still, to think that the news of survival would cause a woman he thought would never be defeated because her monstrous power and her lack of fear must mean that the man had been scary. Frighteningly powerful was the right expression. I don't know, Liver finally said. However, if you engage him in battle, you will die. Not for a second, did Liver doubt that. Naruto may have been an arrogant bastard in his eyes, but he believed that Naruto might be the only thing that scares his general. That was a miracle in itself, as the woman didn't even fear death. He knew what these two could do, and he had seen what Naruto could do. They couldn't do anything. If Esdeath couldn't kill him, who did they think they were to think they could do better than the most feared woman in the empire? Sounds like someone is scared of a ghost. A taunt from Niao was sent towards Liver's direction. The former general merely shrugged. Maybe, he said before turning away from the two. Don't do anything stupid. What do you say we go for a hunt? Niao said to Deidara. An hour later. Things couldn't get any worse than this, Budo told himself. Naruto had returned to the capital. He'd returned from the chains of death to presumably finish what he started 5 years ago. How Budo wished that a day like this would never come. That battle had been enough. He didn't want to do another one. At least Esdeath has grown far stronger than she had been those years ago. Perhaps she could handle it alone while he handled the protection of the royal palace. Still, a part of him wished that Naruto had come to his senses and returned to the good side. Certainly, the good side wasn't honest's side. The Prime Minister was the source of all problems. Night Raid was birthed because the man existed and continued to bathe the empire in corruption. The previous emperor would certainly shake his head in disappointment. If only he had acted when Naruto had told him of this problem. Budo shook his head. This wasn't the problem now. He had Naruto and Night Raid to worry about. He should focus on that only. There was no doubt that the royal palace would be in danger if Night Raid decide that they want to deal with the Prime Minister. Of course Budo wanted to see the bloody devil dead. But he couldn't allow anyone to mess with the security of the Emperor and the royal palace. For this reason, he was willing to tolerate the breath of the Prime Minister, for now at least. He failed in protecting the previous Emperor and the current from Honest. He wasn't going to fail in protecting the palace. Duty was his and he would do without fail. The day would come for Honest to pay. If Night Raid doesn't get him while he has left the walls of the royal palace, Budo will eventually kill the Prime Minister. The man has corrupted the young Emperor's mind and has put so many strings behind the boy that it sickened him. If Naruto hadn't lost his head, nothing of this nature would have happened. The blonde kept close ties with the royal family. Mikado knew him well as a child. He'd played with Naruto when he was little. Naruto would have had greater influence over the boy than Honest. That is if the boy became emperor before his brothers as it has happened. Budo highly doubted it though. Naruto was seen as the son of the old emperor. And the old man had stated it abundantly that none of his older sons were fit to become kings. It was likely that Naruto would have held the throne while Mikado was being groomed. When he does grow old enough, Naruto would have eventually relinquished the throne. Knowing the kind of person Naruto was, he would relinquish the throne without a fight. His thing was swinging his blade. Budo has beat that into him from young age and the emperor had taught him politics. Budo quieted his thoughts as the emperor walked into the throne room with Honest right beside the boy. The great general couldn't help but frown at this. How things have fallen so low. He had failed to protect the emperor's child by allowing such a rotten piece of meat, as Naruto would say, to corrupt him. Budo see. Old almost see Naruto giving that I told you so look. The thought that Naruto had been right about the Prime Minister made him frown. Still, it didn't make Naruto's methods any better. He couldn't accept them, but this was the result of it. A corrupted empire and a puppet emperor. What has happened that has brought two generals to request a meeting with His Majesty? Honest asked, mildly curious. While the usual red meat played in his mouth, Esdeath, who was on one knee, responded while Budo simply chose to listen, for now at least. Naruto is alive, and back in the capital. So is his army. There were two different reactions from the two leaders. Honest hung his mouth open, eyes wide, and his meat touched the floor. Mikado smiled brightly, happily at the news of the former general's return. He hadn't even ordered for Naruto to be killed when the blood snapped. It wasn't surprising to Budo that Mikado would be happy to know that his brother is alive and well. Perhaps this was a good sign. If only he could get the blonde to listen. Yes, the situation wasn't so bad as he had first thought. This reaction from the emperor changed everything. Naruto's reappearance was a good thing for the empire. Naruto wanted Honest dead. He wanted that as well. And if he could play his cards right, he could get the blonde to get rid of Night Raid, if he wasn't connected to it. Both Honest and Mikado knew Esdeath well enough to know that she wouldn't joke about something like that. Even though he was believed to have died, Esdeath would never make that mistake. Budo's presence explained that as well. There was no doubt about it. The thought made Honest fear for his life, and cringe at the thought of seeing those black eyes once more. My men recently dug up his grave and there was nothing. Earlier, he had appeared before him. I was just digging his grave just to confirm and see what we had buried, Esdeath added. Some part of her enjoyed that shocked look on the Prime Minister's face. She reasoned that it was because it was rare to see him like that. That man always held himself high and kept his masks in check. So she couldn't help but feel amused by the look on his face. He mildly wondered what may be running rampant within his head. He appeared to you, right here in the capital. Why didn't you do something about it? He is dangerous. You both know that, right? Honest said, in a panicked voice. But he was quick to regain his composure after those words left his mouth. Honestly, he was frightened for his life. If there was anyone who could march into the royal palace and kill him, it was that man. He didn't want to die, and surely the man had returned to kill him. He must have been the one to chop his son. That must have been a message. Why didn't that man just stay dead? Why? Honest calmed down, looking at Esdeath. He had her. She could protect him from that man. Yes, she could. She knew him at best in the battlefield. That was at least good. But it didn't brighten things that much. Not when the emperor was smiling, and certainly not when Budo could take advantage of the situation. Esdeath nodded. Yes, he appeared before me in the capital a few hours ago. I still think he is in the capital as we speak, she added with a slight frown. Besides, Naruto isn't some weak man. He didn't appear before me unprepared. He disappeared before I could do anything. How unfortunate, Honest mumbled bitterly. Did he explain why he is alive? How he managed to escape from the two of you and fool you into thinking he is dead? No, Esdeath shook his head. He just told me to send his greetings to His Majesty and tell you that he will be coming for you soon. Once more, Honest paled slightly. That isn't good, he said, looking over to Budo. I can depend on you to protect the royal palace from any danger. That ultimately meant his own protection as well. Mere paid muscles were not enough to stop that man, unfortunately. So he needed the kind of muscles that were in front of him to protect his skin. Naturally, Budo said. He couldn't help but add. But of course, if the chance represents itself for those who are dragging the empire to the mud to be killed, I will not stand in the way. So much for that plan, Honest thought bitterly. Then again, he should have expected Budo to pull one like this. The man has stated he would come after his life when the threats to the empire were dealt with. Honest was almost brought to his behind when Mikado clasped his hands a bit happily and spoke. Why didn't you invite him over, General Esdeath? I was really sad that you couldn't solve matters without his death. How naive, Honest thought. But he liked his puppet better this way. Budo merely shook his head. Even when Naruto had been killed, Mikado had insisted that he be buried honorably and the incident that led to his death kept a secret. Budo hadn't disagreed with that. Naruto had put much more effort in the name of the empire to be thrown away in the manner Honest wanted. They'd felt that for his services, he deserved some respect. Budo did indeed respect Naruto for what he brought to the empire. If there was someone who loved or at least took it as their personal duty to protect the empire's people, it was Naruto. Budo had no doubt he still had that in him. Perhaps it was why the emperor saw him as his own son. Heika, that man is our enemy. He is working with Night Raid, Honest said with narrowed eyes. How he hated that man. Makoto would be willing to have Naruto back into the army if he apologized and swore to work by the rules. No, that isn't quite right, Esdeath said. If she saw the glare Honest sent to her direction, she ignored it. Naruto is too big to work for Night Raid. With his army back from the dead, he is with them and I don't think he would get along with the leaders of the Revolutionary Army. I'm glad to hear that, Mikado said. If he appears to you again, tell him I want to speak to him. Honest frowned. That isn't a good idea, Heika, he said. Have you forgotten that he tried to kill me, and I have no doubt that he is the one who killed my son. You think so? Mikado said a bit down. I thought he would at least have a reason for doing it, even if he did do it. Father said he doesn't do things without reason. Just for the sake of his plan, Budo added. He had good reasons to seek for your death. You ordered for the deaths of his assistants. It is a crime that has yet to be punished. It was a mystery to Budo why he hadn't done so indeed. He did tell Naruto he would do it. It was without doubt that Honest was responsible for those brutal deaths. Regardless, Honest started firmly, eyes narrowed with barely hidden contempt, directed at Budo. He is an enemy of the empire. He looked at the two generals. Handle things well. If possible, I want him dragged here alive so that he can explain himself. Esdeath, Night Raid must still be eradicated. We can't afford to stall anymore. Once Budo had excused himself, Honest left the presence of the emperor and walked out of the throne room with Esdeath. So, he is the one who killed my son. And you recently managed to take out the minister and two of his presumed soldiers, yes. Esdeath shook her head. The minister is still alive. The man I killed was called Haisuke. He was Naruto's second in command. Well, we can conclude that the only reason she has been able to stay alive all along was because she had him to protect her. Laughable, isn't it? When he is about to come to life, she nearly gets killed. The Prime Minister said. Still, it is sad that she still lives. She has so much influence and with his return, things won't be easy. For you maybe, Esdeath said. I don't think Naruto will be worried about political battles. For now, I think he will be concerned about purging the evil from the empire, Esdeath said. Yes, I'm worried about that. Disregard what I said earlier. I want him dead. If he comes anywhere near His Majesty, he may try to manipulate his way into power once more, Honest stated rather firmly. More like you don't want Anyo. Nay else manipulating the emperor other than you. Because if it is Naruto manipulating him, you're going to die, Esdeath thought. I don't plan on allowing that man to live the next time we battle. I will make sure that this time he stays dead for sure. Esdeath responded. Besides, if he returns to the court, Budo and the Emperor will give him their blessings. As long as he promises to root out the problems. That happening, I won't get my chance to fight him once more again. This time, it would be just the two of them, and she would show him who was superior. He had been insane back then, she told herself. This time, she would beat him to insanity. It won't be his mind breaking because of pain that will make him insane. Esdeath assured herself of this. Yes, honest, not at all too sweetly. Of course he was happy that the woman was only interested in a good challenge. He still frowned at the idea of seeing Naruto walking towards the throne, all too happily. That would be just frightening, and honest so hoped it didn't come to that, because then he would have to think of ways to remove both Budo and Naruto, which would be troubling. Night Raid. In so many ways, Leonie Fei. LT that a world that had people like Naruto and Esdeath was just wrong. Yes, the blonde former general was fighting for the good side, but sometimes he had the look of an insane person. It made her NK that perhaps he wasn't so much of a good person. Leonie trusted her boss on the matter. If Najenda said he was alright, then she was going to take up her word on that. Esdeath was another matter altogether. The woman was just devilishly frightening. Leonie couldn't think of any way to kill that woman. No, she could. So many more ways. The thing was that it seemed impossible. It had felt impossible when she was observing that woman. She'd felt her killing intent even from a distance. Leonie forced the thoughts at the back of her mind when she finally reached the HQ of Night Raid, where she was positive the others had gathered. More missions, she presumed. Ah, you finally came back. It was Najenda's mild tone that reached Leonie as soon as she stepped into the company of her comrades. So, the woman wasn't pleased she'd run off on her own to do what she had specifically told not to do. Leonie smiled nervously, looking around the room before looking back at Najenda. Sorry, she mumbled. What is done is done. Najenda said in a resigned tone. What happened? She asked curiously. I went ahead to the capital to sniff out Esdeath. I was really curious and thought I could spy on her when I finally caught up to her, perhaps even lunge at her while she wasn't looking. That was the plan, but Leonie wasn't going to say that. But that turned out to be a mistake. The woman knew I was watching her all along. Just waiting for me to make a move, she finished bitterly. Not surprising, Najenda said. This is why I'd told you not to go after her alone. To deal with her we have to make a plan. Then there was Naruto she had to consider as well. Naruto had already said Esdeath was his, but that didn't mean she had to stop plotting. She just had to calculate for his part as well. On the good side of things, with him, things would accelerate. Chelsea stepped forward, looking at Leonie with an expressionless mask. You do realize that you nearly put the whole team in danger, and your own life at risk. She said, in more of a statement than a question. Leonie looked at the new person. The others didn't seem to be surprised. She assumed they'd already met her. P.O.S. Sibley while she was away doing her own thing. What is that supposed to mean? You could have gotten captured. Esdeath baited you. And if you'd fallen for it, you would have been either killed or captured. Given what I know from this group, if you'd been captured, they would have attempted to save you. Do you know what would have happened? Chelsea questioned. Leonie grit her teeth. She knew the dangers. She didn't need to be reminded, and she knew that there was a chance she would die. But she didn't want the others to fall into trouble because of her. Who are you? This is Chelsea, Najenda said with a sigh. She is from another division of Night Raid. The others have already been introduced to her. She will be joining us from today. Najenda knew Chelsea meant well. Perhaps having all her teammates killed in that mission she had that nearly saw her killed in the hands of Naruto did a number on her. But she was a positive person and would do anything to ensure that her teammates didn't die because of naivety and stupidity. It was a good addition to the team. Now then, Najenda was cut off by Leonie. There is something else. My risk wasn't that fruitless, she said, managing a smile. While I was watching Esdeath, Naruto appeared out of nowhere. I don't know what he said to her, but in the end, he attacked her and disappeared. A second later he appeared before me. I could tell that Esdeath wasn't happy. Because just then, she stalked towards the royal palace. Akame thought it was at least a good thing that Naruto appeared before the general. With this, they could walk a bit freely in the capital. Surely, the Prime Minister was going to push for Naruto's capture and Esdeath would focus on him as well. He could be the perfect distraction for them to work. We can take advantage of the situation, Akame said. With his army also back in action and his known presence in the capital, Esdeath is likely to solely focus on him as she is to view him as the main threat. Or the perfect person to satisfy her need to feel a blood rush in her system while engaged in a song of death. Yes, Najanda said with a nod. But that doesn't mean we should become careless. We must be more vigilant than ever. This only meant that Naruto was ready to act. Najanda was a bit concerned about his state of mind though. The blonde wasn't okay, at least she thought that much. If he was to do things properly after Honest was killed, she had to be by his side to hold his hand. Otherwise, he was going to fall. His entire existence at this time was solely focused on revenge and freeing the Empire. What would happen after all that? He would have no reason to live, no reason to do anything. And that worried Najanda more than anything. Her thoughts were broken when Shiel made a sound, causing her to look at the woman. What is it? Shiel shook her head. Nothing, she said. I just remembered how I first met Naruto. Before anyone could say anything about that, Chelsea spoke once more. What are we going to do about the general? She said, referring to Naruto. The Revolutionary Army sees him as a threat, and not to mention, he nearly killed me. Before anyone could say anything, Najanda spoke. I will handle Naruto. You focus on your missions. Just outside the capital, Naruto's march towards Night Raid hideout was stopped when two of the Empire's Taigu users crash-landed in front of him. Children, seeking for battle, he thought mildly. Now that he has shown himself before the Ice Queen, the Empire's high-ranking knew of his existence. And he was bound to be looked up by people who wanted him dead, all because Honest ordered for it. That corrupting little piece of shit. How he dreamt of the day he would stain himself tearing its flesh apart with his bare hands. Surely, Naruto knew that the Prime Minister was the only one who would order for his death. Esdeath just wanted to fight him. She was still the same old battle-loving sadist bitch she was. She cared for nothing but the thrill of a battle. Budo was a different matter, and the little child who called himself the Emperor would rather see him alive than dead. It was sad really, just to think that Makoto was all but a puppet bathing in the strings of that rotten meat called Honest. How Naruto loathed to think about that vermin. The days were adding together though, and he would kill that fool. With his hands, he could be defiled for all he cared, but that vermin had to die. Your General Black, yes, Deidara questioned, standing along with Niao. They'd been directed to be on the lookout for the blonde general, and they had done everything to be able to find this man. He didn't seem like he was hiding from anyone though. Since they were so eager to meet the infamous General Black, they had ventured in these territory. Naturally, Deidara didn't frown upon the idea of fighting someone powerful. He saw this as an opportunity to strengthen himself, learn something new about himself in a fight. A weakness or strength in his fighting style. Overall, this was a good opportunity to gain some points. Yes, Naruto said. Two members of the three beasts coming right to me. How little informed you are. Oh well, just an opportunity for me to weed out the thorns to my sight, Naruto said, holding out his blade. He was going to kill the two. It would also be a little payback to Esdeath since she killed his trusted second in command. It wasn't to say these worthless trash could amount to Heisuke's life. Not at all. They would do enough to relieve some tensions. That was all. He was itching to kill something anyway. You know of us, Niao said before reprimanding himself for asking such a stupid question. I'd like to see what you can do, General. You came back from the dead. I really want to see what is behind your skin. Are you like everyone else, or is your anatomy different? The sick smile on his face was just out of place. It didn't make Deidara happy either. Naruto's look twisted with disgust. He took some slow purposeful steps towards the two, blade swinging on his right hand, dangerously so. When it stopped, a black mist was seeping out of it. Oh, he was going to painfully murder the wretched creature. You disgust me, you wrenched fly, Naruto said in disgust before swinging his blade. A wave of flames was sent straight towards Deidara, who held out his Taigu to try to block the incoming flames. Hot, the man muttered as the flames consumed him for a second before dispersing. Stay there while I deal with this one, Naruto said to Deidara as he created a wall of flames around the man. He suddenly disappeared from sight, appearing just in front of Niao. The small-figured beast had sensed his movements, and brought out his hands in defense. But Naruto didn't attack him. He just stood inches away from, a deathly look masking his face. It was scary enough to make Niao nervous and take a slight step back away from the man. Having finally gotten enough of the stare down, Niao lunged at the former general, who was looking down at him like he was some sort of a disturbed child. He attempted to stab the bee. Landed with his flute right on the chest, but he didn't land a hit. Naruto caught the wrist of the right hand with so much force that Niao yelped at the contact. You may hold a taigu, but you're just a boy. I don't fight children, I cut them if they're naughty. And you wretched boy, are a filthy little creature, Naruto whispered in deathly calmness. Before Niao could say anything, Naruto's blade cut off the right hand off the shoulder in such speed that Niao didn't see anything happening, until Naruto dropped his hand down the ground, and blood started to gush out. Ah! Niao shrieked in pain, trying to stop his blood from leaving him. You bastard, I will kill you. Many have tried, but none have succeeded, Naruto merely said with a shrug before gripping Niao on the face. He then slammed the vermin down the ground with so much force that there was a snapping for the bones. You skinned people whilst they were still alive, no. I'm going to make you experience some pain as well. Deidara had to try to close his ears as Nao's pain screams reached him. They were so shattering that he felt pity for him. He may have hated his disgusting amoral tendencies, but he had never heard anyone scream with so much pain in their voice. The screams continued for a few more minutes until he could feel that Nao's voice was breaking. This just reminded him of Esdeath's torture chamber. He shook off a chill at that thought. The screams finally died down, and Deidara knew Niao was dead. It was ironic, perhaps deserving even. He never agreed to the things that he did to his praise. Esdeath may not mind, but they outright disgusted him. Perhaps it was why he felt slightly relieved. The walls of fire surrounded him suddenly disappeared. Deidara's eyes quickly snapped towards where he was hearing Nao's screams. A minute ago, the wall had been blocking his vision, so he couldn't see anything. He was forced to take his eyes off Nao's badly burned corpse when he sensed Someth. Ingen realized that he was in a battlefield. When he found Naruto, the blonde had his blade pointing at him. Amaterasu spear purge. Deidara widened his eyes when he realized that there were several black spears slightly above him. They must have been made while he was blinded. He had been too engrossed with Nao's screams that he forgot to keep his sense at edge. Well, it couldn't be helped, ranted the kind of screams Niao was making. The spears let go and rushed at him. Deidara brought out his taigu to protect himself against the spears. He may have protected his upper front body, but Tw. Spears pierced through his knees and two more pierced through behind him on his back, appearing on the front of his chest. He did all his best not to scream. The damn things were freaking hot, and burning his flesh. The pain was so much that he was brought to his knees. Perhaps Niao was experiencing something like this. He could understand. Deidara was a strong man, but when he smelt the smell of his own burning flesh, he screamed. Just this once. If you'd just let them rip you apart, you wouldn't have to experience this, Naruto said, suddenly in front of the bulky man. Let me put you down. A careless flick of his blade and Deidara was cut in half. After collecting the Tegus, Naruto completely burned the dead, and cleaned up the mess. Once done, he continued to march on as if nothing had happened. It was a good day though. He'd just killed Niao. Surely those dead in the cold hands of that filth were rejoicing at this. It would be something if he could create a weapon that tore through towards the soul of a person. That way, his blade could tear the soul apart. That had to be something much more painful than anything. Yeah, if only there was a technique that could rip out a person's soul. Night raid. The hideout felt empty, it seemed as if everyone was out. But as he stretched his senses, Naruto could feel that they were closer. Possibly doing some activities. The place wasn't without someone though. It was important that they keep the hideout safe. It wouldn't be good if everyone left the place. It would be unguarded, which would be a disaster. Naruto only found Shiel, sitting by herself beside a table, reading something. Hello, Shiel, Naruto greeted the purple-haired woman with a warm smile on his face. Regardless of what she was, Shiel was one of the kindest person Naruto knew. Her lack of evil intentions and the fact that she couldn't think anything manipulative or scheme anything made her all the more attracting as a person. The kind of kindness and warmth she possessed in her mental capacity made her presence refreshing, and Naruto didn't have to be on guard around her. He may not know her that well, but he knew enough. Shiel waited until Naruto sat down beside her before she offered her response. No one is useless. We all have a role to play in this world. It may seem trivial or not as big as what other people's roles, but it is something. You, Shiel, have something you can do. You have a home somewhere. A place where you can be you and still survive. Nobody is useless. You're not useless. Naruto smiled. Ah, you remembered, he said lightly. Those were the words he'd said to her during one of his many rounds in the lower districts of the capital. He never forgot. I see you have found home. Which is good. All that is left is finding love. Sheil was quiet for a few moments, before putting her book down, and poked her chin in a thoughtful manner. I've never thought about that before. I don't think it will be even possible. There is still so much to do anyway, she said slowly. Your current work is it? Naruto said. Being in war doesn't mean you must stop living. These battles you fight, they take something from you. I guess you survive because of your friends. Why do you think it won't be possible? Sheil looked thoughtful once more. Well, she tried to pick up the pieces of her brain to compute something. It is not impossible. If you search hard enough, you will find it. For me, I think it will be impossible. I find the concept to be out of my reach. Sheil noted his tone lost all emotions, but she still smiled. Why do you say so? I have no heart to love. It was shredded to pieces long ago. I can't mend it. Perhaps a part of him just didn't want to. To love in this kind of world means you invite pain. But isn't that why we're trying to change this empire? Sheil asked. This current empire thinks I'm useless. I fight to change, to rid of the trash that believes so. Perhaps then I will be useful in the new world. Najinda suddenly spoke before Naruto could respond. I see you still have that heart Akane said you had, she said, leaning against the door frame. I was starting to think you'd lost it while playing dead. It lost. Only traces of it remains, Naruto said to Najinda. Well, Sheil, it was pleasant talking to you. This sort of Remy, NDS me when Mia used to, he trailed off, shaking his head. The warmth disappeared in a second and he stood up and walked up to Najinda. I feel worn out, mentally. Your bed. Najinda frowned but nodded before leading him towards her room. Najinda quietly led Naruto to her room. Her thoughts keeping her locked up in her head. It was good seeing Naruto smiling a real smile. She had missed that. Nothing had changed though. Like always, his smiles were reserved to only a few people. Perhaps Sheil would be a good thing to Naruto. She possessed a warm side that was like that of Mia. From what she saw, Naruto didn't need anyone who could think in his presence. He was afraid of something. If he slipped or say something stupid, it would be okay with Sheil. The purple-haired would just forget, and she was too much of an airhead to plot something against Naruto. A free place where he could get some comfort was what Naruto needed. He didn't even seem like he had yet to deal with his Mia issue. He couldn't even talk further after bringing up her name. After Naruto had settled on the bed, Najinda smiled wryly as she remembered the days Naruto would try to get her naked. But now, he wasn't trying to do anything. I thought you'd force the issue into my room because you wanted to make another attempt to get into my pants. It took a couple minutes for Naruto to respond, and when he responded his tone was subdued. Tired, so he was really worn out, mentally. Do you wish for me to do so? Najinda shrugged. Not at all. I am just surprised, she said in a calm tone. Mia's death really did a number on you. Huh, well, she was the only person you were personally attached to wholeheartedly after the previous emperor died. Naruto didn't say anything, he just laid on his back, eyes fully closed. Naruto, Najinda started. Do you think I could do anything to harm you? Do you think I could do anything to use your vulnerabilities against you? Is this why you can't be free like you were with Sheil? When you're with me, her tone was subdued, almost sad. Does it concern you that much? Naruto asked, his tone was still quiet. No, Najinda said, I'm just worried about you, Naruto. You know I always worry about you. I can't help you much, unless you're free to talk to me. I'd trust you with Mia's life, Najinda, Naruto said. Talking to you Abu. What bothers me is another matter altogether. I don't want to talk about it either, not now. I understand, and thank you, Najinda said. At least she knew that he still trusted her. Mia may be dead, but Naruto valued her life more than anything. To hear him say he would trust her with it, it was something special. Perhaps she just had to understand that it wasn't easy for him to talk. Mia had followed Akane. She couldn't hope to understand the pain he felt with Mia's death, but she knew him, and knew how close he was to her. Haisuke was killed by Esdeath a few days ago, along with one of my men, Naruto stated. He had long worked with that man, and he had been killed by Esdeath. It was sad really, and it affected his men badly. He'd already informed them. Haisuke commanded his army more often than he did. He always took charge whenever he couldn't. You must be really hurt by this. He was a good man, and served you really loyally without doubt, Najinda said, looking back at the blonde, who still had his eyes closed. He was, Naruto said. He could have escaped, but chose to give up his life for Aizawa to escape Esdeath. It was really difficult for Naginata to think of what Naruto really felt about that. What really happened, Naruto? I know Aizawa has always been able to escape the Prime Minister's reach. Esdeath wouldn't just go after her for no reason. Sayura's death. Honest suspected it was her and sent Esdeath after her. Of course he can't kill her publicly. When my men heard of this, they tried to flee the capital, but Esdeath pursued them. Hey, Suke chose to hold Esdeath while the rest of my men sent Aizawa away, Naruto explained. Naginata frowned. It was a risky move on Honest's part. Then again, he must have believed that Esdeath would succeed. And it wasn't like anyone would believe her if she told anyone that Esdeath tried to kill her on the Prime Minister's orders. He must have figured that she was much more valuable for the future of the Empire than he was. As long as you're there to support everything, Naginata said. Naruto nodded. My revenge led to one of my man's death. He paused for a moment. Anyhow, I killed 2 of the 3 beasts on my way here. I'm forced to change my strategy even. You killed 2 of Esdeath's subordinates? Naginata shook her head. She really shouldn't be surprised. What do you mean you're going to change your strategy? Single quote. Instead of putting those I work with out there, I'm going to work myself, play a game I hate. I will stand to breathe the air that makes my insides cringe. That was what Naruto said before he turned around. Naginata knew he wasn't going to say anything further. Sleep well, Naginata muttered and stood up. She gave the blonde a last look, a sad smile stirred across her lips before she walked out of the room. Royal Palace. 5 long years since he last stepped into this place, and it still gave him the same shivers down his spine. It seems like it hasn't changed at all. Well, Buddha wouldn't allow any changes to the palace, not unless something had rotten. Ironic, there was a rotten piece of meat inside the very walls of the palace, yet he allowed it to continue to exist. Unthinkable. The man was willing to snap at anyone, and Naruto meant anyone, who put the damn palace in danger. It was his family's job to protect the royal palace, and it was a job that the man did proudly. That armor he wore has been passed down from generation to generation, in the name of protecting the palace and the royal family. So much for Budo's job in the latter part. The fact that the young Makoto has been poisoned the devil and running the empire in the wheels of corruption and malice without even noticing it was a testament of the man's failure. How sad. Really sad. It must be stinging to his pride. Naruto didn't care about that though, and he was going to rub it in. Just for the sake of it. The last time he had walked within these walls he had been mad. No, that was an understatement. He had been absolutely furious. Hell, his whole body was cringing in anger and every thought that was in him was murder. It was only Mia's voice that whispered for him to calm down, that he had kept his sanity intact. As he strolled through the walls that had seen Mia die, the life in him continued to be sucked out, little by little. This place really didn't give him happy memories. For now, he took comfort in the fact that he had murdered Sayura, the vermin that had defiled Mia. Oh, how it sickened him just to think about it. How it brought about black flame to dance within his eyes when those murderous intentions sprung to life. He was never going to be satisfied until Honest suffered. He would make the vermin disappear one day, and after that, he will deflush any other remaining trash within the empire. He had to. For Mia's memory and for his own ideals as well. He may have nearly lost it, and possibly riding the waves of insanity, but he still remembered his oath. He still remembered the ideals that resulted in Mia's death. Not just her, but Akane as well. He wasn't going to stop now. Stopping now would be making their lives not worthwhile. It would mean their sacrifices were in vain. He wouldn't live himself if he did that. Continuing was his only option. It was almost amusing how the damn rotten guards of the palace had not stepped in the way as he wandered towards the royal palace. Perhaps it was because he was leaking killing intent all the way. Not that he ever made his intentions against the Prime Minister any secret anyway. Naruto finally reached the throne room. A happy Makoto showered him with a childish smile. Budo was present as well. Oh, good. A welcome party. Naruto suddenly froze when the eyes of the devil fell upon him. His anger, his righteous fury, they all bubbled up inside of him. His killing intent didn't stop leaking out. Fortunately, Makoto was oblivious to it, but the others weren't. Naruto clutched his head with both his hands. As pain shot through, the monster in him wanted to break through and lunge at the Prime Minister. That shit disgusted him. Even if he was a vampire, he wouldn't dip his fangs on his flesh. Ew, that would be disgusting. Poisoning even. The blood of that thing would be like poison. His entire body would be defiled if a piece of that meat went inside his body. No, Eve. Writhing of that man just needed to be burned down to ashes, and the ashes had to be buried deep within the sea, far away from other people. By this time, as Naruto was trembling, clutching his head with his black eyes shadowed, a black mist was starting to seep out of his body. It worried the young emperor. Are you okay, Naruto? Makoto's voice reached Naruto. Mia, 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 Mia. Naruto chained down his anger from exploding. He then straightened himself, managed to put a blank smile. Still, his eyes were just pure black. As he took his few careful steps forward, his eyes flashed back and forth. By the time he stopped, they were their natural color. I am, Your Majesty, Naruto said, with flat politeness. I just smelled shit when I stepped in here. It disgusted me, and I wanted nothing more to do than flush it out. Single quote, single quote. Their words were directed to Honest, who by now was standing behind the emperor's throne. He knew Naruto wouldn't attack him in front of Makoto, but that man just frightened. Especially when he gave him that dirty look. Though he was wishing for Esdeath to rush into the room, Honest forced himself to speak. Former General, Uzumaki Naruto, he paused for a moment, tensing as the man gave him a blatant, I will murder you, look. He was put at ease when Esdeath marched into the room, but the woman didn't make a fuss. Instead, she just stared at Naruto after greeting the emperor. The blonde in turn, acted oblivious to her stare. You put the royal palace in danger when you attacked, and you also attempted to kill me. You succeeded in killing some of the Empire's men, and putting harm to my son who is now dead, by the way, and you put a great deal of emotional trauma to me. Honest stated the facts. Attempting to kill me is considered treason and punishable by death. Naruto ignored the vermin and looked at Makoto. Heika, he said mildly. I'm sure you still remember all those good moments I spent with you and your late father, how we had so much fun and peaceful moments. Your father did tell you good things about me, didn't he? Makoto nodded. He did, he said with a smile. He must have told you that I was an honest ma, and who would never willingly put the empire in danger. I'm sure, Budo, who has served the empire faithfully, and longer than anyone in this room, can testify to that. Naruto started. To his delight, Budo nodded in affirmative. Do you wish for me to explain why I did what I did? Before Makoto could respond, Honest spoke. There is no need for you to explain yourself. You committed treason. There is nothing to add on that, he said. Heika, I suggest we order General Budo and Esdeath to put him down quickly. Prime Minister, Budo's thundering voice roared within the room. Do not tell the emperor what to do. He can think for himself. Besides, I did tell you that I know it was you who had Naruto's assistant killed. Honest glared at the man, but said nothing. Heika, for what is worth, I'm deeply sorry for what happened 5 years ago. It is just that, when I found out that Mia had been raped and killed, I snapped. Heika, what would you do if the woman you cherished dearly was raped and killed inside this palace? Would you simply act as if nothing had happened? Would you not seek to destroy those who did it? If someone attacked the empire, would you not order your troops to crush them regardless of who they are? I am but a man who served your father with all his heart. My achievements as a soldier and general speak for themselves. Your father would believe me when I say I meant and still do not mean any harm to the empire and her people. You believe me, don't you, Makoto? Naruto took off his shirt, leaving his upper body exposed. What Makoto and everyone saw were scars all over his upper body. Scars that would never be healed. Naturally, the scars were just an illusion. The scars that Esdeath and Budo gave him had healed long ago. 5 years ago, I paid for harming the royal palace. I paid with my body. These scars are a proof of it. I like to believe that I had indeed died. Yes, I did die that day. General Esdeath put on my blade through my heart. I believe that I have risen once more for a second chance. A chance to serve the empire once more again. Naruto gave Honest a freezing look, just to stop him from saying anything. But of course, His Majesty has to will it first. Once again, Naruto had returned into the imperial court, all in the name of serving the empire. The return naturally meant he was to be given his quarters back. Naruto hadn't left the place with happy memories. Sure, a lot of good things did occur within these walls. But one memorable occurrence had robbed him of all those memories. He had nothing to cherish because of blood that was shed within these walls he once called home. It may have been 5 years already, but Naruto could still smell the stench of Mia's blood through the walls within his former quarters. The smell was too much to bear. It brought him down to his knees, as the scene of that fateful day replayed within his mind. It nearly crushed his mental barriers. Naruto felt the heat around his body increasing, as he could see Mia's body, lying down the bed, defiled as she was. His tongue clicked with bitterness, fury, and sadness. If he had tears in him, they would be rushing out of his eyes as if there was a fire inside. The reality was hard to bear. Naruto had thought he would be okay returning to his former room. Everything was new. The bed and the sheets were new. Hell, the place seemed to have been refurnished brand new. Yet his eyes saw the old walls painted by Mia's blood. Everything seemed old. Naruto knew it was a trick his mind was playing to him. He was certain of it. Yet his heart was burdened. His thoughts were clouded for him to make out what was real and what not. Perhaps coming back here hadn't been the wisest of choices. He certainly couldn't handle this. Any more of these images in the next days. And he would flip once again, and he wasn't sure the royal palace would escape without seeing destruction this time. He had more firepower this time around, and he wasn't completely sane. Atop of that, Esdeath was in the house. That woman wouldn't mind picking up a fight in the palace. Budo would have say in that, but it wouldn't matter much. If he flipped, everything in his way would be burnt by the flames of purgatory. In that form, he would destruction incarnate. Naruto shook off his thoughts. He closed his thoughts, thinking deep. This was needed. He wasn't wrong to come here. He needed to be here. For closure. He needed to move on with his life. Mia's death shouldn't stop him from fulfilling everything he promised. His broken heart had to toughen up because he needed to stand on his feet. He couldn't afford to be like this when he had enemies within the palace. One opening and he would be sent to meet Mia in the afterlife. That would be an embarrassment. How could he face Mia then? Sayura's blood amounted to just a scent. He couldn't face Mia now, no before he freed the empire and returned it to its former glory and peace. Even with those thoughts, Naruto was certain. He was certain he wouldn't get a good night's sleep, not unless he drinks himself to sleep. That had consequences as well. But for a good night's sleep, he may be forced to shrug off the aftermath of a drunken night. I see the past still haunts you. It was unmistakably Budo's voice. Naruto couldn't mistake it, even in his moment of weakness. He opened his eyes, and looked at the large man who was staring down at him with an impassive expression. It was good. The man knew him better than to look at him with pity. Some scars take longer to heal. Some just won't heal. There are those eternal scars. Especially those we take to the heart, Naruto said, his sense of reality back within his grasp, yet his feet refused to stand up. He stayed on his knees for a few moments. Budo just watched. The previous emperor would be all over the blonde, trying to inquire where it hurt. It was really sad to see Naruto like this. Budo was willing to admit that. Naruto hadn't been big on emotions those days. He kept his heart locked up and put safely away. It was sad that whenever he exposed it, that filthy trash of meat always seemed to have the right arrow to pierce through it. At least he wasn't completely broken. He was still Naruto. Just being here meant much about his love for the empire. It was obvious that Naruto couldn't stand honest and being here was tormenting him. And yet he was still enduring it. Not for the sake of revenge only, but for freeing the empire as well. How could Budo be angry with someone who was willing to take up all that for the empire he so loved as well? Makoto would have made a grave mistake if he'd turned Naruto down. This man meant no harm to the empire, he never did. Budo had been a fool to shove him away. He should have done something before Naruto fell. If he had been brave enough, the empire wouldn't be seeing these horrible days. The empire's people wouldn't be suffering now. He was sure the old man was tossing and turning wherever he rested. All because he had failed. This was his chance to correct the wrongs. Budo was going to seize it with both his hands and run towards the finish line. Naruto finally found his strength and got to his feet. He walked straight at Budo, who was leaning at the frame of his bedroom door. He didn't mind the invasion. It was Budo. At this stage, he had no desire to see the fool die. But he wasn't above rubbing it into the man that he had failed pathetically and should be ashamed of himself. The reinstated general walked past Budo. He couldn't stay here any longer. Besides that, he had other plans and Budo could speak as they walked. You must be proud of yourself. You pulled quite the performance. Is there a reason I shouldn't be proud, Budo? Naruto asked. His eyes didn't turn to the great general, who was following him from behind. Not at all. Just don't be too proud, the Grand General warned sternly. I may be willing to forgive what you did to the palace 5 years ago, but I will not forget. Single quote. Really, Budo? What have you been doing in these past years? The palace walls are held together by corruption and blood paints them. What have you been doing to stop it? That vermin continues to kill good people and drown the empire into madness. What have you been doing to stop it, great general? Naruto's tone was a bit taunting. I have done what I could. Budo was firm on his stance. He hasn't been completely useless. He has done what he could. Which is nothing, Naruto said strongly. Nevertheless, he started highly and firm. What I did never seemed to be enough. I know you're going to kill Honest soon. I am going to support you. As long as you can prove all his wrongdoings. We don't need proof to know that he is a corrupt minister, but for formality, it is needed. I have all the proof that I require. I just need to work on a few things with Makoto, Naruto said. Is this why you're scheduled to take him out for a walk outside the palace? Naruto nodded. He needs to see what is happening out there for himself, and he needs someone who will tell him the hardcore truth. That trash can't stand in the way. It is currently busy plotting its next moves with Esdeath. Isn't it risky with Night Raid out there? Budo asked. He wouldn't put it past them to try something. If the Emperor was walking outside the protection of the palace, they would certainly take their chances to rid of him as they have done with others in Honest's pockets. Who do you think you're speaking to, Budo? The man had the balls to doubt him. Did it slip his mind that it took him and Esdeath to put him down? What was Night Raid to him? Just flies. Those children could do no harm to him, and he certainly wouldn't allow them to touch the young emperor. How it pained him to call Makoto emperor. He was just a boy and stupid and foolish child who didn't know anything about being emperor. He needed to be educated after Honest was killed. Yes, that was the plan. I forget, the great general said with a shake of his head. Do what you must. However, if you dare put the palace in danger, I swear in my father's grave that I will. Blah blah. Save that nonsense for someone who cares, Naruto said carelessly with a wave of his right hand and pulled away from the annoyed general. He really didn't have time to listen to Budo's old tale. The man had an obsession with ensuring the palace was in a good condition. But that was just that. It meant nothing if the beautiful palace was housing a bunch of pigs. The man should slaughter the damn pigs if he cared so much about the palace. They were the real danger, but yet he did nothing. Perhaps he feared that ridding of Honest would create imbalance and the empire would break apart. It was a possibility. Without him at least. That trash has killed almost everyone with any strong political presence. If he died, there wouldn't be anyone powerful to step up. Makoto was just a child and wouldn't know what to do without his precious prime minister. It was sad that Budo had allowed this to happen and now he couldn't get out of it. At least he was here. He could pull all the strings and put on a strong presence to ensure that no one tried to empower themselves. He would set things in the correct order. Throne room. Liver didn't know whether it was fair for him to frown upon the return on Naruto. The former general had betrayed the empire. He may have been imprisoned himself, but that was because he refused to take Honest's bribes. He knew it wasn't that bad for Naruto because he had attempted to root out the source of all problems, but his ways had been considered treason in the eyes of the prime minister, hence his death was ordered. It could have been that Est was just scared of the man coming back to finish what he started. Yes, that seemed more likely the reason Honest sent for both Budo and Esdeath to get rid of the former general without His Majesty agreeing to it. He reasoned something like this was supposed to happen if the Emperor had insisted that he be buried like a hero. Liver never doubted the man's desire to fight for the Empire. He never did. Just along the way, he had become what he has become ever since he became a witness to Esdeath's power. And now there was another natural disaster walking upon the face of the capital. Only chaos awaited. Liver held no delusions. He knew if there was anyone who could defeat Esdeath, it was the blonde. His return from the dead did unsettle the woman beyond comparison. Liver had never seen the woman so concerned. It was almost as if a part of her was afraid of him. Naturally, he laughed at that thought. Esdeath afraid? It wasn't possible. Oh, if it isn't Liver, Naruto's voice cut through Liver's thoughts. Liver narrowed his eyes. You really have returned, he said. I never thought the Emperor would be willing to forgive like this. Had it been the Prime Minister's choice, you would have been killed on the spot. If there is anyone who can possibly kill me, that is, Naruto added in, a little smile playing on his lips. Esdeath-sama isn't the same person you fought 5 years ago. If you think you can escape from her, think again. He wanted to believe that. He really did. So perhaps this time she can put a better fight than last time and actually fight me on level terms one-on-one. Naruto said in a mocking tone. It was a glaring fact that on her own Esdeath couldn't have defeated him, and he wasn't afraid to point it out. I see you're still full of yourself, Liver said through gritted teeth. He never did like the former general because of his damned attitude. He treated them as if they didn't exist. When the previous emperor was in the house, he would be all warm and kind, avoiding everyone else. He hated those eyes that looked down on him as if he was the lesser man. Technically, he was, but he hated those eyes. Is that a way to speak to your superior officer, Liver? Naruto asked, his head tilted to the side a bit. You've lost your rank as general and now you've become a C's pet. When you speak to me, show some respect. Liver snorted. Superior officer? Yes, I was reinstated as general. Of course I'm on probation, but that matters little, Naruto said. But I see you're not going to treat me as I deserve. I must say that is a good sign. I thought you'd lost all that backbone after becoming a C's little dog. I'm not a dog. Keep telling yourself that, Liver, Naruto said with a wave of his hand. I have to you have really fallen off the wagon. Defile honest, spend a few nights in prison, waiting for execution. A C arrives in the house, armed with wings of an angel, and saves you from death. In return, you throw out all your ideals in blind love for your general. Just sad. As he shook his head, Naruto zipped past the former general, the doors of the throne room looming over him. He knew the emperor was waiting patiently for him. Did you kill my comrades? Liver forced out. Naruto's left eye snapped at Liver for a brief moment. I may or may not have. What of it? Do you want to avenge them? Liver shook his head. He wasn't a great fan of Niao. Honestly, the hobbies of his former comrade sickened him to no end. Esdeath wouldn't mind because she was a sadist, but he wasn't. He actually had his morals. He hadn't lost them when he took Esdeath's hand, as some people have been saying. Of course, what people say mattered little. The only word that mattered was Esdeath's word. I'm afraid I don't have the power to do so. But Esdeath-sama will not forgive you. Forgive me? Naruto chuckled. As if I need her to forgive me. It would be a surprise if she is even disturbed by their deaths. He had done a fair thing to that woman. She killed his friend, his second in command. He couldn't forget that. He had long been with Hyusuke, and for that woman to kill him, having known how much he meant to him, it was war. For Esdeath, it wasn't a pain because she really didn't care as he did about his subordinates. He could allow her to play for now. Naruto really had no intentions at this time to fight that woman. Cleaning the empire came first. Esdeath was just a confused woman who held wrong beliefs from a young age. She wasn't the one that corrupted the empire. She just fed off the corruption, and he was going to take that away from her and see what she would do. If she wanted a fight after which, he would give it to her. You may not need it, but Esdeath-sama doesn't take such things lightly. Be warned, General Naruto, I do not take kindly to my subordinates being killed as well, Liver. And I intend get even with a C. I'm not yet satisfied, and if I have to clean out her entire backroom to be satisfied, I will do so. Naruto paused for a moment. Here's my warning. You may or not be next. You have committed many sins in the name of Esdeath. You disgust me, and must be flushed out. That said, Naruto walked into the throne room. The emperor was there, all alone. Naruto put on a smile. It was good to smile for children. They didn't usually trust impassive men. Smiling and giving them sweets would do. Naruto didn't bother to get on his knees though. It seems that I have made His Majesty wait for me, Naruto said, looking straight at the child emperor. He was merely stating the obvious. The young emperor must have come here moments ago, waiting for his appearance with anticipation. He had told the boy that he would be taking him for a walk around the capital. Of course the boy thought this was going to be all fun and games, like when he used to walk him around the palace's yard. Fun times were over and he was going to forcefully open Makoto's eyes. If that was the formula into changing the empire, he needed to see and understand what was happening in the empire he ruled. Naruto knew he may have been able to get on the good side of the boy. But to get him to turn on the prime minister would not be easy. Even if he does come with all the proof and Budo supports, Makoto wouldn't support the execution. His mind wouldn't be able to accept that Honest was a bad person. In his mind, that Trash was a good person who's always been on his side the beginning of his journey. Poisoning him against the vermin would take months or a couple of years. Naruto didn't have that. He needed days, and he would put a few strings on Makoto's mind if he had to. As long as it led to a good tomorrow for the empire, he wouldn't complain. Makoto was just a child, he couldn't understand much. He was a blind and naive emperor, he couldn't rule over the Empire without the guidance of someone who wanted the Empire to be at peace and protected. Honest only wanted to strengthen his control and deepen his pockets. For this reason, he had to be eliminated. Not at all, Makoto said, answering Naruto's question. You came on time. I was just a little early. I haven't actually stepped out of the royal palace in a long time. I don't even remember the last time I did so. Why is that? Naruto inquired. He pretty much guessed the answer, but he wanted the boy to say it himself. Prime Minister always insisted that I remain here as it was the only safe place for me. It has become worse now since there is night raid out there. I see, Naruto said. I am here now. His Majesty no longer needs to fear for his life. I will be the shield that protects him from the arrows of night raid. He doubted those children would dare attack Makoto in his presence. Surely, they would be too surprised to see him showing the child emperor around the capital to think of attacking. Of course, in the spur of the moment, their shock could lead them into a thoughtless action. Naruto really hoped nothing of that sort occurred because he didn't want to end up killing them. Makoto nodded, fully believing that Naruto would protect him if danger does threaten his life. Let us go before the Prime Minister worries. I haven't told him anything. It is necessary. He may try to talk you out of it, and knowing how this relationship worked, the trash had a possibility of succeeding in doing so. Naruto didn't want that to occur. Where is he, anyway? In his quarters with General Esdeath. They said something about discussing a new strategy to flesh out Night Raid. Makoto said, walking over to Naruto. Shall we? Naruto nodded and the two headed out of the royal palace without any disturbances. They took a ride that dropped them off the rich district that surrounded the royal palace. It was the start of this little journey with the emperor. As they walked through the streets, Naruto asked a question. What do you see as you walk along these streets, Heika? What do you mean by that? Makoto asked. He understood that there was a deeper meaning to the question but he didn't fully grasp it to answer. Naruto shook his head. He guessed. The question was a little too much for the kid. What do you make of the situation in these streets? When you see how the people in here are living happily, what do you think? Why do you think they are happy to begin with? Why rich? Those were a lot of questions that Makoto couldn't answer all at once. He had to think about them first before saying anything. He didn't even get the whole picture around the questions. The child emperor put on a thoughtful pose, looking around the streets. Surely they were happy and seemed to respect him, as expected. He was the emperor after all. If they came along some people, they would greet them. Hell, even those within a cart sometimes stopped to greet the emperor. This was the kind of place that was ideal to how a king should be treated. It made him happy to know that these people appreciated him. Can I answer that one for you? Naruto asked. He already had assumed what kind of answer Makoto would give, so he wanted to give his opinion as he had planned all along. Makoto nodded, all too eagerly to hear Naruto's thoughts. These people are rich. Their pockets are deep. They have no worries. The current system benefits greatly. Does His Majesty know the current system? Makoto nodded. It has always been. Naruto shook his head. Not quite. It is sad to see that Heika has been ignorant of what occurs around the royal palace. But I guess that is to be expected when he doesn't step outside to see things for himself. You always rely on the Prime Minister to tell you everything, no? Makoto nodded. Naruto took a few moments in silence. The rich continue to grow richer, while the poor starve. Money talks in the current system. You can't do anything without money. The imperial police, guards, everyone demands a bribe for services. This is why the rich survive and the poor suffer. Makoto looked a bit skeptical about the whole thing. He couldn't believe what Naruto was saying. It couldn't be true. He found this to be some sort of a joke. Money talked. That was not how his empire was run. There were laws and systems put in place to regulate everything. I see you don't believe me, then how about I show you? Naruto asked, holding a single hand seal. He changed his appearance to that of a middle-aged man, and that of Makoto. This is a henge, an illusion if you like. It will help us blend in with the environment. No one will commit any crime if they do see it as the emperor and a general. We must look like normal people. Are you sure this will work? Naruto nodded. He placed his right hand on Makoto's shoulder and they disappeared in a swirl of black flames. They appeared next just way from the gates, outside the capital. Don't say anything, just follow my lead. Makoto simply nodded. The two walked straight at the gates. Without any haste, they took their time, trying to make a good show. It was important that they seemed to have been walking instead of having appeared out of nowhere. Halt. A guard stationed at the gate called out. State your name and reason for the visit. My name is Yoshimura Takada, this is my son, Dry. We came from the villages alongside the seaside. We heard the capital was a place where all dreams become a reality. I brought my son here because I want him to join the Imperial Army when he comes of age, Naruto said, in a tone coated with politeness and ignorance. Seaside, you say, the guard said. Naruto nodded. Papers. Let me check for them, Naruto said. Oh, I found them. I was thinking they may be lost. We had to run from danger beasts when we were coming along. That said, he handed the papers to the guard. Another came while the other inspected the papers. What's in the bag? Naruto smiled. Oh, just a few gold stones I managed to gather during my working days. You can't relocate without some startup funds, can you? Gold. There was a twist in both the guard's expressions. Let me see that. The guard was already taking the bag from Naruto as he said those words. You can never be too careful these days. Oh, it is really gold. You do know that we must take 50% of the gold for taxes and 5% for your registration fees. The emperor imposed these new laws recently and everyone is expected to comply. Son of a bad person. Makoto never authorized anything of that sort. They were lying. Chi robbing them blind because they didn't know it was he behind this illusion. Plus these papers are fake, Guard 2 said, tearing the paper in half. You can't get in with fake papers. We should even arrest you for faking the papers. However, we are willing to cut a deal with you. Hand us the remaining gold and you will get into the capital. Makoto tried to say something, but Naruto stopped him. He complied. It was still hard to take. If they were doing this to them, they were obviously doing it to anyone who appeared to have money. But those papers are real, Naruto said firmly. There is no way that they are fake. The guard took out a lighter and burned the papers. What papers? He asked innocently. In the end, they got in, without their gold. By the end of the whole ordeal, Makoto was shaking. It got worse when they stayed to watch other people falling to the same trick and the guards sharing the gold joyously. They'd even go as far as to say welcome to the capital, and that far worse awaited them. Naruto had to calm the boy from revealing who he was as it would their cover. Naruto took Makoto towards the chief of police to report the crime, but the man simply head at their ignorance and kicked them out. It had been their fault for being stupid, he said. Makoto had been baffled, but Naruto kept him from talking. Next up, he took the boy around the streets till they found a couple of Imperial police officers. They were at a store, extorting money. You pay up, taxes, because we protect you, they said. If you don't pay up, they may be an accidental fire that burns down the store, they continued. This is what the empire has come, Heika. The police offers made to protect, serve and deliver justice are committing injustice. Even their chief is a man possessed with injustice. What kind of justice commits injustice? Money talks. Without it, you can't do anything. Makoto merely frowned. This was unexpected. How had he been blind to it? Naruto snapped. His fingers and the two men flashed into existence before going on to apprehend the two officers of injustice. They disappeared after which, don't worry, they are my men. We can't simply leave things as they are, can we? Makoto shook his head. We can't, he said firmly. Have those guards at the gate arrested as well. They are saying things I didn't say. People will think I am robbing them because of this. I'm already on it and they shall be terminated for painting His Majesty's name with such corruption, Naruto said. Naruto changed his and Makoto's appearance into young adults. He took them to military offices. He wanted to register them for military services, but they were denied. Simply because their pockets were empty. I told you that the rich continue to get richer while the poor continue to suffer. Do you see why? Now, Makoto nodded. They were the poor people, and nothing was going on for them. They kept getting rejected because they had no money. Money did talk, despite witnessing and experiencing it all. Makoto found this hard to grasp. His mind refused to accept it as the reality. For our last stop, we are going to see the poor. And we must be ourselves, that said. He changed them back to their real selves. For the next scene, we must look ourselves. This might be a little hard for you to bear, but you must endure, Naruto said in all matter of seriousness. The seriousness in his tone made Makoto look at him with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean by that, General? It is best that you see it for yourself, Naruto said, holding out his right hand. Come on, let us go. The next stage wasn't a comforting one for Makoto. The moment they reached where the poor people lived, the boy was assaulted with murdering glares by the poor people. It was because of him that they were suffering. He was the emperor, it was a responsibility of the emperor to ensure that his people lived happily. But they were suffering because he did nothing. No, he was doing something. He was responsible for their pain. Look at him, full of himself while we suffer. I just wish Night Raid would kill him already. Perhaps we may live happily afterwards. Useless puppet. He's just a child who does anything that demon tells him to do. He is as good as dead. Useless. Useless. Why are they saying these things about me? Makoto asked. What was the purpose of creating the police department, Heika? To create peace and order and maintain law, Makoto answered. They also serve to protect. Who is this peace for? What do they protect? For whom was the law created? The peace is for the empire, and the police protect the empire and its people. The law was created to govern the people. Without the law, people would do whatever they wished. Step out of line without realizing it. Good, Naruto said. It is good that you know all that. Then where is the peace here, your majesty? The police officers abuse those they are supposed to protect and swindle them of the little they have. Are they doing their job? Certainly, with everything that he has seen, he could not say that there was peace and order within the capital. The difference between the rich and poor was just too large. The conditions here were just horrible. He had seen people looking like they were about to fall from sicknesses and hunger. I didn't know things were like this. Is it my fault? Is it why they blame me? Aren't they just lazy to get up and work? Work? What sort of work? Did you create any work, Makoto? You have seen that money talks. These people have no money. And to get a job, you must pay a price. Can these people pay the price? Makoto shook his head. They couldn't, even if his mind didn't want to accept it. It was the truth. They were poor. They couldn't afford anything. The Prime Minister has always assured me that everything was well. What do you think Night Raid was created for? Why do you the Revolutionary Army was created? Naruto said forcefully. All these branches that broke off, went away because this corruption has been unbearable. You can't go to the police because even its chief is corrupt. The gatekeepers are corrupt. The emperor is nowhere to be seen. Night Raid was created to kill people like those guards, the police chief. But they are doing wrong against the empire. They are. Heika, Naruto said. Why do you think these poor people call them heroes? He paused, looked at the commotion ahead and smiled. There was a large group of people along the street. You asked why they are saying bad things about you. It is because you aren't doing anything to save them from their pain. You are to them as those gatekeepers were to us. What is the empire? Is it the king? Is it the buildings? The empire is the people. Who would you rule if these people decide to leave? Buildings can be rebuilt, but people can't. The people need you and you need them. They didn't put you in charge, your birthright did so. But that doesn't mean that they don't reserve the right to complain if they are being treated unfairly. If you want them to greet you in the same manner as the rich, you must be a king like your father. You must care about them. I care about them. Then why aren't you doing anything against your police's corruption? You saw it yourself. You are the emperor, why haven't you put a stop to it? Naruto said in a cold tone. I didn't know, because you remain sheltered in the comfort of the royal palace. Many ministers have come to you, begging for you to open your eyes to the corruption that has befallen the empire, but what did you do? You had them executed for spreading lies. Now tell me, are these lies? Is this not the reality? The people were staring by now. Because their voices were a little high. Those people called for you to listen, but you didn't. You believed they were lying. So tell me, Heika, are these lies? Can you say you made the right choices back then? Makoto said nothing. How could he deny it? He has had many killed for saying that he was blind to the truth. Those people had even begged for mercy, but he had ignored it all. Honest had said he was doing the right thing and he had believed it. Come on, let the general show you how to be emperor, Naruto said, pushing over to the front of the crowd. These men, Makoto said, looking at the same people who had robbed them at the gate, the police officers. The people doing what is wrong by your people. These men were created to serve and protect, but instead, they abuse and kill. Naruto turned to the crowd. His men had gathered them while he educated Makoto. People of the empire, I am General Naruto, but many of you may know me as General Black. For 5 years I have been away. I left you alone to suffer in the hands of corrupt people as these. But I have returned my people. General Black shall free you from slavery. I brought the emperor with me today just so he can see. As you can see, your emperor is still young. He relies on his advisors to feed him with information. But you know that demon has his strings attached to him. This is why I brought him here. And I shall cut those strings. His Majesty wants to right the wrongs. From today henceforth, His Majesty will listen to you. But first thing first, Naruto ordered his men to execute the police officers. They were caught committing crime, the Empire's people. This is why they must be executed. From tomorrow, my men, honest men, will be here. The Emperor will bring his gold to you and you shall rebuild your districts. Corrupt officials will be executed. If you have evidence, bring them to us, don't go to the police. They are corrupt vultures, but we are here to save you. Naruto snapped his fingers. A large bag appeared in a puff of smoke. To show you that we are not lying to you, but being serious. This is a sign to show you that we care and wish to save you. He opened the bag, revealing small gold stones. Line up to receive your gold. From today, you shall never sleep hungry. The people cheered. Naruto disappeared with the Emperor, and they appeared a block away. He didn't want the young Emperor to be crushed. Makoto looked at Naruto, but I didn't agree to any of this, and I didn't give you that gold. Naruto smiled. Call it politics, campaigning, whatever you can. The people don't know that. That was my mine and Minister Aizawa's gold. You can thank me later when your people start worshipping you. Naruto looked up into the sky. Let us return to the palace. He created a clone and sent it somewhere while his original went along with the Emperor. Royal Palace. The Prime Minister was very much furious with how things were going within the palace. He used to run the show without any fear of anything touching him. He had been untouchable then, invincible even. Honest feared no man. He had his strings attached to the Emperor, and had Esdeath backing his corner. The woman gave him no headaches because she desired no power from him. She was willing to do anything for him so long as he allowed her to roam free without any restrictions. The relationship had been sailing smoothly and he was enjoying the power. But that man returned. Things turned downhill. What bothered Honest the most was the man really had some influence over his young puppet. Naruto may not be able to control Makoto like he could, he still had some influence, and that didn't make Honest feel excited about the challenge he faced. He liked being the one in control, but now the control was slipping through his fingers. Naturally, he wasn't about to allow the strings fade through his fingers while he just sits down and watch. He would push through and get rid of that annoying brat. Still, the eyes of Budo were watching him with more intensity than ever before. The Prime Minister frowned for a second after his thoughts were cut short by the incoming footsteps. He could smell Naruto miles away. And by that he knew the man had returned with the Emperor. Honest had nearly cracked the floor. He stood in anger when he learned that Naruto had taken the Emperor into the streets. How could those fools he paid allow for such to occur, and why hadn't he been told about it? Oh, well, he reasoned he couldn't blame the guards because they dealing with General Black. You'd need a mountain to slow him down. Otherwise, all efforts to slow him down will be for naught. Putting on the act, Honest smiled, looking worried. Heika, he welcomed the Emperor happily. I was so worried about you when I heard you were out in the streets. With Night Raid out there, you can understand my worries. He stomped down on the temptation to look at the menacing man beside the young Emperor. Makoto waited until he could make himself comfortable on his throne. I apologize for worrying you, Prime Minister. General Naruto assured me of my safety, and since I haven't been out in a while, I got a little excited. Still, I was told you were busy coming with a new strategy along with General Esdeath to counter Night Raid. Yes, we were busy with that, but that doesn't mean you didn't have to tell me. I always have time for you, Honest said strongly. What is done, Prime Minister, Naruto interjected forcefully. But if you so wish to walk with us, we will take you with us in our next walk. We will head back to the streets in 2 days. Honest narrowed his eyes. He wasn't going out there unarmed. It must be a trap for him, and if he was going to decide on going, he would bring Esdeath with him. The woman wouldn't stab him in the back, not yet anyway. He would even add a few men to the personnel just to make sure that Naruto doesn't try anything. If my schedule permits it, I will accompany you, Honest said, not to Naruto but to the Emperor. Good, perhaps you may be able to explain to me what I saw today. I really found it hard to believe. I still cannot fully bring myself to believe that things are really bad outside, Makoto said. He trusted the Prime Minister. He's always had some good advices, perhaps this time he could point him to the right path and the truth. Honest didn't need to ask what Naruto had made the young Emperor see to know, he could make the right assumptions on his own. The thought didn't please him. It made his tongue click in anger. The man was really trying to crush all his work. No doubt things won't be easy from now on. It was easy when it was just his voice inside Makoto's head, but now there is Naruto's. That would be a good idea, Naruto said, putting on a blank smile. I'm sure the Prime Minister has a lot to explain about the situation, he added before changing the subject. It wasn't good for him to be exposed to the vermin's breath for too long. Well, then, Heika, I must leave you to your rest. Prime Minister, I suggest you go to work as well. Hanging around the Emperor's throne isn't working, now is it? It didn't sound like a suggestion at all. Whilst Honest could tell the difference, Makoto was oblivious to it. Need I remind you that I am the Prime Minister in this empire? Who are you to suggest when I ought to be working? In military, I am only second to Budo, and even in this line of your work, only the Emperor is first. I am not second to you, Honest. It felt as if he'd said vermin instead of honest. His Majesty has made me only second to him. I'm in charge of the capital. You can be Prime Minister, but this has become my capital. I've been given the mandate to restructure the empire. And I will do so. Only the Emperor tells me what not to do. So when I tell you to get back to work, you will do so. Honest snapped towards the Emperor. What is he talking about, Heika? I didn't give my approval on anything. And what is wrong with the current structure that it needs to be restructured? It was something I did moments ago. Naruto assured me it was within my power to do so. Was I wrong, Prime Minister? Honest frowned. He couldn't say Makoto was wrong, not with those eyes staring down at him. Not at all, but it would be best if you consult with me first before making such decisions. What can I do to cooperate with this restructuring? Sit back and do what you're told. The empire has been rotting under your watch, Prime Minister. I showed the Emperor the corruption and rot that has gripped the empire. As Prime Minister, do you mean to tell me what you didn't know about it or you knew but chose not to do anything against it because you kind of liked it that way? Now, answer the question, pick either of the two. Makoto nodded. I saw some horrible things, Prime Minister. As I have said, my mind still can't work around what I saw. It's okay if you didn't know about it. It has happened under my watch, it could have happened without you knowing. I wasn't aware of the corruption, Honest was forced to say. I see. If it happens that you knew about it and have been instigating it, I will hang you on a cross, and put you at the stadium filled up with your haters, and execute you there, Naruto warned. General Naruto, I don't think the Prime Minister knows about such things. To suggest that he could be the one behind the Empire's destruction is not right. He has been by side for so long. I trust him and his judgment. You have my word that he is innocent, Makoto said firmly. Honest quickly dropped his toothy grin when Naruto smiled as well. Forgive me, Your Majesty. It just puzzles me how this could all happen without him knowing. He said, Prime Minister, come with me. What business do you have with me? Are you that afraid to be alone with me? It's okay, I won't turn you into ash, Naruto said smiling. I can say what I wish right here, nevertheless. Hire a new chief of police. I want an honest and moral person put in charge. What of the current one? He is a corrupt, little piece of shit that needs to be thrown into the trash bin. His Majesty can testify to that, Makoto nodded firmly. In light of this, I want you to look for his replacement. Take your time because we don't want another corrupt trash running our law enforcement. I will have the current chief arrested quickly, and His Majesty can decide on the appropriate punishment. The other corrupt CE offers caught in the act will be executed on sight, as per His Majesty's orders. You should get to that. The situation out there doesn't please me. I want my people to be free. As you do that, Esdeath will be closing in on night raid, Makoto said. If it is His Majesty's wishes, I will get to it. Whilst the Prime Minister searches for a new chief of police, I will assume the position on a temporary basis, Naruto said. His eyes turned to Honest, burning with cold intent. There are people who have been wrongly accused of crime and put into jail. Have them released and none of them should die. If they do so, I will burn down those responsible. Go do it, now. If you don't hurry, I will do it myself and investigate why you had them arrested in the first place and why some ministers have been killed. Let me remind you that last time it took both Budo and Esdeath to stop me, even so, they couldn't kill me. If I start investigating, nothing can stop me from uncovering the truth, Naruto turned to the Emperor. An advice from your Nisama is that you rest, Heika. You've seen too much already. That said, Naruto turned around. Fully pleased with himself. Everything was going well. How could he not be pleased? It wouldn't take long before Honest was stripped of all his powers and he would be left with just Esdeath. By then, he would do what he pleases with both. I will free the empire, Mia, Naruto vowed. Nothing was going to stop him, and he would manipulate Makoto if he was forced. The boy was too naive to see everything. Hell, Naruto knew even if he showed the boy honest conspiring against the empire he would believe it. He would still believe anything the man says. Just outside of the throne room. You really don't waste time in acting, huh? Budo said, following Naruto from behind. He was already in action after just being reinstated as general. And even though his special duty was out there in the battlefield, he was starting to command things excellently well inside the capital. From what Budo understood, the blonde general was also planning to bring his army back to the capital. Some of them had already arrived and were roaming around the streets of the capital apprehending those corrupt officials. It was a good thing. Budo had been afraid of doing something like this. No, he was more concerned about cleaning of the empire's enemies before focusing on what was within. He didn't have much power to do anything anyway. Honest had everything under his wraps. The emperor would never listen to him, not when Honest was there to contradict what he was saying. This naturally made it impossible for him to do anything without breaking the law. Naruto had the emperor. He could influence the boy. Budo reasoned it was because Naruto had taken care of the boy when he was still younger. The boy adored Naruto much more than he did with his siblings. Perhaps it was because Naruto treated him with care and love. Whatever the case was, it was paying off now. I can't really afford to sit around and watch things, now can I? Naruto said, slowly retreating towards his quarters to take a few things before he went to the streets to remove the corruption. Things have become unbearable. If nothing is done soon, the empire will crumble. It is already falling off a cliff. I'm just trying to let it slide smoothly while creating a soft cushion so that it doesn't hit hard. Budo nodded. What is done, he said. It amazes me how you have been blind all along. You really are useless. You like talking but have little action to show for all your big talk. How disappointing for a man of your stature, Naruto said, the disappointment clearly audible on his tone. Back to those remarks, are we? Budo had no energy for it. He was tired of this kind of talk with Naruto. Back then, it was what they talked about. I'm just stating the facts, Naruto said. The chief of police is on Honest payroll, military personnel as well. How can you just watch all that happen? You can't say you don't know what has been happening around the capital. Your family has been tasked with protecting the royal palace and the royal family. You have succeeded in the former, but Makoto, he has strings all over him. The empire is rotten in all corners, and what do you do about it? Nothing. When Budo said nothing, Naruto continued. After this is all over, you should consider quitting. I will find and train someone suitable to take over from you. Budo was quiet for a few moments. When he spoke, he said nothing about Naruto's proposal. He was more focused on other things. Rooting the corruption within the empire will leave a lot of gaps that will need to be filled. Honest has a lot of people he is paying. I'm aware of that. Avenue the previous prime minister in my corner, and some aspiring political champions who will do the work. Some of my men can do administration, Naruto said. Right now, people will have a choice on who to fear. Some have joined the trash because they were afraid of dying. Some simply like corrupt things. It will be either me or Honest. The latter choice will result in death or imprisonment. The old man would be proud, Budo said, and he would be disappointed in you. Budo ignored that. It was truth, nevertheless. How long do you plan on tormenting the prime minister? You have all the proof you need to jail him. And you could just assassinate him any time and blame it on Night Raid. No one would question anything. I wish to strip that thing of all its power. I want to watch it to know what it feels to be powerless backed against the corner. I will cut all its strings attached to Makoto and have the very same boy throw it to prison. After which, I will execute in front of all it has torment. Do you think Esdeath will allow you to do that? Esdeath merely seeks a challenge. She doesn't see the corruption. As long as Honest is with the Emperor, she will fight for the Empire. It is likely that she will choose to save him, not for the Empire but for her fun. However, since Honest will no longer be in power, I can offer her a deal that will guarantee her fun. She may opt to abandon the vermin. Unlikely. That woman would rather fight you now to deal than now, Budo said firmly. I believe so as well. However, what if I offer her a match to death before Honest is arrested? She wins, she does what she likes. She loses, she does what I say. She can't kill me, and so I will offer her a tempting offer to be the one to kill me when I'm done with my duties. Naruto put on a thoughtful look. Those two are just using each other. It is possible if the vermin becomes useless, Esdeath will discard him. Budo narrowed his eyes. You'd die and allow Esdeath to live? Of course not. That woman is a disease that needs to be cleaned. She can't be changed. Only death will suffice for her. However, the Empire still has many enemies. I will be too busy here to deal with them. I will require her to deal with them. You mean the Revolutionary Army? Yes, Naruto said. They've been fighting for too long. If I come here and rid of Honest, take charge, they will still fight me. Even though I do free the Empire. They won't accept anything I say. And I kind want to kill the one who sanctioned for my death. Budo shook his head. As long as you keep things formal, I will fight by your side if you need me. At least that is what I can do after all my failures. That will be appreciated. While you disappoint me, I do acknowledge that you're needed for this to be successful. Naruto said before walking away from Budo. About an hour later, as soon as Naruto stepped out of the royal palace, he found Esdeath waiting for him. The woman stood still in all her menacing glory, watching him like a hawk, his every step calculated. He could see that her hands were itching to draw out her rapier. What a battle-loving woman. A pity he had no desire to fight her at this time. He needed to handle things with Honest. She would only be brought to the picture of the battle room if her actions become intolerable. Naruto wasn't going to allow her to do as she pleases. Innocent people were not going to be used to flush out Night Raid. Esdeath was willing to sacrifice anything to achieve her targets, but the Empire's people were off target. Yuto Wooden will draw out his blade if she oversteps the boundaries. The time for madness around the Empire was over. It was time for justice to take over, and for the opened gates of purgatory to wallow whatever that he deemed to be vermin. Are you going to stare at me like that till hell freezes? Naruto asked, walking past the woman who also followed him before taking up his right side. Act normal, Esdeath told herself as she calmed herself. She didn't quite forget how he appeared to her a couple of days ago and how he slammed her into a store. She was quite displeased with that event. It felt like she had allowed him to get one over her, and the fact that he had the balls to stroll through the royal palace after everything annoyed her. It really shouldn't. He was the type of person to do something like that, and she should have expected it from him. Who knows? Esdeath responded with a slight shrug of her shoulders. For a man who just rose from the dead, you've been awfully busy, she added, looking at the blonde at the corner of her eyes. I must do what I can. I'm surrounded by a sadist who cares for nothing but the thrill of a bloody fight. You care not for the state of the Empire. This is why I must do what I can to free the people from the clutches of that vermin. I see you still haven't changed, Esdeath noted. Back then I would have laughed at that statement. Especially about the one about caring. It was all about performing your duty as a soldier of the Empire. There were no feelings involved. It might still be like, but I don't know anymore. A lot of time has elapsed since then. People change, things change, the Empire has changed, and nature does change, but you're still the same sadistic bitch you were back then. I have to say, I am a bit disappointed in you. Naruto said with a shake of his head. Esdeath shrugged off those words nonchalantly. She didn't care for them. It didn't matter to her. She saw no wrong in her choices, and she would die as she was. No one was going to change her. Whether Naruto was disappointed or not, she didn't care. She wasn't living to make him happy. You killed my subordinates, Esdeath said in a matter of fact. You killed Hisuke, Naruto stated in the same tone as Esdeath. What if I did then? Are you going to cry or threaten to get me back? Esdeath seemed to ponder about it. For a moment before shrugging off her shoulders. I guess it was only fair. Naruto did share a close relationship with that man, and she had taken it away from him. This has given me an opportunity. Why to create a new group of Taigu users that will be stronger than the previous group? Good for you, see, Naruto said. Was there something you wanted? I have some important matters to deal with. Namely, I'm going to execute about 100 and more of corrupt officials. Do you wish to join me? You sure know how to make someone suffer. You are going to execute hundreds of officials. Imperial police officials, you mean? Why, they are corrupt trash who have abused their power and made the Empire's people suffer. So, you wouldn't understand, Esdeath, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Even so, I'm surprised you're willing to kill those many people. Won't that leave the police department short of officers? My men will cover up the shortfall, Naruto said. Why, oh, you can call this a part of population control. We are still going to execute so many other rich people who have committed treason against the Empire. We can't carry them all in cells. Besides, the empire is full of people. If we control the population, it will be easy to govern the capital. Population control. And you say I have no feelings? Esdeath said, a bit amused by Naruto's words. Naruto merely shrugged. He didn't kill innocent people just for the sake of it. The people he was going to execute were trash that was littering the empire. He needed to remove all trash to make the empire clean. So, are you going to join me? Who knows, we may come across someone with intel on night raid. I'm in, Esdeath said. It will be just like old times. Later that day, Night Raid HQ, sitting on her chair within the base. Najenda puffed up some smoke as she looked straight at the man who'd just entered. Her subordinates were cautious, way more cautious than before. Najenda had nothing to worry. She knew him better, even with what they saw today. It had struck her with surprise when she heard that Naruto was seen around the capital with the young emperor. Naturally, her subordinates would have chosen to try their luck, but she had sternly warned them to stay out of Naruto's way. If they didn't fear Esdeath, then Naruto they ought to fear. I have been waiting for you, Najenda said. Her tone just blank of any emotions. Such coldness, Naruto said. What is floating your boat, Najenda? Are you that surprised I have returned to the imperial court? I did tell you that I was going to change my strategy. What was the original plan? Kill all ministers in Vermin's pockets, and then the Vermin itself, something like that. This one is a lot better, don't you think? Najenda narrowed her eyes at Naruto. Do you know the position you're putting me here, Naruto? I trust you seek what is best for the empire. We have our plans as well. Now we may have to fight against you. Not necessarily. You'll only fight me if your dream is the revolutionary army, not the freedom of the empire. I have put on a fight and I will kill honest. What would be the reason to fight me? Naruto asked. Orders, Najenda said with a sigh. You know they don't like you. They were almost ready to kill you, and with your invasion of the imperial court, they either have to support you or rid of you. The end goal is the same, but the problem is you. What did I ever do? Najenda didn't answer the question. What is the plan, really, Naruto? I want to know. I have gained Makoto's trust, and soon, I will cut the strings that Trash has on him. Today we executed about 100 of police officials and I have taken charge of the police. Makoto made me his second in command. I am above the Prime Minister. We are reforming the empire as we stand. My army will be in the capital by tomorrow, and they will take over the imperial police. I have ordered the Vermin to release everyone who was prisoned wrongly. Just in a day, and I have done this already. By tomorrow, with my men lurking in the shadows, no criminal will roam the streets during day and during night. They always fear you guys. You work fast, Najenda said. What do you want? When I heard you'd return to the court, I knew you would return here looking for something. I can't do anything to stop Esdeath from hunting you. You have to survive without me. In 3 days, I want you to send every member under your command who isn't known by Esdeath. I will put them under my care and they will continue to work. Inform the higher-ups to quit any movements that will be against me. If they insist on fighting, I will send Esdeath after them. Esdeath is building a new group of Taigu users. She will maximize her hunt, but I will ensure that she does nothing wrong in her pursuit. She is aware of your mission tomorrow. Former General Liver will be there to stop you. Esdeath won't be there. She will be roaming the streets of the capital with me. Are you proposing that we work with you? Even though the Revolutionary Army might not like the idea. Akame questioned. That is what I am suggesting. It secures your lives and keeps you focused on your goal. Once it is all done, you can work in the shadows to eliminate vermin within the empire. How do we know you won't stab us in the back? That's a stupid question, Naruto said. Najenda, speak to me in your room. I may spend the night here. The room in the royal palace gives me unpleasant aches, he added, already turning towards Najenda's room. Morning came quickly, far sooner than Naruto wanted. He wanted to sleep some more. He wanted to enjoy the peace and warmth for a little while longer. When was the last time he felt so comfortable, so at peace? When was the last time? The years had to be rolled back to 5 years ago when Mia was still alive. Those were the good days. Good days indeed. Naruto never thought he'd find himself in this kind of position once more again. He never thought he would enjoy being held in someone's embrace with Mia gone. The night had disappeared in a flash. Naruto didn't think he would have been able to sleep with the memories of Mia's butcher day tormenting his bleeding heart. But he had slept so peacefully that he wouldn't mind staying like this or just to have that repeat. Najenda, this was her bed. This was her embrace. Why should she even feel the desire to embrace him when he had slept so peacefully? Or perhaps did he sleep peacefully because she had been holding him? It was a possibility, one that Naruto didn't want to think deep about as it would open a door for a number of questions. At this time of the morning, Naruto didn't want any complicated questions troubling him. It would only confuse his mind, and since he was back in the imperial court, he couldn't afford anything that would make him slip up. He was surrounded by demons and vultures after all. Naruto slowly turned to the other side of the bed. Naginda was already up, her eyes met with his. There was a range of emotions within those eyes. Above all, she seemed content with the way she was, in the bed, in that position. Staring into his eyes. Where was she when he was wrestling with the demons of insanity? Had she been there, making him wake up like this every day, he would have returned earlier. And the Empire would have been saved by now. Good morning, Naruto, Naginda greeted, her tone full of warmth, and soft smile curling up her lips. It was beautiful, Naruto thought. He gave her a smile of his own. Naginda, he said, his eyes moved down a bit. He didn't find what he was looking for and they went up again to the staring contest. And I was thinking that perhaps you weren't wearing any clothes. Naruto added, and let you take advantage of me. I wouldn't be taking advantage of you if both of us end up enjoying it, Naruto said. Naginda shook her head slightly. It's good to see you again, Naruto. She said, seeing the look the blonde was giving her, Naginda explained. This warm side of you. You aren't wearing a mask. I had missed this part of you. Naruto gave a soft sad smile. And looked away from Naginda. His staring contest was picked up with the ceiling. It seems a part of me had missed it as well. It has become a strange feeling, Naruto said, placing his right hand over his chest. Familiar it is, and I guess I like it. Naginda turned around and stared at the ceiling as well. I'm glad, she said. I like you better when you're happy. Not all gloomy and acting like your friend, Esdeath. You worry me sometimes. And I like you when you're like this, Naruto said. Why do you worry about me? I am a man, I can take care of myself and can handle myself without the assistance of anyone. I worry that you're going to lose your warmth, abandon hope for any form of happiness. I worry that you'll think that there is nothing more to live for once you've freed the Empire. Honestly, I'd be sad if you fell off the wagon after that, Naginda said. She looked up to her nightstand and took up a smoke before lighting it up. I know you can handle yourself. But everyone else needs someone at some point. You can't always stand on your own. Naginda puffed up some smoke, before handing the cigar to Naruto. The blonde took it, inhaled sharply before letting out a fit of coughs. Naginda laughed. When was the last time you smoked? She asked, taking back her cigar. Don't remember. I've never actually lit a cigar. I only smoked your stuff, Naruto said. For a few moments, he turned silent, mulling over a few thoughts while Naginda did a number on her cigar. A part of me did think that it would be impossible to find happiness again. Hell, I never even thought I would find myself in this position again, and actually enjoying it. I guess I thought with Mia gone, everything else was gone as well. I figured as much, but I do hope that you realize that there is life even after Mia. I'm not saying there is someone who can replace her or fill up the void her death left, I'm saying you can love again. You still have a long life ahead of you. Don't waste it up being gloomy and thinking dark thoughts, Naginda said, handing Naruto the cigar once more. This time there were no coughs from the blonde. It'd be so wrong if I choose to end my life after the Empire is freed. Yes, Naginda said strongly. I'd come to the afterlife and beat you up if you did that. It may be selfish of me to say this, but I don't want to lose you. Not again. You think like that, huh? Naruto said. What do you think would have happened if we'd become more than just friends back then? I did my fair share. Don't even think about it. You weren't thinking about a relationship back then, neither was I, and you weren't that interested in me. You just wanted to fool around. What is wrong with that? Do you really want me to answer that? Naruto shook his head slightly. Would you really hate me if I disappear after my mission is completed? Yes, Naginda's answer came quickly. What do you think Mia would wish for me? I don't know, Naginda said quietly. You knew her better. She was your assistant and lover. You should be able to figure that out. I do think that you should. No longer focus on what she would wish for you only, but you should also think about what to do to honor her memory. I will give that some thought, Naruto said. I really hope that I can get a hold of things soon enough so that I can remove the vermin. If I do, I can get you back to the court. The Emperor has the power to pardon anyone, regardless of the crime. It will be fun working with you. Naginda nodded. Yeah, she said. I will head out to the Revolutionary Army's HQ today and tell them about all these. After the past couple of hours, even if I'm ordered to fight you, I won't. Fighting you would be a loss of my cause. I joined them because I wanted to fight the corruption, not someone who is actually trying to do good. My request. I will send them, Naginda said. You know this may effectively put us out of business. Naruto shook his head. I will still send some requests. My men can't do all the functions. For now, they will be focused on cleaning the streets of the crime and corruption. And I have to enter the field of politics. I expect the vermin to be putting up a fight. Just be careful, Naginda said. The imperial court was really dangerous. Especially with that vermin ruling over it. One little mistake and Naruto could be thrown out to the cold once again. Honest wasn't going to go down without a fight. Even if it is against the person he fears the most. The Prime Minister was going to fight Naruto for his own survival. He didn't really have a choice. It was either die pathetically like a coward or go out like a man after a good fight. Honest was going to pick up the latter option. Every move had to be measured now. There was no room for careless mistakes. Naginda was pleased with everything though. She really didn't have anything to complain about. Naruto had done much more than Night Raid has ever done. He really does work fast. Then again, effectiveness was his middle name during his days as a front soldier. In everything he did so effectively with minimum effort. It was one of the reasons there was an assumption that Esdeath had been stronger than him. Yet, even with that assumption, he was the first to be promoted as general. There was no one better to fight for the freedom of the empire than Uzumaki Naruto. I will, Naruto said. I'm expecting Honest to be counter-attacking today. Yesterday I had the element of surprise on my side. From now on, the trash will be making it difficult. At least it will be fun that way. Naginda shook her head. Don't enjoy it too Mew. She stopped in mid-sentence. NCE when Naruto suddenly got on top of her. He pressed her against the bed, keeping her from moving, before kissing her on the forehead. Thank you, Naginda, he said. I slept well last night. Now, I have to go back to the capital before the trash screws up my plans. You are welcome, but I didn't do this for free. You owe me, Naginda said. Name your price. Die with me. Winner of old age, I mean. If you can make me happy, then we can, Naruto said, getting out of the bed. I will talk to you in a few days. Naginda caught him by the hand. Akame should have fixed up breakfast by now. Eat with us before you leave. Naruto smiled. Sure, why not? I didn't eat anything last night anyway. Royal Palace. The moment Naruto stepped into the large halls of the palace, he felt it within his boiling blood that something was cooking inside the place. His gut was telling him to rush over to throne room. Naruto didn't ignore the feeling, he just didn't go about the rushing. He wanted to see what manner of surprise Honest would have in store for him. He knew the trash would be making his own plans today and taking on a stand firm on his position as Prime Minister and second only to the Emperor. His influence over proceedings certainly took a knock with his activities. He had carried a lot of work yesterday and it wouldn't be easy for Honest to convince his puppets and comrades in corruption that they were still safe from the sword of General Black. Yesterday he had commenced a hunt for the corrupt dogs killing the Empire. No stone was going to be left unturned. The dogs knew that, and it was up to the shitty Prime Minister to try calm things down. How would he go about it then? Naruto had a fearsome reputation and his work yesterday had sent a strong message. Cowards were running scared now and thinking of leaving the capital until it was safe. But Naruto wasn't going to allow anyone to escape the sword of judgment. The corrupt fools were going to be sent to purgatory. There was nowhere in this world that they would hide that Naruto wouldn't be able to find them. His nose could smell corruption a miles away. The sword of death awaited the corrupt and the children of the vermin that was the Prime Minister. Naruto wouldn't hold back on the judgment. Nothing was going to stop him. Not even Makoto. As Naruto walked through the large passages of the royal palace, he came across a number of high-ranking officials, leaving the palace, coming from the direction of the throne room. The sly vermin had been fast to work, Naruto thought. He still smiled though. He was going to enjoy dismantling the vermin. There wasn't anything that Honest was going to do that would save him from judgment. At this stage, it was inevitable. The question was simply when. Where was already determined. The throne room reeked of sweat and corruption. Naruto could smell the bloody smell of meat just beside the Emperor's throne. The rotten piece of meat, clowning as Prime Minister was standing beside the throne, smiling as it chewed its meat. This must have been a good day. For the fool to stand before him without expressing any form of fear for his life. The Prime Minister, by all accounts, looked happy, excited even. He showed no fear to the presence of the blonde general. He didn't even say anything until his meat had settled down inside his gut, ready for digestion. A good day indeed. Ah, General Naruto, the Prime Minister said, smiling. So lovely you could make it after the meeting is over. If you had spent your night in the royal palace, you would have been a part of the meeting. I'm sure there is nothing important that I missed, Naruto responded with a shrug. I'm not too sure about that. As you may have seen, high-ranking officials were present here. Nevertheless, your presence would have been of most welcome, Honest said. If you don't mind me asking, where did you spend the night? You weren't in the royal palace, and I had own people look for you around the capital to inform you about the meeting I just had. I was out, lying somewhere, Naruto said. Trash. It had no intention of inviting me to the meeting and was us trying to tell him that it knew that he wasn't in the palace. The important message was that it was actually watching him. It was a warning. Amusing, wasn't it? The rotten vermin was now warning I am when it had been pissing on itself when he had appeared in his furious glory. It had the balls to smile before him. Oh, Naruto was soon going to show the fool who the boss was. I see. I truly hope you didn't go anywhere unwelcomed. We don't want one of the generals to be marked as a traitor just after his return, Prime Minister said. Night raid is led by your former friend, Najinda. What do you make of this? From what I have been able to gather, you shared a rather close relationship with her. Naruto shrugged. She chose what she believed in. Who am I to judge? I wouldn't blame her for her choice because the corruption in the empire is detestable, the blonde said carelessly. Esdeath must have provided this information, or was it that someone had spotted him going out to the night raid base? No, that was impossible. There was no possibility of that having happened. Is that so? Honest said. You don't seem bothered by it, but I shouldn't be surprised. In any case, if you do sight her or if she makes contact with you, do inform General Esdeath. The information could be useful in taking down Night Raid. I will do what I can, Naruto said. Oh, the fool was having a good time here. Naturally, Naruto was going to have his time as well. While this very conversation was repulsive to his health, he could endure it. His day would come and the trash would be sent to purgatory. Where is the Emperor? He is resting. I'm afraid yesterday he caught a contagious disease. He has been locked up in a safe place to receive treatment. No one is allowed to see him, Honest said, a bit smugly. Naruto didn't believe that nonsense, but he chose not to question it. Doing so wouldn't do any good. Is that so? Naruto said. Well then, tell him I wish him well. I better get back to work. The Imperial Police offices must be full of cases, and I have to solve as many as possible. That won't be necessary, Honest said, keeping a toothy grin. What? I have already found a replacement for the previous chief. You're no longer obligated to do anything in the Imperial Police. And before you decide to execute anyone, let the man know. You no longer have the power to do so without permission. Honest said. You were put in charge of restructuring the empire, not fighting crime and corruption. Oh, Naruto smiled. You did a good job there, and I didn't think you'd be brave for this. You have your way. I will focus on the job assigned of me, the blonde said. I would appreciate that, Honest said. Say, vermin, Naruto said, do you know why I acted quickly yesterday? He tilted his head to the side, smiling a bit. My activities yesterday were not my knockout punch. No, I was just sending a message. It was all just a simple message. Be warned, General Black is watching. Single quote. That said, Naruto walked away. Honest frowned. Bloody bastard. His people were restricted from moving now because of him. In fact, there were some people who would be refusing to take bribes from him in fear of the blonde. Hell, they would turn him down plainly and tell him he wasn't as fearsome as he was. There was another powerhouse in the capital and he could be much more dangerous than him. It was fine, Honest told himself. He could still do damage control. Naruto couldn't offer money, nor could he offer any power. He was still the Prime Minister, and no one was going to be appointed without his consent. He would be having a problem because Naruto could go directly to Makoto, the boy had the power to appoint. Honest wasn't worried because that was solved for now. Naruto wouldn't be getting his hands on the Emperor for a few days from now on. That way, he could be working on the strings attached to the boy. He would strengthen them. Honest smiled. He still had the Emperor. He had the trump card in his hands. He just had to play his cards right and he would end up on the winning side. 3 days later. It has been 3 long days since Naruto last saw the young Emperor. True to the Prime Minister's words, the young boy had been locked away in a hole Naruto hadn't been able to sniff out in the last 2 days. It had gotten so frustrating that he ended up calling for help from his soldiers. Makoto was inside the royal palace. Naruto was certain of this. While he knew every corner within the place, he wasn't permitted to enter every lit TLE room. Orders of the Emperor, it was said. Naruto had only been unable to make his way to the Emperor not because of the order but because he didn't know exactly where the boy was held. Honest wouldn't kidnap Makoto, nor would he do the boy any harm. Makoto was useful to the Prime Minister, alive and kicking. Without Makoto, the rotten piece of meat couldn't rule over the empire. Relatives of He Emperor would jump into the court to take over the empire. Makoto was a necessity for Honest's regime. Naruto did know that even if the Emperor does die, Honest would still retain the power he does hold. As it stands, his puppets are aware that he is the one who basically runs the empire, not Makoto. The man knew that the giant Taigu owned by the royal family can only be used by someone who has royal blood in him. Without royal blood, the imperial arms becomes useless, and for something so powerful, especially in this time, the trash couldn't discard it. For now, he would keep Makoto alive. Naruto had waited long enough. With his men having found the Emperor's location, he would be making his way towards the young king by the end of the day. It no longer matters what the guards said to him. Naruto would beat them up if they tried get in the way. He had been merely leaving them to think that he could actually listen to them and make them happy, whilst leaving the impression that he had come to respect authority. If he does, he wouldn't disobey the Emperor's commands. Time to act had come. More so now that his important guest had arrived. Naruto sipped in his morning coffee while reading a few documents inside his office within his quarters. Before meeting the Emperor, a few documents had to be prepared to further prove that the corruption within the empire was really deep. Naruto looked up, hearing the footsteps of his attendant. The woman knocked at the door and Naruto allowed her to come in. "Is there something you require?" Naruto asked calmly. The black-haired woman, wearing glasses and a maid uniform, shook her head. "There is a young man outside looking for you. He says he was sent here by a former comrade. Tell him to come in," Naruto said. "Hi." A minute later, Tatsumi walked into the office, not wearing the once happy look he had been wearing when Naruto went to visit Night Raid. Something must have happened, Naruto realized. He looked the boy carefully. He had a curious sword with him, and Naruto looked at it for a moment before looking back at the documents on his hands. "Sit," he said. Tatsumi nodded and sat down. "Thank you," he said. "How did you get this far?" There were guards everywhere around the royal palace and they wouldn't just allow anyone to come in as they please. Security had become tight upon his return and his subs' equent quest to end the corruption spree driven by the trashy Prime Minister. Najinda-san told me of a safe passage towards this quarters, and when you tell the guards that you're a member of General Black's army, they are quick to open the way, Tatsumi said. Well, he couldn't fault them after hearing what they were saying about the man. While he leaked no bloodthirst around the passages like Esdeath, he was still downright scary and intimidating when he wanted to be. His recent crackdown of corrupt officials has made a few guards try by all means to be on his good side just so they may perhaps avoid the death sentence that some people were getting. Naturally, coming here had been a risk, but Najinda had assured Tatsumi that everything would be okay as long as he followed her instructions, and if something does happen, he had to fight on until Naruto arrives because according to Najinda, if trouble does break up within the palace, he would be there to intervene in a moment's time, so would Budo. And since he wasn't known as a Night Raid member, he would be safe from on-spot execution. "I see," Naruto said. "What of the others?" She couldn't send them because they were needed to stay at the hideout. "There are just 3 left now," Tatsumi said, a bit sadly. 3? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. "I haven't read the report on your last mission, but I do know that Liver was killed. What happened?" "Exactly. There are more enemies than we had anticipated, and I was useless during the battle. We had thought it may be a trap, so the boss decided to send me, mine, Shell and Bullet. While on the ship, most of the guests turned out to be the enemies masquerading as important people. In the end, Shell and Bullet were killed," Tatsumi said sadly. "But we did manage to kill everyone else. Except for this crazy girl who escaped. If he had been strong enough, they wouldn't have been overwhelmed by the enemy. Liver had kept Bullet busy while Mine battled with the crazy girl. The ship had been destroyed when the girl lost her mind. Even though he wasn't fighting Taigu users, he had been struggling. He had to count on Shell to have his back. It was sad really. It made him cry to think of how useless he was in that battle. Beating himself over it wasn't going to do it. Najinda has said so, so did Akame. He had to live on, at least for his older brother's memory. How unfortunate, Naruto said, his tone lacking any emotion. I wasn't expecting for Shell to be killed. You are now in possession of Incurcio, the blonde stated. Tatsumi nodded. Najinda-san said it was best for me to come here as I would receive sufficient training to become stronger. I see, Naruto said. Didn't this girl see you? I don't think so, Tatsumi said. Naruto nodded as he stood up. Come on, follow me, he said, leaving the confines of his office. You will stay here from now on. I will show you your new living arrangements when we return. Do you have a problem with that? Tatsumi shook his head. Good, Naruto said. Tatsumi followed Naruto behind as the blonde general walked through the palace passages. As he walked, Tatsumi realized just how huge the palace was. And it was really kept tidy with guards stationed everywhere. He really hoped that he doesn't come across someone like Esdeath or the Prime Minister because he really didn't kn. How he would react to the presence of either. When did she return? Naruto asked Tatsumi. It took a few moments for Tatsumi to process everything. He figured Naruto was referring to Najinda who left for the Revolutionary Army's HQ the day he had been their hideout. Tatsumi reminded himself that this was enemy territory. He had to be careful, or else he would end up getting both him and Naruto in trouble. Najinda did say that Naruto would kill him if he did something like that. Of course she may have been joking. Last night, Tatsumi said. She said she'll see you at your other place tonight at around 9 p.m. Naruto nodded as the two cleared the passages and made it through to a training ground outside the palace. Knowing what was roaming inside, Naruto preferred to use the outdoors. There was a chance that Esdeath could smell he was on a clear ground and rushed towards him with her rapier out for his blood. This represented the best place to take all that without destroying anything. Draw out your sword and release your Taigu, Naruto ordered, hands folded across his chest. Won't anyone see me using it? Tatsumi asked, worriedly. Naruto shrugged. It doesn't matter. Its previous owner is dead. It's simple to say that one of my men found it and I handed it down to a young soldier who I felt deserved to wield it. No one will question me. Well, he was General Black, an infamous man to his enemies. If the man said it was okay, then Tatsumi would do as told, and it hadn't looked like the man had been asking of his opinion back then. He'd been telling him to do something. Tatsumi hurriedly did as told. Naruto looked at Incurcio with a critical eye. The Taigu was an armor, so it offered good defensive capabilities and power. Not the kind of weapon or partner he'd like. Nevertheless, the Taigu was valuable, and in the right hands, it could become a dangerous tool. Naruto just liked fighting with a sword. He didn't know any other way to fight without a blade. When the Emperor found him, he was carrying Amaterasu, and ever since then, he's preferred holding a weapon, a sword to be precise. Amaterasu was his precious partner. There was nothing that knew him better than his beloved blade. They had a long history together, and through she has been with him, fighting alongside him when needed. You want to become stronger. I don't have a lot of time these days to be spending teaching you how to fight. However, I will make some time. For now, I want to see what you can do with that Taigu. After which, you'll show me what you can do with it, and then I can create a proper training schedule for you, Naruto said. Tatsumi nodded, smiling. It excited him to know that he would be trained by the infamous General Black. He could become wronger and fight for the Empire, and then one day, he would return to his village as a hero. Come at me, Naruto ordered. Tatsumi charged. He didn't attack Naruto directly. He started by going in fast speeds around the blonde. His speed increased until it were nothing but blurs circling around the still blonde. Tatsumi continued to do so until he could see an opening. The speed was impressive, but still not good enough. Naruto has fought in hundreds of battles, he has seen varying speeds from different kind of people. And he respected it because it was vital during a battle. So much vital that it could be the difference between life and death. Finally, Tatsumi flashed behind Naruto, and lashing a right high-footed straight at Naruto's temple. Before the kick could connect with his head, Naruto blocked it by raising his right hand. He didn't move an inch. He wouldn't say that didn't make his hand ache though. You can change back, Naruto simply said. Huh, Tatsumi was confused. EY didn't do anything and that was all over. Your Taigu enhances your speed, strength, and power. It also helps with your defense because of its armor. Of course that could prove useless against a sharper opponent. From something dangerous like that, it requires a lot of stamina to sustain it, no? Tatsumi nodded. How long I am able to keep wearing it depends on my level of stamina. If I'm quick to tire, then the limit will be shorter, and because it drains a lot of energy, after using it I can become vulnerable if faced with a superior opponent. Thought as much, Naruto said. You're smart enough to know that you shouldn't attack head-on and your kick isn't that strong. For a Taigu, I shouldn't have blocked that and remained standing. I guess this is because you've only recently acquired the Taigu. The blonde paused for a moment. Draw your sword and attack me. Tatsumi did as told and charged. No matter how much he tried to hit the blonde, he never landed a hit. The General wasn't even carrying a sword with him, he was merely dodging his attacks, eyes staring down at him. What Tatsumi realized was that the blonde was fast and had superior reflexes. It wasn't a surprise. Naruto was a general after all. Someone assumed to be stronger the Ice Queen. As he was trying by all means to hit Naruto, Tatsumi realized that there were eyes watching them. Whether Naruto noticed it or not, it wasn't evident on his expression. His eyes kept trained on him. The moment Tatsumi separated from Naruto, a blue blur marched into existence between them. It was General Esdeath. The man had a rapier drawn out and slashed through the air with it, aiming straight at Naruto's neck, aiming to separate his head from the shoulders. If she does hit him, it could be excused as incidental. Naruto reacted quickly and jumped back to avoid the rapier. His eyes watched it pass through his face as he landed down the ground. The second he did so, Esdeath was already in the attack. She appeared in front of him. Right boot raised high, cleaving through the air, aimed at Naruto's left shoulder. In response, Naruto ducked under the kick, knowing clearly well that attempting to block it will prove fatal given the woman's overwhelming physical strength. It was one aspect of her power that Naruto could never forget. While Naruto was crouched down under her raised boot, Esdeath snapped her fingers and an ice spike burst from the ground, rushing straight at Naruto's chest. Naruto used both his hands and feet, pressed against the ground to propel himself into the air to avoid the ice spike piercing through his chest. While still in mid-air, Esdeath crashed her boot on his shoulders with so much force that Naruto was sent skidding the other way. Despite the kick being a heavy blow, Naruto didn't take too long to recover. He flipped several times before landing on the ground on both his feet. Once again, Esdeath was at him. This time she appeared on his left side, twisted around with her right boot raised high. She aimed a brutal kick at Naruto's chest. The blonde caught the boot with both his hands. The moment he did so, ice blades bust forth from the boot, pointing into all directions. On instinct, Naruto let go of Esdeath and flashed away from her. He still didn't draw out his blade. Instead, he folded his hands across his chest, smiling. I see you have been training, see. Tatsumi realized something. Not for a second while Esdeath was attacking him, had Naruto taken her seriously. Not drawing out his sword said that much. He could have, but didn't. Esdeath seemed to have the same idea, judging by the look on her face. Still, she put away her rapier. You're still hard as a rock, she said. I'm really going to enjoy breaking you apart. You can run away now, but I will eventually get you cornered and you'll fight me seriously. Who the hell doesn't take Esdeath serious? If it had been him, Tatsumi would have been downright scared with just her appearance. The grin she had on her face when talking about getting the blonde wasn't comforting either. Yet how did Naruto respond? A mere shrug of his shoulders. You failed last time. There won't be any difference next time, Naruto said. Then, single quote, Esdeath turned her attention towards Tatsumi. She had seen how he was moving when fighting against Naruto. He had attacked with precision and skill. If his opponent had been someone else, he would have surely landed a hit. Looking at those green eyes, innocent eyes, Esdeath felt that pang once again. She ignored Naruto, walked towards Tatsumi, blushing a bit. Naturally, Tatsumi was freaked out. What is your name? Her voice was kind of sweet and kind. This was nothing like the monster he had seen in his nightmares or the woman who had been grinning like a madman a few moments ago. Was this really Esdeath? Tatsumi. Tatsumi, that is a good name, Esdeath said, smiling. She looked at Naruto at the corner of her eyes. I have a favor to ask you. No, I'm not giving you to him, Naruto simply said. He knew she was going to ask that just by her actions. He had seen her blush either way. What do you want with him? I'm claiming him as my boyfriend. Esdeath simply said. Tatsumi shouted. I will do you a favor as well or give you one of my subordinates to replace him. No, Naruto said. However, I can lend him to you for a week. In that time, you can train him and try to win over his affection. If he doesn't like you, I will take him back. I can take that, Esdeath said. Tatsumi shook his head. If I have a say in this, no. If I don't give that deal, she is going to stalk you and end up kidnapping you. If it comes that, you'll be locked up in her bedroom for some time, Naruto explained. I don't want to deal with that. Don't worry, she won't harm you, and will actually try to train you. There is one condition. What? He will not be sent on in any missions against Night Raid. When it comes to missions, I will have to approve first. Don't like it, go find another boyfriend, Naruto stated firmly. A couple of hours later, Naruto made his way through the deeper innings of the royal palace. Guards were stationed all over the place, but Naruto didn't mind them. He walked with purpose, exuding an air of impatience and bloodlust. He didn't want to have to be stuck with endless spats with the damn guards about his appearance within the secluded place. He had to appear in a way that no one would have the courage to speak to him. They would just allow him to move about fearing his wrath. He wasn't slow to draw out his blade after all. Those who were around here 5 years ago when he flipped and set the damn palace in black flames, they wouldn't dare stand in the way. The fact that he wasn't alone made things much easier. Naruto had some important people along with him. They were told not to mind the oppressive nature of his appearance. This was necessary if they were going to meet the emperor. It was a good time because Honest was out of the palace, conducting business with some of his people. Possibly tying up some loose ends. Anything that could tie him up to something illegal and the man would be sent to jail. Isn't this a little extreme? Aizawa asked, looking at the back of Naruto as they walked through the dark passages. I mean, he is the emperor. Why keep him at such a secluded place? Naruto didn't respond, but the old prime minister did so. This place was created long ago for the royal family in case some danger ever arises. That's why it's located deep in the center of the palace. This place is actually in the underground and there is only one entry. It was supposed to be a secret. The old man looked at Naruto. How does Honest know? I understand why you'd know. Makoto shouldn't know either. Naruto shrugged. I don't know, he said. From those alive, only Budo and I should know. But now all these guards know. I'll have to create another safe house for royalty in case the palace's security is ever compromised. If Honest knows about this, then he must know other secrets, the old prime minister said. Possibly, Naruto said. He has been around for some time and given his power and influence, it shouldn't be surprising. My question is still unanswered, Aizawa said to both the old prime minister and Naruto. It is too much, but necessary on the vermin's part. I guess for now, he has already done damage control, and it shouldn't be much of a problem if we talk to him, Naruto said as they finally came into the steel bars. I will go in first, in case there are nasty surprises waiting for us. That said, Naruto walked into the place. The insides weren't anything like the steel door, it was worthy of royalty. Naruto signaled for his friends to enter as he walked through the place. He finally found Makoto sitting beside a large dining table, large amounts of food served on the table. Your Majesty, Naruto said, smiling at the young boy. Makoto looked happy seeing Naruto. General Naruto, Makoto said happily. Is the danger outside over? The Prime Minister had informed me that Night Raid had managed to infiltrate the palace while you were away and I had to hide here. Naruto sat down as his other guests came along and settled down beside the table. Minister, and Prime Minister. Makoto clasped his hands. What a lovely surprise to see both of you. It is good to see you too, Heika, the old Prime Minister said. How long has it been since we last spoke? Makoto shook his head. I don't remember, but it has been long, he said and then turned to Aizawa. How was your vacation, Minister? Did you receive my present? I sent it for you when I received word from the Prime Minister that you were away on vacation. My time away didn't start very well. The night I left, I was nearly killed. Had it not been for General Naruto's man, I would have been killed, Aizawa said. But after I managed to escape death, my time was pleasant. I regret to inform you that I did not receive your gift though. That's unfortunate, but when I return to office, I will have another gift sent to you, Makoto said. Was it Night Raid? Naruto shook his head. No, he said. It wasn't Night Raid. Aizawa doesn't possess anything that would make Night Raid wish to see her dead. Do not worry about the danger though, Naruto said. We managed to tackle it, the blonde said. That is good to hear, Makoto said. The danger outside was dealt with, Naruto said. He assumed that Honest had spoken that lie to keep the boy away from the outside and questions free. The boy would have asked too many questions. I was able to free my time as well. Hence my presence here. Were the guilty parties arrested? The Prime Minister has the final report on that. I have been most focused on the duties you assigned of me, Naruto said. Here are some documents that I have to show for you to see the progress we have made so far. Before we go anywhere, these two are working closely with me in the restructuring process. Naruto handed Makoto the documents he held. The young emperor looked at the documents with a careful eye. Imperial Investigative Committee. Ministers and high-ranking officials are not easily brought to justice. Should be guilty of a crime because they hold power. In the current system, those with power are able to shut people up by paying those in charge to avoid persecution. Say for example, if the Prime Minister does crime. Who will report him? The current system has made it the Prime Minister's authority to hire and fire ministers and other high-ranking officials within the empire. This is with the exemption of military. The Prime Minister is so powerful that he can quiet anyone with a promise of more power or the sack. The Imperial Investigative Committee will be a committee responsible for investigating all high-ranking officials. And to make it sustainable and away from the influence of politics. It will be good to hold everyone accountable to their actions. We have come up with the idea that its members should remain a secret and only be known to the Emperor, not even the Prime Minister. Makoto listened well to the explanation. This does give me more power and the secrecy ensures that they can't be bribed since nobody actually knows who is in the committee, he smiled. I like it. It can be my own personal investigative committee. This way I won't be left off from knowing what has actually happening around the empire. I do see the need of bringing in people I can trust. Aizawa nodded. People you can't trust won't tell you everything and they may tell you lies or feed you invaluable information. I will seek further advice from the Prime Minister about this before we implement it. Aizawa wanted to say something about that, but Naruto shook his head. It was apparent that the damn vermin had strengthened the strings. It was better not to force things. For now at least, there isn't much to change in the current system within the empire. The problem is that there is too much corruption within. If the Imperial Committee of Investigations is established, we will be able to root out the corruption. I have set up myself to remove the corruption, Naruto used for a moment to let his words sink in. We can only see what needs to be changed and what needs to be modified when all corruption is removed. It is through then that will we be able to see if LL systems are functioning at a proper level. Makoto nodded. We came here to take you out. We did promise the people that we would come again to see them. I have prepared guards and a vehicle to take us to the outer districts. Naruto spoke once again. If we don't show up they will think that I'm a liar and just say things to make them happy, Makoto said, finishing things up. Let me finish up here so we can go. Have you even started the rebuilding process? You will see when we get there, Naruto said with a small smile. Makoto did what he wanted to do and left with his guests. The Prime Minister hadn't said anything about this, but he had agreed with Naruto that they would return to the streets once again to see the progress being done and listen to the people. Naruto had stood in front of the people and said so. Makoto couldn't disappoint his people. He was the emperor and was going to do so. Still, he had been warned against making any decisions without consulting the Prime Minister, and he did listen well. No more making choices on the spot. The Prime Minister deserved to be first informed before any choice was done, for the last years no ever since he became emperor, and before that. Honest has always been on his corner, always behind him, supporting him. He had been reminded of that, and he couldn't simply shut him out because Naruto had returned. It was good that Naruto returned. Really good for the empire, but Honest was still the Prime Minister and he had to respect that. The man did say that he should be careful around Naruto because they still did. And he know where he had been all those years he was presumed to be dead. Nobody did, and the Prime Minister even suggested that Naruto could have been hiding with the Revolutionary Army. Naturally, Makoto discarded that. He merely thought of it as the Prime Minister being overly cautious and protective of his well-being. Makoto knew Naruto would never hurt him. The same couldn't be said about the Prime Minister though. Naruto did attempt to kill the man before. That was something he really had to work on. It has been long since I took to the streets so freely, the old Prime Minister said with a small smile. Ever since I left the capital, I've always kept away from it in fear for my life. I really have to thank you, Naruto. Without you, this old fool wouldn't have gotten the chance to see through the rebirth of the empire. The old man said, looking through the window of the royal carriage they rode. Think nothing of it, Naruto said. We share a mutual desire. I need you, the empire needs you. I am merely doing a service to the empire. That may be so, but without you, I may have been dead already. No, I would be dead. My heart wouldn't allow me to stand this corruption. I would have tried to fight it. And like everyone else, I may have ended up being dead. The old man spoke once more, this time staring straight at Naruto. Who would try to kill those wishing to rid of the corruption? Makoto asked curiously. The mob boss, Aizawa said with a smile. It was nothing to smile about. She just found it amusing referring honest as the mob boss. There were worse aims she could have called the trashy fool, but she opted against that. Do you know him? Is he related to Night Raid? Aizawa shook her head. No, she said. Of course that was a lie. He is not related to Night Raid. In fact, they are enemies. Night Raid seeks to destroy the corrupted people while this boss seeks to protect them, and a bit of the truth to make it go smoothly. Makoto looked confused by that. Seeing this, Naruto smiled. Think nothing of it. We are here to make such things go away and so that you don't have to worry about much. We will get you the good report soon enough. Makoto nodded. I trust you will. The carriage stopped, and the door was opened by one of the guards following them. We have reached our destination. Let us go out. One by one, they all headed out to the streets. The first thing Makoto was quick to note was that there wasn't any oppressive atmosphere within the streets, there were no glares around, even though these were the streets that glared upon his form with murderous intent a few nights ago. Looking at the people, they seemed happy, and working. They were smiling at him. Makoto smiled. He felt happy. His people were happy. He looked at both Aizawa and Naruto. When we get back to the royal palace, I'm going to pay you back. I didn't give you any funds for the rebuilding here. My people are happy, thanks to you. When we return, ask of any amount you want and I will give it to you, the young emperor said all too happily. Naruto shook his head. He was still just a child, there was no doubt about that. If Honest hadn't been born so evil and corrupted, Makoto would still be enjoying his precious childhood. At some parts of his heart, Naruto thought he had failed the old man as Budo had. Both of them had failed to protect the emperor's blood. The old man had taken him into his family, and allowed him privileges of royalty. He had been respected as a prince by the imperial court. The old man had given him a home and a purpose. The old man taught him so many things about life and being a king. To Naruto's life, the old man had been a pillar. Wasn't it fair for him to be a pillar to the old man's blood as well? If he were alive today, what would be the orders? Back then, Makoto had been just a little boy, a happy boy, not a genius but smart enough to be molded into someone who could lead the empire. The emperor wanted to teach Makoto the right ways to be emperor, but he had died before doing so and he hadn't been there to hear his last words. If he had been there, he would have heard the last words. He picture that he had in him was that of the old man's eyes slowly looking around, searching for him, voice dead, yet his minding shouting for him to be by his side before he breathed the last breath. Aizawa nudged Naruto on his shoulder. Seeing his forlorn expression, care to share your thoughts? She asked as Naruto looked at her. You seem to be thinking deep about something. Naruto shook his head, putting the thoughts at the back of his head. Just thinking about the old days, he said. It isn't time for that though. My men have already prepared the stage for the emperor. Aizawa looked ahead. Close to 1,000 people had gathered around. Almost as if they were waiting for a big concert to begin. They were waiting for the emperor to take his stage and speak to them. Naruto had arranged everything. This was just the first stop. There were 5 more stops like this. They would probably be done by late evening. Yes, I hope things go well, Aizawa said. With his majesty so out in the open, you never know if someone is going to try something funny. Assassinating him would be quite easy. I am here to ensure that things like that don't happen. I do know that you can't always be sure that no one will attack. We're humans, none of us can know what happens in the other's heart. This is why we must always be cautious. I have taken a few steps to ensure things sail smoothly, Naruto responded calmly. Makoto felt relieved slightly that things had been prepared to ensure that he was safe. But why did he have to be worried anyway? This was Naruto. His father Dee treated him as his son and he had been a part of his family. They'd shared a good relationship. He wouldn't wish him harm. Heike, the previous prime minister called. Your people are waiting for you. The stage has been prepared for you. Listen to them and respond to thee as a loving king should. Makoto nodded with a smile, a nervous smile. This was a new experience for him. But he had to embrace and face it. Their guards escorted him to the stage, and before Makoto could say anything, the people began with showers of praises. Looking at the backstage, Aizawa smiled. Over the past few days, we have started rebuilding their homes, and that has given them jobs. We have been supplying food for those who can't feed themselves. An orphanage is being built for the homeless, and most of all, the Army of Black has been patrolling the streets, bringing in peace and security. Their complaints about corrupt officials have been heard. We have also assured them that we will build them an academy that will teach their young words knowledge that will help them live. All these being done in a couple of days. I have to say that we have done a good job here. No wonder they are thankful to him. After everything, they have too. We really should be proud, yes. Naruto nodded. Yes, we should. If you hadn't moved fast to lay the foundations for everything that day, none of this would be happening. There wouldn't even be a committee for the restructuring of the empire, the old prime minister said. Honest can't stop this. Not after you showed the emperor the truth with his own eyes. If it hadn't been for that, he wouldn't have believed you and Honest would contradict you. The benefits of landing a surprise hit, Naruto said smiling. Come on, the emperor seems to be calling for us. Later, Naginda looked around at her new surrounding with a curious eye. She'd never been at this place before. It was a large room, walls slotted with bookshelves, and hundreds of files. It looked more of a storage room or a working station more than anything. This wasn't the place she was supposed to meet with Naruto, but the blonde had teleported both of them here. He hadn't explained when he tracked her down before she could get to the usual place. The place looked like it has been recently used by someone. She doubted it was Naruto though. It could be him, but that would mean he has a lot of hiding places within the capital. That meant that she could find herself a home in one of his places if she ever decided to stay within the capital for a number of days. Naginda look on as Naruto returned with 2 bottles of wine and 2 glasses. She shook her head. At least he wasn't drinking the hard stuff. Getting drunk had been Naruto's tonic to heal from his military life. Or when he had to face the trashy prime minister. How many times had she taken care of him when he had been too drunk to be either rational or logical? Naginda missed those days. Even she hated seeing him drunk, she missed those days. Don't just stand there, settle down, Naruto said, sitting on the large red sofa. He poured himself and Naginda a drink, while Naginda lit up her cigar. Naginda looked at Naruto. Do you want one? Are you trying to turn me into a smoker, Naginda? You know I don't have the same desire as you. Alcohol is my thing, Naruto said, holding his glass of red wine. Ah, how he missed the days he could relax just like this. Naruto took his bottle off the small table in front of him and leaned back. He placed both his feet on the table. Yup, this is how you relax. I know, Naginda said. But it's the same thing. Even if you don't get one, you will smoke it indirectly. Take one. You don't have to allow the smoke to go down your throat. That way, smoke will be released by your mouth and I won't feel like I'm alone. Naruto relented and took Naginda's lit cigar. He breathed in before puffing out some smoke. The day was really long. This was a good idea. I would have spent the night in Aizawa's bed, doing nasty things to her. Naginda opted in not to comment on the day's activities. She had heard about his crusade with the emperor during the day. Aizawa, you have that sort of a relationship with her? Naruto nodded. She's liked me for a long time and has been a loyal friend of mine. I don't think she recognizes that I care though. It can't be helped however. I hardly show that I do. Do you love her? Naruto looked at the ceiling, his glass on his right hand and the cigar on his left hand. Did he love her? He didn't have such feelings in him at this time. They were killed along with Mia. But he did care about her. Aizawa has no one left. I'm the only one she has, and being by her side helps her deal with some loneliness. Naruto paused for a moment. Looking thoughtful, I think she gets me in her bed because she wants to make a baby with me. Naginda nearly dropped her cigar, but she caught it, stared at Naruto. He'd said those words so casually as if it wasn't a big deal, but it was a big deal. And you're okay with it? Naruto shrugged carelessly. I have never really given it much of a thought. Each time it came to me, I've always shoved it at the back of my head. I don't think about it. I just do what she wants me to do. Once again Naruto paused as he took a sip from his glass. I think that a part of me wishes for it to happen. If it does happen, I will be forced to stay in this world. Although you say you want to die after freeing the Empire, a part of you really doesn't want to die, isn't it? That will give you a reason to stay behind because you can't really leave a child, Naginda said. Once again, Naruto shrugged. Who knows, he said. Naginda sighed. I thought you wouldn't think about family with all these fighting and with Mia gone. I'm not thinking about a family. Didn't I tell you? I don't give it much a thought. Naginda frowned. That was just being irresponsible. But she could understand why he never gives starting a family a thought. Naruto still had his issues and there was the Mia issue. Naginda has never given family of her own a thought. She has always been thinking about her duties as a soldier. She stared into the ceiling. Family, huh? Naginda smiled tightly at the thought and imagination. The image that came to her mind was just pleasant. You like the idea? Naginda merely nodded, and said nothing in words. We are going to die together, perhaps we can make one of our own, Naruto said with a small smile. Now Naginda didn't know whether he was serious or joking. She couldn't tell. He wasn't even looking at her. She frowned slightly when he suddenly changed the subject. The usual place was compromised. The trash must Avenue discovered it and sent his lackeys to ransack it to find valuable information or anything that I may have on him. He knows I wouldn't put anything valuable in the royal palace. Aizawa's place has been closely guarded as well, Naruto said. So he is keeping things tight, Naginda said. Well, that should be expected. He knows you will end up making a move on him. So he now has to live searching for anything that will incriminate or discredit you. That seems to be the idea. Of course Naruto wasn't going to be too foolish to leave anything open for the trash get his hands on things he has worked hard to attain. He kept all important things somewhere safe and somewhere the trash wouldn't have the power to break through legally. If he was thinking of doing it under the bridge, he would be in for a massive surprise because some of his army were guarding the palace. So you will have to move carefully now, Naginda said. If we're seen together, it is over for you. Not really, Naruto said. I can always do things forcefully. How are things at your end? No troubles, Naginda said. I believe things will work out. Looking at the shelves, she spoke once more. Is this where you store your information and evidence against honest? Just some information I have collected over the years. It is mostly history. At some point in my life, I collected every book or anything written that contained history on it. I was consumed with the desire to find more about myself. I have no memories of my time before the emperor found me, but I know I wasn't born in the capital. Even the old man couldn't answer that question. After years of searching and finding nothing useful, I gave up and just stored everything here. Even though I have stopped searching, I saw Me's do wonder if I am really from this world. Does it really matter? Yes, Naruto said, but it isn't the most important thing. What is important isn't the question, but the reality. I am a soldier of the Empire and I have a duty and a promise I must uphold. Naginda smiled. That's what I want to hear. I didn't think you'd take the dying with me seriously, she added, looking at Naruto through the corner of her eyes. I just told you that a part of me really wishes to stay in this world. I just need a tangible reason. Naruto was standing still at the grave site behind the Imperial Castle. He didn't normally make his way into this place. It only reminded him of death. He hated death, even though he was quick to dish it out to those he considered enemies. Death was the end of all things, hence his dislike of it. It was death that took away his precious companion. The first one was Akane, and the second whose death had been more of a curse than anything. If it was possible to make an enemy out of the death god, Naruto would have waged war on death already. But often death was caused by the actions of humans. If his precious woman hadn't been attacked by that goat he slaughtered, death wouldn't have come. Still, Naruto was sure he would curse the death god the day they do meet. He too would meet his end and he would face the sly bastard who rejoices in the collection of souls, both good and evil. Perhaps his righteous fury towards death would be dished out in that day. Naruto entertained the thought that perhaps he wanted to die quickly so that he could meet the that dragged Mia's soul from the living world into the dead. It wouldn't be so bad if he could do so. The Empire would be free, and he wouldn't have any regrets. He did enjoy his life a bit when Host who had been still alive and much more when Mia was his love. Good days. How quick they were to disappear. Always a pain they do disappear too. Naruto shook his head, clearing his head of the Thoughts that were plaguing it like a virus. He needed to clear his thoughts in order to set things out. Any mistake now and he would find himself being buried again, and this time it would his real death. Amaterasu could only grant him that ability to cheat death just once. A second time was impossible. He had to be continuously on his toes if he was to ensure that the vermin paid for all the sins that it has committed within this beautiful country. Naruto's hair stood as a certain presence walked up to him. Esdeath, he thought as the blue-haired general walked up to him, another menace that needed to be erased from this world. It was truly a pity that Esdeath could not be persuaded to join him in the quest for cleaning the empire of the corruption that has clouded it. The woman certainly has no morals one could speak of. Still, he hadn't had any problems with her back then. Now that he thought of it, Naruto didn't actually think that he had a problem with his former friend and partner in crime. Sure, she was a sadist who killed all those who stood in her way and used innocent people to get what she wanted, but she was not the root of the evil that was in the empire. It was correct to say that like many other people, she was simply benefiting from the corruption that has filled the empire. Passing out your respects to the dead? Esdeath asked, looking at Naruto at the corner of her eye. It had been some time since she last saw him at this place. She still remembered the day that she had his grave dug out so that she could confirm whether he had been dead or not. All those years she thought that he was dead, and he appeared to be very much alive and still the powerful man she had grown to admittedly admire. They had worked well together during their younger days in military. It was perhaps correct to say that he had been her first since coming into the empire. Something like that, Naruto said calmly. When people die, their memories are all we have left. Although death occurs every day, we never think that it will happen to us or those we love. Well, at least some of us are worried by the death of our loved ones. The woman before him had little she cared about. It all had to do with what her father taught her. The principles the man taught her had become what made her Esdeath. They wrote her very DNA. She wasn't someone who could be changed. Perhaps to change her, one would need to rewrite her mind or use mind-reading techniques. Otherwise, words were a mere waste of breath. The world had people like that. Perhaps that was what made living challenging and interesting. Life would certainly be boring if all people were the same in thought and in actions. They had to be different in order to live true life. Esdeath arched an eyebrow at the statement from Naruto. He was obviously throwing a dig at her, not that it bothered her. Those weak will perish. That is the law of nature. Naruto smiled, his eyes looking up into the clear sky for a moment before he responded. We are living in a jungle, huh? Only those with the power to survive get to live and those without power are devoured by the strong. That is a little sad, isn't it? Esdeath appeared to think for a moment before shrugging off whatever it was that she was thinking. Only if you are weak. But when you are strong, there is nothing to worry about, you just have to enjoy life while devouring the weak. I wonder, who will get to devour you, Esdeath? Whoever is stronger than me. But I hardly think anyone will do so. But if it does happen, it will be fine. It will simply mean that I was weak and someone was stronger than me, Esdeath said, seemingly not concerned about the thought of death. I will admit that losing out to you would leave a bitter taste to my mouth. Naruto laughed. You have marked me since our younger days. Yes, it must be frustrating that you can never actually get to dominate me like you usually do with others you encounter. I had thought that you learned to fear death after that battle with me. I did leave a mark on you. Esdeath felt her back itch at the memory of that battle. Perhaps I may have been afraid. But even if I was, I no longer fear anything. Death is for the weak and I'm faced with it, I will accept it. But it will not come before I enjoy myself clashing my sword with you. Only you can speak like that, Esdeath, Naruto said quietly. I will give you what you desire, when the time is right. For now, I have a job to do. I must defend the weak from corruption and restore this empire to its past glory. Before that, let us not try to get in each other's way. Okay, Esdeath grinned. I can't wait for that day, she said. Why must you insist on this path, Naruto? We have a good run during those days. Honestly, I miss them. There was still no emotion in her tone. Naruto knew that she spoke the truth though. They had been friends. They may not have seen eye to eye on everything, but they had been good partners. The tea was something that even his good conscience could not deny. He didn't loathe to admit the fact. He could admit it to anyone. He had been a soldier, doing his duty to fight the Empire's enemies, crushing them without question. Those days we raised the Empire's flag while we crushed her enemies, good days indeed. We were unbeatable and were fighting for a just cause. But there no longer is a just cause that today's military fights for. It is all just corruption. This is why I can never fight by your side, again, Esdeath. Esdeath shook her head. I had been willing to let you live back then, as long as you came to your senses. But now I see that you cannot be changed. Just as you cannot be changed. All the better. I wouldn't be fulfilled in life if I don't get another battle with you, but this time, no cheating death. I can't make any promises, Naruto said with a smile. Are you satisfied since you killed the man who killed that woman? Naruto shook his head with a sad smile on his face. Not the least, but I did enjoy seeing him suffer. His screams had been a melody to my soul and cutting him to pieces had filled me with joy, but I'm not satisfied. Esdeath seemed amused for a moment. What amuses you? You have always painted me as the bad one and you as the good one. But I know you. I'm the one who has woken up beside you more than anyone after all, Esdeath said. You were a cold-hearted person who showed no emotion and killed without blinking. We were alike. Perhaps you have changed a bit, but you still crush your enemies without mercy. Enemies are to be crushed. Leaving them alive is only giving them an opportunity to attempt to stab you in the back. Naruto paused for a moment before adding. Some enemies do not deserve to breathe. Like that vermin you protect. That is your opinion, Esdeath said with a shrug of her shoulders. It was Naruto's turn to be amused. He didn't wait for Esdeath to ask him why he was chuckling. He explained lightly. You claw. I am that the weak have to be devoured by the strong and scorn my efforts in protecting the weak, and yet you protect the vermin. Why does he need your protection, Esdeath? Why does he have guards watch him in his sleep? Esdeath frowned. I will tell you why. It is because he is weak and needs the strong like you to protect him. He is a weak fool who can't survive in his own. Leave him alone. Withdraw your protection and he will flee in fear for his life because he cannot protect himself. Esdeath had a response for that. If he was weak, he would have been dead by now. True, he may not possess the physical might. But the fact that he is able to survive in such place with you gunning for his life means that he isn't weak as you make him to be. Naruto grinned. Perhaps a bit crazed grin. He is only alive because I have yet to decide to kill him. If I so wanted, I could do it, and show you that he is weak. Prove it to me. If you have no fears about killing him, you will kill him too. Prove that he is weak, but if you can't, then my choice will be justified. Naruto laughed. That isn't very nice of you, Esdeath. The man gives you free rein to do what you please and you're throwing him under the bus like that. Esdeath shrugged. I do get what I want, but I can still get my way. Besides, there is really nothing that I want more than fighting you to death. If you wanted, we could fight now to death. I still want to crush Night Raid though, but you come above all things, it wouldn't matter. Naruto shook his head. Fine then, he said. Give me a week and the vermin will become a memory. You might have me mistaken though. If that happens before me, it will give me reason to fight you. How so like you? Naruto said with a shake of his head. I heard you was looking for love, Esdeath nodded. I call this betrayal. I have known you the most and we have slept in the same bed in a couple of occasions. Don't you think I should be the one? Esdeath turned to look at Naruto for a moment before responding. You're not my type. Ouch, Naruto said, looking wounded by Esdeath's blunt response. Your type is someone you can dominate, huh? Esdeath had no shame in agreeing to it. The blonde general before her merely shook his head. It will be a pity if you die before you can experience love. I doubt someone like you can experience true love, though I have if you do. That might be the only ticket for you to change. I see, you were in love with that woman. That was the only response Esdeath could give to Naruto. Once again, General Black shook his head. I'm gonna go and take care of my duties. There are some corrupt officials who need a spanking or to be sent to hell. I'm going with. Naruto frowned. Did that vermin send you just to watch me and ensure that I don't do anything stupid? My recent actions have made many people still in his payroll very afraid. It is very difficult to take bribe these days, especially when the men are watching every corner. In all that, Esdeath could only say, so you understand. Let me think, Naruto said, looking thoughtful. No, it won't do with you breathing over my neck. But if you do manage to find me, I won't run away. I will allow you to watch the soldier of purgatory do his work. Esdeath arched her brows in confusion. You're right here. Not anymore, Naruto said before disappearing in a swirl of black flames. Esdeath merely grinned. I just have to go where there is a lot of noise and I will find you, she said to no one in particular. As the woman was walking away from the site, run appear. Before Esdeath, looking as if he had something important to tell her. That immediately put the woman in a business mode as she spoke. What is it? We have located Night Raid's hideout, Run said. But they know we do and are moving out. We know which path they are taking. I think it will best we attack them now. Najenda isn't even with them. Esdeath smiled. Gather a team and go to join them. Send them now, but wait for me. I will join you a little while later. There is something I must first do. Run didn't look curious, but he had questions inside his head. He would have thought that the woman wouldn't want to waste the time to attack the group and thin down their numbers. If they attack them now, they would be able to eradicate them in a short time. What could be so important that she would choose to remain behind while her men went outside to fight the enemy? Given that she enjoyed crushing her enemies, he thought she would be more than willing to take the lead. But something was up. Perhaps it had to do something with the man she had been talking to. Their history was not a secret, and really, Run was very much interested in talking to the general, but he never got the chance to do so. It would represent itself soon though. He believed that, is there something? I have to keep Naruto busy and see if he knows about this or if he is still in the capital. I know he still talks to Najenda. I wouldn't be surprised if he was even supplying her with information, Esdeath said calmly. If I can make sure that he doesn't interfere, we can remove Night Raid. That was a piece of information that Run had not been aware of. He knew what the general was busy doing. Actually, Run was impressed with the man's effort to weed out the corruption. It was impressive because it was actually working, and he was doing it within his rights as well as lawfully. Perhaps those in the Prime Minister's corner would disagree, but Run didn't disagree with those efforts. He applauded them, but of course, he didn't allow anyone to know that. It wouldn't be good for his health if he did so. Still, that made things questionable though. Why would Naruto, who was focused on removing the corruption in the Empire, work with the likes of Night Raid? Perhaps it had something to do with his relationship with Najenda. Esdeath had said the man wouldn't work with the Revolutionary Army because he wasn't good with other generals and didn't like taking orders. Why was Esdeath not even bothered by it? It could be considered treason if the Emperor knew about it, and Naruto would lose all his titles and face some serious charges. Run had no doubt about this, and he was sure if the Prime Minister was aware of this, he would definitely use it to get rid of Naruto. There was some serious animosity between those two, and even a blind man could see it. Perhaps you should go with the others. I can stall the general and keep him busy, Run offered. No, Esdeath said with a shake of her head. Do what you're told and I will deal with Naruto. I know how to handle him without raising suspicions. Besides, we are playing a game of hide and seek right now. I have to find him. Run suppressed the urge to furrow his brows. Instead, he nodded and spoke. I will wait for you just after the west gate. The man walked away from the general after saying those words. There was something strange about him. Esdeath could assume that he wanted to speak to Naruto. For what reasons, she didn't care too much to give herself a headache thinking about it. She just left it like that and walked away. She had a blonde to catch. With matters like this, she had to find him quickly before the others engage Night Raid. Esdeath frowned when she was stopped from going after Naruto by the Prime Minister. She always had the time for him. But now was not a really good time. Well, the man always had his time for appearing. A pity she wasn't in the mood to entertain him with both her ears. There was a task that needed to be handled, and right now he was in the way. Ah, General Esdeath, just the person I wanted to see, Honest with a smile as he faced the blue-haired woman. He raised a brow when it became apparent to him that she was probably going somewhere and he was in the way. But of course, that didn't give him the urges to try to free her to get on to what she was going to do. He just became curious enough that he was willing to hold her so that she could tell him what she was hurrying towards. I have something to attend to, can whatever you want wait? Esdeath said to the Prime Minister. As perhaps the first time the woman was speaking to him like this. Honest was very surprised, but he didn't dwell on his surprise for too long. He settled on giving the woman a questioning look. When Esdeath just stared at him, he sighed and asked, what matters? The Jaegers are going to face Night Raid. We have found them, Esdeath said calmly. I have ordered them to go ahead of me. I will join them shortly to make sure that Night is crushed or at least crippled, that we won't have to worry with them. Honest grinned happily. Good news of the week, he said. With Naruto sniffing around, good news was really hard to come by. The damn general was busy ruining all the work that he was doing and getting the support of the people. Honest had read the reports that whenever Naruto took to the streets, the people rejoiced in his presence, and even now some praised Makoto, unlike a month ago when they booed and cursed his name. Since Naruto forced the young emperor into the streets and used him to make promises to the people saying that he would change their situations and punish corrupt officials, the emperor's ratings have really improved. It wasn't really a bad thing from a neutral point of view, but bad on his side because he was losing control over Makoto, and now that the boy was no longer ignorant and oblivious as he had been, it was really difficult to blindfold him with lies. But of course if Naruto was removed out of the picture, things would return to normal. Why aren't you going with them? This will mean one less enemy and you can focus on Naruto, the Prime Minister said. Naruto is at the streets. That was enough, but Esdeath didn't stop there, and with the Jaegers and me outside the capital battling Night Raid, he will take the opportunity to attack you. He assured me of that. But of course if you're fine with me leaving things as they are, I will join my people. The Prime Minister quickly placed his heads in the air, shaking his head with sweat pouring out. No, we don't have to risk that. Go do what you must. I need you by my side. There was no one who could protect him if the woman disappeared. At this stage, Budo wouldn't even intervene if Naruto decided to go on a rampage again. The blonde had nothing to lose, and with the groundwork he has been laying, even if he ends up being called a traitor for killing him, he would have lost nothing. As the Empire would still survive and he would just run away somewhere and hide. Budo wouldn't waste his efforts to try to find the man. The great general would merely continue with Naruto's work. Nest was positive that if Naruto brought the proof of his activities, Makoto wouldn't believe it and Naruto would have no choice but to take things to the extreme. The minister thought that Naruto was doing that now because he didn't want to leave the Empire after just returning. He wanted to do something and remove him from the driving seat. There was only one option to all the problems, Esdeath. Had to kill Naruto before he decided to make a move. There was no else who could rise to the challenge other than the ice-cold sadist. Thought as much, Esdeath said. So, when are you going to kill him, General Black? I mean, his continued existence is hurting my pockets and I cannot even leave the capital without fearing for my life. My movements have become greatly limited and my people are in jail while some of them have been executed. I thought you had things under control by putting on that new police chief, Esdeath said with narrowed eyes. He does report to me, but he is being careful because no one actually knows where Naruto is. He is looking everywhere. Esdeath shook her head. That is a matter for another day. For now, I have to deal with what is in front of us, the Gen. Errol said and walked past the Prime Minister. Honest couldn't help but have the last word. I expect a good report when you return. Naturally, Esdeath merely said before disappearing from view. Was it just him or was Esdeath him giving a different kind of look? Honest shook his head. That woman would never betray him. They were partners for life. The only way in which their partnership would end would be if one of them died. He truly hoped that neither died anytime soon. He had to regain control over the Empire after Esdeath kills Naruto. Budo could be handled. He wasn't an extremist like Naruto. Honest couldn't wait for the day Esdeath says she is going to kill Naruto. If she does wait longer, he would end up giving her an order to do it. He could handle the consequences, and Makoto he had done it before and he could do it again. He was the Prime Minister after all, and after Naruto is dead, he would remove all those who have been supporting his political adventures. They couldn't be allowed to live and do as they pleased. They have caused him great pain and that must be punished. Boo! Naruto suddenly shouted behind the Prime Minister. Ah! Honest shouted as he fell forward, afraid. There was no way he could even mistake that voice that sent chills into his spine. He was afraid of the man after all. The Prime Minister turned around to face Naruto with wide eyes. What was he doing here? Esdeath said he was in the streets, and for him to face him like this meant that there was no one watching. What made Honest afraid were the black eyes that stared at him with the promise of death. Honest was truly frightened. Those eyes reminded him of that fateful day the blonde nearly killed him. You must have been thinking I am in the streets and that you're safe. The Jaegers are out of the capital already and Esdeath can't hear you even if you scream. Budo will most likely ignore you and young Makoto is currently taking his afternoon nap. Naruto paused for a moment. Tell me a good reason I shouldn't stab you through your chest with an arrow right now. I will tell Makoto if you do and you won't get away with it. Esdeath will kill you. Oh, you pitiful vermin. Esdeath wouldn't protect you if I said I wanted to kill you. She doesn't protect the weak after all. The strong must fight for themselves to show that they belong in this world. If you cannot protect yourself, then you must be devoured. If Honest hadn't begged before, he was going to do it now. An arrow would take the suspicion from the blonde and Esdeath would prove that he was in the streets when things happened. Besides, no one would be willing to point fingers at the blonde if he was dead. Everyone who supports him would be more than willing to run away from the capital or just confess to their sins before they too are killed. Death was very possible at this moment and there was nothing that Honest could do about it. Naruto took out his blade and with a swing that kissed his forehead, Honest pissed on himself. Naruto looked amused. This is just a clone, and your bodyguards are busy being questioned by some of my men. Everyone is apparently busy. You are going to disappear while the Iyomi parades around the streets hearing the sorrows of the Empire's people. With Naruto, it was a strange feeling walking beside Naruto along the poor districts of the Empire. He was starting to look at things differently. Tatsumi never thought that he would end up walking beside the infamous General Black when he came into the Empire. Then again, he didn't know anything about the man. He had been oblivious to everything occurring around the Empire and might have ended up being killed if he hadn't joined Night Raid. They helped him see what the Empire was all about. Tatsumi couldn't help but think that if he hadn't come to the capital earlier, his friends would have been alive. If they came now, things would have been different. They might have been taken into military because people no longer did corruption out in the open. With Naruto's soldiers patrolling day in and day out, it was difficult to do bad without being caught. Back then, there was no one in the inside who was willing to fight. But now there was someone who could fight, someone who was trying to change system. People often said that it was impossible to change the system. Perhaps that was right. A system was created by people and you had to change or remove the people who created the system to create a new one. There was nothing wrong with the Empire's system, the people in charge were the ones who were wrong. The Prime Minister was wrong. At least Naruto was fighting that. His work was truly different from Night Raid. Tatsumi had joined his soldiers a day ago in their patrols at night. They were coordinated, brutal with anyone who broke the law. They didn't just go for big fries. Anyone who was seen doing what was wrong was held accountable. They acted like the law enforcement army. It had been fun doing it. They had saved some people after all. Night Raid killed those being paid by Honest, and Naruto cleaned the streets while removing the corrupt officers who were supposed to protect people. The Imperial Police, well most of them anyway, were now doing their job. Anyone who didn't do their real job was to be punished. Naruto had publicly executed some members of the police who abused people instead of protecting them. He'd done it brutally, sending a message to the other police officers that should they be caught or reported to and proved to be doing what was contrary to their job description, they would suffer the same fate and not the Prime Minister, Police Chief or Esdeath would be able to save them. It is amazing how a little dose of fear can do, Naruto said, catching the attention of Tatsumi. Fear can control people. Tatsumi nodded. No one wants to die. Everyone wants to live. Whether good or bad, we all want to live. Naruto smiled. Ironic, isn't it? The general started. The so-called cold-hearted creeps are the ones who fear death the most. But those kind-hearted people who do right and fight for justice are more than willing to die at any time if it means dying for what they believe in. Tatsumi couldn't argue with it. He had seen many evil people begging for their lives when faced with death. It was almost pitiful. No, it was just disgusting. Those types of people didn't deserve mercy. Death was the only answer and the only thing they deserved to be given free of charge. It was different with him. If he ended up getting caught for doing what was right, he wouldn't beg to be spared. He would die with a smile because there would be no regrets in his life. Most of them are cowards and some of them don't even think that they can be killed. That is true, Naruto agreed. A soldier steps into the front lines knowing that death is a possibility, death is part of the job. But those people always think that their pawns will die for them. When you enforce fear on these devils, you will see them dancing them around. It is almost amusing at times. Tatsumi looked at Naruto for a moment before his eyes went back to the streets. Things are different on these streets. The last time I came here, people were on the streets begging, there was a smell of hunger and small kids running around while others were selling for their survival. Time changes things when an action is taken. Their kids who didn't have any parents had no choice but to steal and sell things in order to survive. If they didn't take any action, they would die. When we are faced with that, we will do things in order to survive. Some people crush their morals for the sake of surviving. Everyone was poor, so no one would be willing to help anyone. Predators would choose to appear in those moments offering help. And when you're helpless and out of options, you didn't really think about people's motives, you're just happy that someone is giving a helping hand, Tatsumi said bitterly. remembering what he had encountered in the Empire after Leone had taken all his money. Thinking about your rude awakening? Naruto asked. Yeah, Tatsumi said. Why did you threaten her for what she did anyway? She used the money she stole from me to help kids in the streets. She did good with it. When you're fighting evil with evil, you often tend to lose a sense of what is right and wrong. What that woman did to you was the very thing that she was fighting against. She stole from an innocent person to feed innocence. That does make sense to you. That is no different from stealing. From a woman who sells on the streets to feed her own family to feed other homeless children. Because you have stolen from her, what will her children eat? Tatsumi had no answer to that. It was just a coincidence or just fate that he had ended up where he was. It was possible that he would have been killed or starved to death because of what Leone did. Even so, Tatsumi didn't hate her. Things have ended up working well for him. He was now living in the royal palace, with no worries about food and anything. He didn't have to feel guilty about it because he knew that even those in the streets were being fed. Very few were now going hungry these days and many were now given work. I was fortunate, but I'm glad things ended up the way they did. Naruto looked at the boy for a moment before looking up into the sky. There are several feeding schemes around these districts that feed those who are unable to work. The kids are no longer in the streets because we have taken them to school to be educated. It is a slow thing educating them, but eventually they will learn. They don't have to worry about eating or sick mothers, because there are volunteers who have decided to take them in to take care of them. Of course, these people are given an allowance to take care of the kids. We are also rebuilding the houses of these districts, giving some money to start businesses. Work in Kree, aided through this process, and some we have inducted into the Imperial Police and some are given fair work in the upper districts from those willing rich people. Don't you think this is good work from someone who just returned from the dead? Quote, it is. Much more than what Night Raid has done. After all these, I can return to my village without any shame but with good news of what I have done. I know. They will be proud of me, Tatsumi said with a smile. How are you to keep this up, anyone? I know it requires a lot of funds. We have confiscated gold from many corrupt people we have executed. Some people who have joined our cause are giving us donations and the empire isn't poor. Makoto is giving some funds. That child is so eager to help out. After he came back here and the people showered with thanks and praises for doing what he had promised and improving their lives, he has been eager to do more and help out. As he should, Tatsumi found himself. He wasn't respectful to the emperor when he said that. But the general beside him never actually Makoto Emperor when he wasn't there. Sometimes he even called him by his name when he was there. Naruto definitely didn't see the boy as a king, but just a boy with too much power. It made him wonder why the man even allowed Makoto to continue. As it stood, the blonde general didn't seem to have any thoughts to remove the boy from his position. Although he was just a puppet who didn't know anything, Tatsumi was sure that Night Raid would have killed the emperor. He would have been given a public execution. But Naruto had changed how people saw the young emperor. Makoto may not actually understand it, the people understood it. Naruto had sweetened the deal by saying that the emperor was just a child who didn't know anything and was being manipulated by the prime minister, but he had come back to show the boy the right way and change things. Naturally, he said that without actually saying it. The Revolutionary Army would have decided to kill Makoto to start afresh. But why have you decided to keep him, General? Tatsumi asked cautiously. He knew the man didn't like the bosses upstairs in the Revolutionary Army. Najanda had said so herself, and that if they opposed him, the general would no doubt turn his flames towards them and he would burn them. The future, Naruto said. Makoto is the last one with royal blood in him. I have too much respect for the old man to allow his line to die out like that. Makoto can be re-educated and groomed into a fine leader by those who can. When he does grow old, he will be a fine emperor. But that isn't the only reason I decided to do this. If Makoto was to be removed, who would rule? Who would become the new king? Perhaps for now a leader could be placed, but the lack of a clear line would open a door for someone to start a battle for the throne. This way, we know who will succeed Makoto. Anyone who would attempt to fight that will be trying to fight a battle he cannot win and will be crushed. Royalty is essential for a nation this big. Democracy and the issue of politics can be made in the positions of ministers starting from the prime minister. If the people want to have a say in who leads them, they can choose who their prime minister will be. That is just the thought. Tatsumi understood it clearly. Understandable, the teen said. If it were to be like that, these people would choose you as the prime minister. You are good to them. It really stuck Tatsumi as a surprise. The man he had known at Night Raid Base was a cold man who didn't show emotion. But when he was on the streets he was a different person. He smiled and laughed with the people as if he was one of them. Najinda would really be happy if he told her of it. I'm just doing what must be done, Naruto said with a shrug. I wouldn't accept it either way. I dislike politics. I'm a general and a soldier. But you're still effective in Tatsumi trailed off when the air turned cold. He quickly turned around, saw General Esdeath walking towards them in somewhat of a hurried pace. As Esdeath reached them, Naruto spoke as if he had been expecting her. You're late, he said. Well, he had been expecting her. He hadn't even bothered to hide from her after all. She was needed to make his cover. I got held up by a few things, Esdeath said as her eyes lingered on Tatsumi. You're really taking a liking to him, huh? Then again, there is something in his eyes. You must lend him to him sometimes. I have already said no, Esdeath, Naruto said with a shrug. He is needed. I'm a bit lonely, so I need someone to talk to. I fear if I keep to my thoughts, I will go crazy. Esdeath laughed. As if you haven't gone crazy before, she said. Why do you try so hard to make yourself a good person, like Najinda? If you become like her, you will lose all the qualities that made me respect you. Don't try to change yourself too much, you will only become weak. Only Esdeath could say that, Tatsumi thought. What was wrong with trying to be a good person? Well, only a sadist and someone who had no morals would see something wrong in that. It was really a strange thing to hear the woman's that Naruto was trying to change himself. Najinda had said that Naruto had been kind, just a different person when he was in the army, or when facing his enemies. Esdeath has known him the best, Tatsumi could speculate that the blue-haired general chose to see the man she saw crushing the Empire's enemies without mercy as the real General Naruto. He had heard some stories from some of Naruto's soldiers. The general had been a cold-hearted and brutal soldier when he was facing real enemies and acting under the commands of the previous emperor. Naruto smiled. There is no chance of that happening, dear. But if does happen, it will give you a chance to defeat me. Wouldn't you like that? Only Esdeath would refuse that offer. No, I want a battle that will satisfy me. I would torture you, for all eternity rather than killing you if you did that to yourself. That gives me the chills, Naruto said, shaking his shoulders. Tatsumi noticed something. The two were comfortable with each other. Yes, the woman wanted to fight Naruto to death, but the blonde didn't have his guard up and Esdeath didn't look like she was going to draw her rapier and attack her fellow general at any moment. He guessed it was because they'd known each other for a long time and had been friends. Still, for someone who was against all evil within the Empire, Tatsumi thought the man would be more than willing to fight Esdeath to death because she was an evil person who didn't care about innocent people. But they were talking like friends and laughing even, without any animosity. The blue-haired general was emitting bloodlust though. But that was the usual. Where is the ruckus? I was expecting you to be causing havoc around the streets. Esdeath said, her eyes looking around for the chaos she sought. Something came up. I received a report that your people were chasing after Night Raid and figured you'd come here to check up if I knew or not. Tatsumi froze. Duty calls. He had to go there to help boot his friends even if it meant exposing his identity. Esdeath merely smiled. Nothing gets past you these days. Oh well, what are you going to do? You want to join me? Naruto nodded. But I will not interfere. I will simply watch. Fighting Night Raid is your duty after all. Naruto turned to Tatsumi. Follow us, but don't do anything stupid. I highly doubt there will be any fighting though. To the time eclipsed and the time it will take us to reach the place, things might be over already. Well, what are we waiting for? Esdeath said. I will call a danger beast once we find Run. It will be a lot quicker to find them. Lead the way, Naruto said, smiling. Tatsumi truly hoped that Naruto had a plan because he wouldn't hold himself from fighting with his friends against the enemy if he had to. It wouldn't matter how it would reflect on Naruto, but Tatsumi would expose himself if it meant protecting his friends. Consequences be damned, and he would face them. There would be no regrets if he does manage to save his friends or even if he dies trying. He wouldn't watch his friends die. Not even if it was an order from Naruto. Still, Tatsumi was seriously going to question a lot of things if his friends are hurt. Naruto knew about it, and he didn't tell him nor did he say anything. He could have gone to warn them about it. Tatsumi really hoped everything was alright. He truly hoped so. Earlier. Where are we really going? Leonie asked as the group sped away from their hideout after it had become apparent that Empire spies had discovered them and sent a message to report of their location. They had killed the damn bastard, but the message had been sent through and staying would have only led to them facing an assault from the Esdeath. To another location, Najenda said as she led the way. I have already prepared a place in case something like this happens. We just have to hurry and hope that they don't catch our trail. Staying at one place is risky after all, Akame said. At least they were able to get away before anything could happen. Still, they were not out of the danger yet. There was still more to do. Have you heard from that man? Chelsea asked. Given your relations with him, I'd assume he would warn you of any trouble. Well, unless he wishes for us to be annihilated. Since her encounter with the general, she hadn't grown fond of him. She understood that he nearly killed her because he was trying to protect himself and had caught her spying. Still, head office still saw him as a threat, and the fact that he didn't like them didn't put everyone at ease. There was something brewing up and soon they would make their move. Najenda shook her head. I have not heard from H. The former general trailed off as he motioned from everyone to stop. Just in front of them, there were a number of 10 soldiers wearing imperial uniform. Everyone got their weapons ready as one man broke away from the group and walked towards them, calmly as he did. He held up his hands, just so that he wouldn't be attacked as he neared the group. It would spark those behind him to attack as well. Fighting against these people was the last thing he had in his mind. Especially with the Jaegers on their way. I am from the Army of Black, the man started, addressing Najenda. That introduction caused everyone to loosen up a little. It could be said that this was a friendly name, Najenda more or less demanded. The man shook his head. He wasn't going to tell her. My name hardly matters. You people are known enemies of the Empire. I would rather not tell you. My name. Tensions rose as he said those words. That isn't to say you are our enemy. For now, we don't know you and you don't know us. The man added with a smile, apparently amused by their reaction. That wasn't funny, Leonie said through gritted teeth. The situation was dire if these people had come here, and for him to be laughing at this situation wasn't very nice at all. The man ignored Leonie, his focus on Najenda. We have a message from General Black and apologies as well. I hope you will accept them. Najenda narrowed her eyes at the man. What do I call you? If you insist, please refer me as Colonel. The man said calmly. We managed to divert the Jaeger's search. He paused for a moment, as his eyes danced around the night raid members. Some of them seemed relieved. But the NXT words had weapons drawn out once more, to this location. They don't know we sent them here, but they should be here in less than 2 minutes. Najenda was the only one who didn't appear to be ready to kill the man. She remained calm as she asked. Why? The man smiled. My apologies, I was merely testing to see if you people are really worth of the general's efforts. But it seems that his trust in you, general, is not misplaced. Nevertheless, the Jaegers are going to reach you. It will best if you stand and fight as Esdeath is not amongst them. We have prepared the battlefield to your favor. The man paused for a moment. There are some good people in the Jaegers, but this must happen. The man told Najenda the traps that they laid around the field and who was going to be attacking them. Once he was done, he saluted to the former general and spoke once more. Apologies are that the general is the one who leaked the location of your hideout to get things moving. You will see him soon, before the day ends. The colonel disappeared after saying those words. The others followed him as well. Chelsea frowned. This is unexpected, but it gives us a chance to eliminate enemies. Yes, I wanted to avoid fighting for now, Najenda said in thought. I wonder what Naruto is planning. It better be good, because if not, I will make him pay. That can come later, Lubbock said as he looked towards his left. We have company. Quote, Akame stared at the eyes of her younger sister and readied her weapon. I will take Kurome, she said, ready to fight. Don't forget the plan, Najenda said. We don't have much time either. This has to be quick. If Esdeath comes before we do this, the plan will fail. Are you sure we can trust those people? Yes, Najenda said firmly. Trust me on this. Najenda truly hoped that she wasn't being blind. She trusted Naruto with her life, but she knew that his feelings for her were not extended to those she led. Yet she knew that he would not do anything that would result in harming her people. This didn't guarantee that they would all live to see another day. There was a possibility that one would die, but Najenda hoped that could be avoided. They were bleeding members fast, and any more losses would cripple their ability to function effectively as they have been. A little while later, Esdeath had a frown on her face as she was looking down the ground. The Jaegers. Run excluded were nowhere to be seen and it was bothering her. She had been looking forward to meeting Night Raid and crush them. She had the trust in her chosen subordinates that they could handle themselves. But the fact that they were not in the way Run had said raised questions in her head. At this stage, by the time they find them, it would be too late. It just made her remember those words Naruto said to Tatsumi. The blonde general had said it was likely that by the time they reached her subordinates, everything would be over, and it was looking as if that was going to be the case. The Ice Queen turned towards Naruto. He was in a meditative position with a worried-looking Tatsumi by his side. She wondered why the blonde had even come with her on this mission if he was just going to watch proceedings. Then again, it suited her best that he was nowhere near the Prime Minister. Given the chance, Naruto would no doubt do something. Esdeath was sure he had grown. I am patient in tolerating that man's existence. If given the chance, he would take it. Why did you follow, Naruto? Haven't you figured it yet? Naruto said, opening his eyes. You are going to face Night Raid. There are chances that Naginda will be there as well. Knowing you, you'd try to kill her. I'm afraid that is something I cannot accept. I would rather she become my slave rather than die in your hands. She is a precious friend of mine, was, if I should say. I knew you had a soft spot for her, but to be willing to stand in my way for her, Esdeath shook her head. I wouldn't allow you to get involved. I would be more than willing to fight you if means getting to her. She is enemy and my mission is to crush her. That would simply mean that we would invoke our fight far sooner, Naruto said calmly. If things become like that, I would have no choice but to oblige. She may have turned against the Empire, but I still value her, and if you're able to get people who have committed treason out of prison, I should be able to do the same. That is if she is alive to get to prison, and what kind of reason would you give? Naruto shrugged. Simply say she was being framed by someone and give compelling reasons to prove it. The Empire's king is naive, he will believe anything he is being told by someone he trusts. Run actually turned to face Naruto when the general said those words. How was that any different from what the Prime Minister was doing? He didn't get to say anything because at that moment, Esdeath laughed, greatly amused that Naruto was willing to manipulate the Emperor. It sucks being weak. The weak are always controlled by the strong, she said with a shake of her head. There is something down, Naruto suddenly said as he stood up. People to be exact might be your subordinates, he added. Your senses are still sharp as ever, the Ice Queen remarked as she turned her eyes down to the ground. When she saw some moments, she forced the danger beast they were riding to go down so that they could get a better look. That is Wave, Run said, before jumping down with his Taigu activated for flight. Wave was beat up, with a barely conscious Kurome on his side, he was helping her walk. Both looked seriously beat. Run frowned as he took their forms. He had been too late. If Esdeath hadn't tried to visit Naruto first and if she had allowed him to join them, it would have made a difference. It displeased him further as he looked back and realized it was just the two of them. There was no one behind them. Esdeath landed on the ground and walked over to the two. Seeing friends, Wave fell down the ground, exhausted. What happened? Esdeath demanded. Where are the others? Naruto just stood back, hands folded across his chest. He didn't look interested in what was going on, he simply looked indifferent. Something that made Tatsumi curious, but he couldn't say anything because the blonde general had instructed him to keep his mouth shut and just stay close to him. We were ambushed, Wave said in between his breaths. They were expecting us and had traps. The others were killed and Bulls sacrificed himself so that Kurome and I could escape. He didn't finish as he finally gave in to his tiredness. So this was a trap, Esdeath said. Well, Naginda was a good general. She was always smart, though, I didn't think that she would do this kind of tactic. Well, it worked for her and they had eliminated some of her subordinates. It was a loss on her side. Why didn't they chase after them though? If they had done so they would have probably caught up to them. Run asked. Probably didn't want to risk anything. It must have taken them some time for them to recover from Bull's attack. I'm guessing he used his Taigu for a suicidal blast, Esdeath said calmly. I want to search the surrounding area but we have to get them to the capital for treatment. She turned to Naruto. Looks like we will have to postpone our battle, she said. Apparently, Naruto said indifferently. The way back to the capital will be long. I should have just stayed and do something useful. You don't mind if we intrude again to catch a ride back, do you? Esdeath seemed to think for a moment. It would be fun to leave you here and have you run all the way back, she said. Since I'm a little disappointed right now, I think I will amuse myself with this. Ah, come on, Asi. You would do something so heartless. Esdeath nodded. Walked the way back. She jumped away with both Wave and Chrome in her shoulders. Run followed her towards the danger beast that picked up into the air when Esdeath landed. Cold-hearted bitch, Naruto shouted before turning to Tatsumi. Let's go, he said, and they appeared as if they were handing back to the capital. But once they were out of Esdeath's view, they changed paths and disappeared. Where are we going? You'll see, Naruto responded calmly. New night raid hideout. Tatsumi almost burst into lick. EA balloon when he started seeing his friends. He was really happy to see that they were all right. It was truly a joy to them alive. He didn't even consider the fact that Naruto had known that they would be fine. That was why he hadn't bothered telling him, or he didn't because he had known that he would try to go after them to help them. Reasons didn't matter at this stage, he was just happy that everyone was alive. Tatsumi, Lubbock cried as he rushed towards Tatsumi. You cold-hearted bastard, how could you leave me alone with those brutal women? Tatsumi smiled as the man hugged him with his anime tears. I thought you were happy to have your own ramen. Perhaps he had just said that to comfort himself. Leonie had said something like that, but he hadn't believed her. But now it was obvious that he had grown attached to this guy and he hadn't wanted to admit that he would miss him. If anything, Tatsumi had missed Lubbock as well, but he was busy at the capital. Naruto was keeping him busy when he was not training him. He was doing some good in his time there and he doubted the blonde would allow it if he said he wanted to remain with his friends for a little while longer. I thought I was, but they have been cruel to me. You won't believe some of the horrible things that they have been doing to me, Lubbock said, continuing to cry. Get off him, Leonie said, peeling Lubbock away from Tatsumi. She pulled the teen over to her and looked at him carefully. You have gained something, the general treating you well? She asked with her eyes dancing all over his body. Yay, Tatsumi said with a nod. That is when he is not beating me to the ground. Leonie merely laughed. It's really good to see you. I was beginning to think that you had forgotten about us. Never, I have just been busy. You know, sometimes I'm doing night patrols with some members of the Army of Black, sometimes guard duty and roaming the streets with the general. Oh, you have become buddies, now, huh? I'm so jealous of you, Tatsumi. You get to live in the spotlight and do whatever you like, Lubbock said. How has it been like living with the general and seeing the Prime Minister on a daily basis? I have only seen him once. Tatsumi said. Honest and the general are not friends. Naruto looked on at Tatsumi for a few moments. Did he have friends like this in his life? Perhaps in his past life. But since he was brought to the capital by the emperor, he'd never had such friends. At young age, he had Budo breathing over his neck, teaching him how to fight and military things. The emperor on he other hand taught him politics and social skills, not that he ever had the need to use them. Wishing you were still young? Naginda asked, with a cigar on her lips, Akame and Chelsea flanking both her sides. Maybe, Naruto said with a shrug. He wasn't looking at Naginda but rather their surroundings. You settled in quickly, he added, turning to the woman. We have not, still resting, Naginda said. The biological Taigu I got from head office has been the one at work, she turned serious. Explain, Naruto sighed. I guess I must before heading back to the capital. There will be quite a mess later on. Naginda looked at him suspiciously while Akame asked. What do you mean? I leaked the location of your hideout to run. The message he got wasn't from the spy but from me. My men intercepted the message by the spy. Didn't you wonder why they were quick to get to you? It is because they probably started moving before you could move. Why? I understand we managed to get rid of some of our enemies, but why? I was using you to get Esdeath out of the capital and also myself out of the capital while something happens. You see, all this time I have been with Esdeath and I tricked her into making me walk back to the capital as I came with her. Naruto smiled at this. I had a clone of mine take the vermin away while nobody was watching. Right now, he is already out of the capi. Tall and my men will be taking care of him. Naruto had done something that they had been failing to do. He got to the Prime Minister and took him away. All hell was going to break loose now once it becomes evident that the man was gone. Naruto could defend himself by saying he was with Esdeath and the woman would back him up. They had been unable to infiltrate the royal castle because it was closely guarded. Naginda frowned when she realized something. We will be blamed for it, she said. Those two will tell Esdeath that it had been a trap and she will think it was all done to get her out of the capital while some of our unknown members infiltrated the royal palace to get honest. How were you able to do it without his guards noticing you? They were busy, and he'd just been talking to Esdeath, Naruto said with a shrug. With Honest out of the picture, Esdeath will be the only obstacle left. I do suggest you refrain from venturing around the capital though. A manhunt will be issued for you. Makoto is very fond of Honest and he will not spare anything to try to find him and those who did it. What would be the reason for the Revolutionary Army to fight now? Naruto was going to take Honest's place and get things in order. He would only increase his efforts in doing what he had been doing. Esdeath wouldn't stand in the way, she wouldn't care about it. I thought you were furs. Going to gather some evidence against him and convince the Emperor that he is evil. Naruto shrugged. I grew tired of the waiting game. I have evidence but Makoto wouldn't have believed it if that man was still talking. And I also thought, why would want to give that rotten meat a fair trial? Najanda shook her head, smiling. At least now I know that his people will be arrested swiftly and NGS will return to normal in a few months. She said. I want to see him. Not now, Naruto said. He will live for a little while longer. I won't leave the capital until I have things under control. And I have to know what your people will be doing after this. If they make a choice I don't like, I will send Esdeath to bury them and I truly hope you will not be in that camp if that happens. Najanda narrowed her eyes. Are you open for dialogue? Yes, but if they talk nonsense, I will banish them. Naruto turned away from the woman. Tell Tatsumi he can stay for 4 nights. I will come to fetch him on the 5th day. And I hope to see you again on that day. Naruto vanished in a swirl of black smoke after saying those words. Things just got complicated, Najanda said with a sigh. Chelsea nodded in agreement. I'll head to the capital to do more work before compiling a report to head office. Didn't you hear what he just said? Akame asked the Pinkett. She was more than willing to trust the general on his word with recent events. I heard him, but I have a mission. I know the risks, but this has to be done, Chelsea said firmly. Just be careful, Najanda said quietly. Are you not displeased that Naruto has used us in this way? She asked Akame. Our reason for fighting has always been to free the empire from its corruption. The Prime Minister was the source of it all. We have been the bad guys before this. It changes nothing, and we would have done it either way. As long as the empire is freed in the end, I will have no complaints. Najanda nodded. Tatsumi, she called the green-eyed. Tatsumi rushed over to the boss with Lubbock and Leone behind him. Tell me what Naruto has been up to. Tatsumi smiled before he started speaking. We will continue in next part.